Namaskar and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Shubhendu Ghosh. Welcome to this post-budget webinar. It is organized by Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, on the inspiring theme, Sabka Sath, Sabka Vikas, fulfilling aspirations of people. Let me extend a warm welcome to honorable ministers, senior officials, academicians, industry leaders, students, representatives from diverse sectors, particularly education, health, hospitality, and sports. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi will address the webinar in a short while from now, covering diverse sectors, including education, health, Ayush, pharma, tourism, hospitality skills, and sports. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last of the webinars organized around the core theme of the Union Budget 2026-27. The objective is to translate the budget's strategic reforms into an actionable, outcome-oriented framework through wide-ranging consultations with ministries, academia, industry, civil society, and implementation partners. नमस्कार, सुप्रभात देवी और सज्जनों, मेरा नाम शुभेंदु घोष है। 2026 के पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार श्रृंखला के अंतिम वेबिनार में आप सभी का स्वागत है। ये वेबिनार शिक्षा मंत्रालय के उच्च शिक्षा विभाग द्वारा आयोजित किया गया है। इसका मूल मंत्र है सबका साथ, सबका विकास, जन आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करना। कुछ ही देर में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी भी इस वेबिनार से जुड़ेंगे। वे शिक्षा, कौशल, विश्वविद्यालय टाउनशिप, दिव्यांग जन कौशल योजना, स्वास्थ्य, आयुष, फार्मा, पर्यटन, आतिथ्य कौशल और खेल संबंधी विषयों पर अपने विचार साझा करेंगे। ये वेबिनार केंद्रीय बजट 2026-27 के तहत प्रमुख घोषणाओं के कार्यान्वयन के तरीकों पर विचार विमर्श करने के लिए प्रमुख स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ किया जा रहा है। वर्ष 2021 में अपनी शुरुआत से ही ये पहल संवाद, चिंतन और सामूहिक कार्रवाई के लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण मंच बन गया है। ये हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री और भारत सरकार की दूरदर्शी सोच को भी दर्शाता है, जिसके अंतर्गत प्रत्येक नीति, प्रत्येक सुधार और प्रत्येक बजटीय प्रावधान केवल एक वित्तीय प्रक्रिया नहीं है, बल्कि नागरिकों को सशक्त करने, संस्थानों को मजबूत बनाने और राष्ट्रीय विकास को गति देने का एक मार्गदर्शक है। इस पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार का उद्देश्य केंद्रीय बजट से उत्पन्न सकारात्मक गति को आगे बढ़ाना है, उसे बनाए रखना है, ताकि विभिन्न दृष्टिकोणों के माध्यम से बजट की गहरी और व्यापक समझ विकसित की जा सके। साथ ही सभी हितधारकों, स्टेक होल्डर्स में सहभागिता और स्वामित्व की मजबूत भावना विकसित करनी जाने वाली है, जिससे जनता की आकांक्षाओं प्रभावी रूप से ठोस परिणामों में परिवर्तित हो सके। सरकार के आत्मनिर्भर भारत और विकसित भारत 2047 के दृष्टिकोण के अनुरूप इन सत्रों को सामूहिक ज्ञान और व्यवहारिक विशेषज्ञता का उपयोग करने के उद्देश्य से किया गया है। Ladies and gentlemen, a diverse group of panelists and participants are joining us for the subsequent sessions from across India and the world, ensuring a rich and multifaceted discussion. The webinar brings together honorable ministers, senior officials, academicians, industry leaders, students, representatives from diverse sectors today, particularly from education, health, hospitality, and sports. Now, each of these stakeholders will be sharing their unique perspectives, experiences, and expertise, creating an environment of meaningful dialogue and knowledge exchange. By engaging voices from such varied backgrounds, the sessions are designed to foster collaboration, generate innovative ideas, and provide holistic insights into topics under consideration. The impact of these sessions, as expected, will be far-reaching. They are designed to foster joint preparations that draws on both global best practices as well as local experiences, ensuring that diverse expertise is effectively utilized. They will also enable credible action to remove bottlenecks, address challenges that are typically encountered during implementation, thereby strengthening the delivery of these flagship reforms. Most importantly, these sessions will facilitate timely completion of all preparatory measures so that execution can begin in earnest, translating vision into results and ensuring that benefits of the union budget reach the people swiftly and effectively. This webinar is a reaffirmation of our shared commitment to Sabka Sath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, and Sabka Prayas, building a future where governance is participatory, development is inclusive, and every citizen's aspiration finds fulfillment. इस वेबिनार में विभिन्न मंत्रालयों में आयोजित ब्रेकआउट सत्र होंगे। उच्च शिक्षा विभाग के अंतर्गत 5 सत्र, पर्यटन मंत्रालय के अंतर्गत 4 सत्र तथा स्वास्थ्य और परिवार कल्याण मंत्रालय के अंतर्गत 7 सत्र हैं। ये सत्र नवाचार और सहयोग के सशक्त माध्यम के रूप में कार्य करेंगे। इन सत्रों में विविध पृष्ठभूमियों से आए पैनलिस्ट और प्रतिभागी भाग लेंगे, जिससे समृद्ध और बहुआयामी चर्चा सुनिश्चित की जाएगी। इस आयोजन में मंत्रीगण, शिक्षाविद, छात्र, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, पर्यटन क्षेत्र के प्रतिनिधि, कॉर्पोरेट जगत के नेता, सरकारी संगठनों के अधिकारी तथा अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संस्थानों के प्रतिनिधि भी शामिल होंगे। ये सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स अपनी विशिष्ट दृष्टिकोण, अनुभव, विशेषज्ञता साझा करेंगे, जिससे सार्थक संवाद और ज्ञान के आदान प्रदान का वातावरण तैयार होगा।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, मंत्रिपरिषद के माननीय सदस्यगण, विभिन्न मंत्रालयों एवं विभागों के अधिकारीगण, उद्योग जगत के प्रतिनिधि, शिक्षाविद तथा इस वेबिनार से जुड़े सभी प्रतिभागी, आप सभी को मेरा सादर नमस्कार। सबका साथ सबका विकास, फुलफिलिंग एस्पिरेशंस ऑफ पीपल की भावना से प्रेरित इस पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार में आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करते हुए मुझे अत्यंत प्रसन्नता हो रही है। आज आयोजित इस वेबिनार में शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, पर्यटन तथा आतिथ्य से संबंधित कुल 22 बजट घोषणाओं पर विस्तार से विचार विमर्श किया जाएगा। इसके लिए 16 ब्रेकआउट सेशन निर्धारित किए गए हैं, जिसमें लगभग 193 विशेषज्ञ भाग लेंगे। यह बजट वर्ष 2047 के विकसित भारत के हम सभी के संकल्पों को साकार करने की दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है, जो समावेशी विकास और नए अवसरों का मार्ग प्रशस्त करेगा। अब मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से विनम्र निवेदन करता हूं कि वे इस अवसर पर हम सभी को अपना मार्गदर्शन दें और हमें आगे बढ़ने की प्रेरणा प्रदान करें। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी।
साथियों, बजट के बाद वेबिनार की इस सीरीज में आज ये चौथा और अहम वेबिनार है। फुलफिलिंग एस्पिरेशंस ऑफ पीपल, यानी जन आकांक्षाओं की पूर्ति, ये केवल एक चर्चा का विषय नहीं है, ये इस बजट का मूल ध्येय और इस सरकार का संकल्प भी है। इन जन आकांक्षाओं की पूर्ति का बहुत बड़ा माध्यम एजुकेशन, स्किल, हेल्थ, टूरिज्म, स्पोर्ट्स, कल्चर ऐसे मूलभूत सेक्टर्स हैं। इसलिए इस वेबिनार में हम इन महत्वपूर्ण आयामों पर चर्चा कर रहे हैं। बजट घोषणाओं के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए इन विषयों से जुड़े सभी एक्सपर्ट्स, पॉलिसी मेकर्स और स्कॉलर्स, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स और मेरे युवा साथी, आप सभी के विचार और सुझाव बहुत अहम है। मैं आप सभी का इस चौथे बजट वेबिनार के इस सत्र में स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, भारत आज प्रिवेंटिव और होलिस्टिक हेल्थ के लिए एक विशाल विजन पर काम कर रहा है। पिछले कुछ वर्षों में देश का हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मजबूत हुआ है। सैकड़ों जिलों में नए नए मेडिकल कॉलेज खुल गए हैं। आयुष्मान भारत योजना, आरोग्य मंदिरों के माध्यम से स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं की पहुंच गांव गांव तक बढ़ाई गई है। हमारे योग और आयुर्वेद पूरी दुनिया में पॉपुलर हो रहे हैं। आप सभी इसके विभिन्न पहलुओं पर संवाद अवश्य करेंगे, लेकिन एक अहम विषय जिसका मैं जिक्र करना चाहूंगा वो है केयर इकोनॉमी। आने वाले दशक में देश में सीनियर सिटीजन्स की संख्या तेजी से बढ़ेगी। इसके अलावा आज वर्तमान में दुनिया के कई देशों में केयर गिवर्स की भारी मांग है। इसलिए अब हेल्थ सेक्टर में लाखों युवाओं के लिए नई स्किल आधारित रोजगार के नए अवसर तैयार हो रहे हैं। मैं इस वेबिनार में उपस्थित हेल्थ सेक्टर के एक्सपर्ट से आग्रह करूंगा वो नए ट्रेनिंग मॉडल्स और पार्टनरशिप विकसित करने पर सुझाव दें, ताकि देश में ट्रेनिंग इकोसिस्टम और ज्यादा मजबूत हो सके। साथियों, इसी से जुड़ा दूसरा विषय टेलीमेडिसिन का है। आज बड़ी संख्या में दूर दराज के क्षेत्र के लोग भी इसका लाभ उठा रहे हैं और विश्वास बढ़ता चला जा रहा है। लेकिन मैं समझता हूं इसमें अब भी जागरूकता और सहजता बढ़ाए जाने की बहुत जरूरत है। साथियों, पिछले एक दशक में देश के माइंडसेट में एक बड़ा परिवर्तन आया है। आज गांव, कस्बा, शहर की सीमाओं से परे भारत का हर युवा कुछ नया करना चाहता है। उसमें कुछ कर गुजरने का जज्बा है। नई पीढ़ी का ये नया माइंडसेट देश की सबसे बड़ी ताकत है, उज्जवल भविष्य की सबसे बड़ी पूंजी है। इसे कैपिटलाइज करने के लिए हमें अपने एजुकेशन सिस्टम को निरंतर आधुनिक बनाए रखना है, अपग्रेड करते ही रहना है। नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी ने इसके लिए जरूरी बेस तैयार कर दिया है। अब बहुत आवश्यक है कि हमारे करिकुलम मार्केट की जरूरतों के हिसाब से अपडेटेड रहे। हमें हमारे एजुकेशन सिस्टम को रियल वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमी से जोड़ने की प्रक्रिया को और तेज करनी होगी। एआई और ऑटोमेशन, डिजिटल इकोनॉमी और डिजाइन ड्रिवन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, ऐसे विषयों पर हमें फोकस और बढ़ाना होगा। साथियों, देश में एजुकेशन को एम्प्लॉयमेंट और एंटरप्राइज से जोड़ने की दिशा में लगातार काम हो रहा है। यूनिवर्सिटी टाउनशिप जैसे नए मॉडल्स में हमारे इसी अप्रोच का प्रतिबिंब है। आज भारत एवीजीसी सेक्टर यानी एनिमेशन, विजुअल इफेक्ट्स, गेमिंग और कॉमिक्स को बढ़ावा दे रहा है। भारत इनोवेशन ड्रिवन इकोनॉमी की ओर बढ़ रहा है। आज इस वेबिनार में देश के अनेक शिक्षाविद और एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस जुड़े हैं। मैं आपसे आग्रह करूंगा कि इस वेबिनार में अपने कैंपस को इंडस्ट्री कोलैबोरेशन और रिसर्च ड्रिवन लर्निंग उसको केंद्र के रूप में विकसित करने की दिशा में जरूर मंथन हो। इससे स्टूडेंट्स को रियल वर्ल्ड एक्सपोजर मिलेगा और स्किल इकोसिस्टम और मजबूत होगा। साथियों, एक बहुत अहम विषय है स्टेम यानी साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, इंजीनियरिंग और मैथमेटिक्स। इस क्षेत्र में ये बहुत गर्व का विषय है कि हमारे देश में स्टेम के विषयों पर रुचि रखने में बेटियों की संख्या लगातार बढ़ रही है। आज जब हम फ्यूचरिस्टिक टेक्नोलॉजीज के लिए तैयार हो रहे हैं तो बहुत जरूरी है कि कोई भी बेटी अवसरों के अभाव में रुक न जाए। वेबिनार में आप इस दिशा में जरूर चर्चा करें। हमें महिलाओं के पार्टिसिपेशन को बढ़ाने पर और जोर देना होगा। हमें ऐसा रिसर्च इकोसिस्टम तैयार करना होगा जहां यंग रिसर्चर्स को एक्सपेरिमेंट करने और नए आइडियाज पर काम करने का पूरा अवसर मिले। साथियों, युवा शक्ति तभी राष्ट्रीय शक्ति बनती है जब वह स्वस्थ भी हो, अनुशासित भी हो और आत्मविश्वास से भरी हो। इसलिए पिछले कुछ वर्षों में खेलों को राष्ट्रीय विकास की एक महत्वपूर्ण धारा के रूप में देखा गया है। खेलो इंडिया जैसी पहलों ने देश में स्पोर्ट्स इकोसिस्टम को नई ऊर्जा दी है। देश भर में स्पोर्ट्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत किया जा रहा है। इस वेबिनार में आप सभी कुछ सवालों पर जरूर मंथन करें, जैसे छोटी छोटी जगहों से भी प्रतिभाओं की पहचान को और सटीक कैसे किया जाए, हजारों खिलाड़ियों को स्ट्रक्चर्ड फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट में सुधार कैसे हो, और तीसरी अहम बात, हमारी स्पोर्ट्स बॉडीज को और ज्यादा प्रोफेशनल कैसे बनाया जाए। अगले कुछ वर्षों में देश में कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स होने जा रहे हैं। देश ओलंपिक आयोजन के प्रयास में जुटा है। ऐसे में हमें आज कम आयु के खिलाड़ियों को पहचान कर उन्हें तराशना होगा, तभी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय प्रतियोगिताओं में भारत का परचम लहरा पाएगा। साथियों, टूरिज्म और कल्चर रोजगार के नए अवसर बढ़ाने में बड़ी भूमिका निभाते हैं। जब किसी स्थान पर टूरिज्म बढ़ता है तो उस स्थान या उस शहर की ब्रांडिंग भी बढ़ जाती है। इससे उस शहर का ओवरऑल डेवलपमेंट भी बहुत तेज हो जाता है। भारत में ऐसे ऐतिहासिक स्थलों की कोई कमी नहीं है, लेकिन लंबे समय तक टूरिज्म कुछ चुनिंदा स्थानों तक ही सीमित रह गया। अब हमें देश के कोने कोने में टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन को नए सिरे से डेवलप करने पर फोकस कर रहे हैं। साथियों, आप सभी इस वेबिनार में भारत के टूरिज्म इकोसिस्टम को मजबूत करने के लिए होलिस्टिक अप्रोच पर जरूर चर्चा करें। ट्रेन गाइड्स, हॉस्पिटैलिटी स्किल्स, डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी, कम्युनिटी पार्टिसिपेशन, स्वच्छता, टूरिज्म और इनसे जुड़े विषयों पर आपके सुझाव बहुत अहम होंगे। साथियों, जब इंस्टीट्यूशंस, इंडस्ट्री, एकेडेमिया मिलकर काम करते हैं तो परिवर्तन की गति तेज हो जाती है। बजट के बाद वेबिनार की जो ये सीरीज हुई है, मुझे विश्वास है उससे आने वाले समय के लिए ठोस दिशा मिलेगी। ऐसे ही प्रयासों से विकसित भारत की नींव और मजबूत होगी। और साथियों, ये बड़ा सुखद अनुभव है कि वेबिनार की परंपरा के कारण पोस्ट बजट और खास करके इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कर मुझे जो बताया गया कि इस वर्ष लाखों की तादाद में लोग जो इन विषयों से जुड़े हुए हैं, एक्सपर्ट भी हैं, उसके लाभार्थी भी हैं, उसकी व्यवस्था से जुड़े हुए हैं, यानी एक प्रकार से जो लोग ड्राइविंग फोर्स हैं, वे सभी लोग बड़ी सक्रियता के साथ वेबिनार में जुड़े। हमारे अफसर मुझे बता रहे थे कि बहुत उत्तम सुझाव आ रहे हैं, बहुत प्रैक्टिकल सुझाव आ रहे हैं, यानी एक प्रकार से समस्याओं का समाधान ही नहीं, नई ऊर्जा, नई गति के साथ आगे बढ़ने का हौसला भी देखने को मिलता है। मैं कहता हूं कि वेबिनार का बहुत ही सुखद अनुभव है। इसमें हिस्सा लेने वाले सभी वेबिनार में जिन जिन लोगों ने हिस्सा लिया है, सब अभिनंदन के अधिकारी हैं, धन्यवाद के पात्र हैं। एक बार फिर आप सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपके प्रेरणादायक संबोधन के लिए धन्यवाद। Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we are now in the breakout sessions of the program led by different ministries. I invite Dr. Vineet Joshi, Secretary, Department of Higher Education, to present the outline of the sessions led by Ministry of Education.
अब हमारे अलग अलग मिनिस्ट्रीज के सेशन शुरू होंगे, ब्रेकआउट सेशन शुरू होंगे। उसमें एक सेशन हमारा मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन का है। इसके अंतर्गत हमारा सबसे पहला सेशन जो होगा वो यूनिवर्सिटी टाउनशिप्स के ऊपर होगा, और उसके लिए मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा यूनिवर्सिटी सेशन के मॉडरेटर को कि वो इसको आगे बढ़ाएं।
Thank you, Dr. Joshi. Session 4 on higher education will have 3 parts, as mentioned. First, on 5 university townships. I welcome Professor Govindan Rangarajan, Director, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, to moderate the discussion on the subject of 5 university townships. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. So let me start this breakout session. We have with us several experts who will be guiding us through this discussion. Dr. Arvind Panagariya, Professor Economics, Columbia University, former Vice Chairman Niti Aayog, Shri Vivek Lal, Chairman BOG, Chairman MNNIT, Allahabad, Ms. Usha Padi, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Odisha, Professor B.S. Murthy, Director, IIT Hyderabad. Today, we are going to discuss the concept of university townships in detail. I feel it's an idea whose time has come. As all of you know, this discussion comes out of the announcement that the Honorable Finance Minister made in the budget about starting these 5 townships. So as a rationale, for why such a thing is required, let me give you a few brief remarks and then we'll get into the discussion with the experts. So consider what's happening in the IT sector today. There are literally thousands of engineering colleges across India producing lakhs of engineering graduates. Many get employed by IT companies, but often they need to be retrained by these companies to train them to work on the work they're expected to do at these companies. Often the training period lasts for a year. Obviously, this time could have been better utilized. And this is not restricted only to the IT sector. For example, consider now the artificial intelligence. It is advancing so rapidly that many academic institutions are not able to keep up with the pace of change. This is particularly relevant when AI is bound to have a huge impact on research and education. Degrees would not matter so much any longer. What matters would be skills and outcomes. Further, AI companies have the data, the compute resources, and the high salaries that cannot be matched by academia. On the other hand, AI companies need these skills provided by the graduates of the educational institutions. So it's important that academia is paired with such companies. In general, I would say the interaction between academia and industry is still not up to the optimal level. So all these are symptoms of a basic misalignment between academia and the industry. In order to solve this issue, the plan of university townships was announced by the Honorable Finance Minister in her budget speech. By integrating a cluster of academic institutions with industry and making them utilize a shared infrastructure, which could include research labs, compute infrastructure, and so on. By putting them all together in one geolocated space, one can expect enhanced quality and improved employability. By co-locating academia and industry, one can also hope to attract global talent by providing them with a very rich ecosystem. How will different stakeholders benefit? Students benefit from a shift from degree-focused education to integrated campus outcomes. Institutions benefit from a
I'll quickly spell out my criteria and then elaborate a little bit on those. First issue, I think very important, is one of having setting the priorities. There are 2 projects packed into one here. One is the university and the other is the township, and how we prioritize is going to be important. I'll come back to this in a second. The second point on the selection of location that I would emphasize is the presence of industrial activity in the vicinity of wherever these towns are located. And third criterion, I think very important, is the governance issue, and particularly wherever we are located, in whichever state we locate, is it a well-governed state? And here the leadership is very important to me. Ultimately, anything we do, leadership who drives the process, who leads, is extremely important. So those are the 3 major kind of broad criteria on which I will quickly elaborate a bit. First of all, the priority. Now, one is starting with limited funds, and even when we put assuming the 60-40 kind of sharing, there is about roughly 6,000 crore rupees for each township or each university town. That is good sum to start with, but it still is a challenging sum to do both the town and the university. My kind of, therefore, recommendation is that, give priority to the university. Ultimately, this is a higher education department project. And let the township grow around the university. So in effect, the university becomes the driver of the town's development. And the way to make it work is to think of the towns as each of these towns as a satellite town of a major city that already exists, a city with significant pre-existing infrastructure and connectivity. Um, to make the university a success, you have to attract talented faculty and talented students from all over India, and even abroad for that matter. And for that, at a minimum, you require at least some basic infrastructure in existence, water, electricity, schools to which the faculty children would go, hospital, which is everybody's need. And so if you are in the close vicinity of a large city, in effect, it could be some sort of, peri-urban area or periphery of a major city. That I think will be very helpful, because then a lot of the infrastructure on which one can draw would be there. And that would attract the faculty to come in there, facilitate the talented students to come there to study. So that's my first one. Presence of industrial activity, I think, will reinforce it, both in terms of generating the funding, but also in terms of the university and industry collaboration. I think there has been a very weak link in the academic design in India. We put the universities in one place and research got placed in these councils, and the two really never met together. And I'm very influenced by the design in the United States, where really, universities and industries really interact very closely, and there is a kind of symbiotic relationship between the two. So I think the prior existence of industry around where these are located, and it's very likely if you choose the location in the periphery of a major city, then I think that condition would be met. And the third, as I mentioned, these are very unique projects, and ultimately, of course, they should be done with some sort of challenge grant kind of framework. But I think it'll be a good idea to pay attention to, if particularly including the chief ministers being kind of willing to lead this initiative, and the primary criterion for location, therefore, should be the state government's ability to willingness to create first-rate university and township within 3 to 5 years. I think we should also have some sort of time limit, otherwise these projects can languish. So based on these criteria, the way I think of it, some as examples, I would think, for instance, in the south, clearly you got Andhra Pradesh, where it could be somewhere around Vizag or Amravati, both are up and coming cities. In UP, Buddhanagar, around Noida, very good possibilities there. In Tamil Nadu, we have Coimbatore, and a lot of the characteristics that I mentioned, criteria I mentioned, would be fulfilled. In Odisha, Bhubaneswar. On the west side, Maharashtra and Gujarat both have a number of places, Vadodara in Gujarat, Pune, Mumbai corridor in Maharashtra. So that roughly is the way I really think of this. I'm very driven by the desire to have some very institutions of excellence that India still kind of doesn't have enough. We have a few, but we need a bit more. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Srimati Usha Padi, my question to you is, from a policy perspective, what key urban planning challenges do you foresee in developing these university townships, and what regulatory and institutional mechanisms can address them effectively while ensuring long-term sustainability?
Namaskar, everyone. I'm honored to be here. Thanks to Ministry of Education for giving this opportunity. Bringing urban development into the discourse itself shows that how it is integrated in developing the education and overall growth of the nation. As you are all aware that urban development itself acts as a platform for enabling any growth, virtually every sector of the economy. Honorable Prime Minister was mentioning whether it is about the sports, whether it is education, whether it is tourism, So all aspects will build on the social and economic infrastructure which is built in the cities. Like we have roads, housing, water supply, sanitation, digital connectivity, public spaces, all actually matters a lot. When we come to the township for the universities, the challenge and as well as opportunities I see is that the integration of these university clusters into our urban planning itself. Though university campuses sometimes looks like a self-contained enclaves, but still they depend on the city's overall external infrastructure and other logistics, which are very, very important. We may see that the talents are also attracted towards the town, which are better off, and also the livability index, what we call ease of living, is better in the cities. So the first thing I see that the urban planning has to be integrated into this. And there is also a concept where Professor Pangaria was also mentioning having a satellite cities. So you have a bigger cities which can have the scale, and at the same time you will bring the neighborhood improvement plan through these satellite cities, which will be very, very useful concept as an institution. And many universities usually are in peri-urban areas. So integration of this peri-urban area into our master plan and having the zonal use is also very, very important. We also been going through this ease of business priority areas in which these journals have been made simplified, where the mixed uses are allowed. Only negative lists have come out, and Odisha being one of the pioneer in bringing such ease of doing business under the building and the zonal management. I will just take through some of the important issues like the public transport system, which is very, very important. Within the university, maybe we have to have non-motorized way of pedestrian convenience systems, but at the same time, the entire the city or the region has to be integrated with the university, because it can't be just a center of excellence as an island, but it has to be integrated. The local communities, this is we'll talk very less how the universities will be integrated organically with the local communities. They will be there will be a symbiotic relationship between the universities and the local communities. That is what we see as a challenge which need to be focused on. Climate change and technological use, which are across all the sectors. Can we plan in the beginning itself how the sustainable materials can be used, and the housing arrangements and the affordable housing can come also together along with the transit oriented development, which is again a redevelopment issue, which is a big challenge in the old cities, and the challenges also are there for the new cities with the coming. And fundamentals like having a 100% recycling of the wastages, the proper sewage system, drainage system, these are the important thing. And in case of Odisha, I would like to say and close this replay, where Odisha, as it is mentioned in the budget, the city economic region plans, which have already started for Bhubaneswar, Cuttack, Puri, and Paradeep region, which is integrated through various industries and the other corridors. So we have made this economic plan in consultation with NITI, and it has a very good concept of having a university corridor where industries, skill development, MSMEs, and other things can be done. As you are quite aware of, Odisha is one of the biggest steel production, aluminium production state, where we are in top list of the states. So we will be able to pitch Odisha's concept, especially in the eastern part where we have a lot of knowledge economy, and the western part where a lot of manufacturing can come up. So there it can be a good way of creating a university corridors where the clusters can come up. At the same time, the livability mission of the state, the economic region plan of the state can be integrated. I'll stop here and I'll wait for the others to.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me now go to Professor B.S. Murthy. What eligibility and performance criteria should be defined for educational institutions to participate in the university townships, and how can these criteria balance academic excellence and student affordability with financial sustainability. Professor Murthy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. First and foremost, before I go to the question, location is very important, sir. We had a number of IITs which are supposed to be globally competitive, set up in certain locations which are not reachable easily. So even to attract best faculty, I have stayed in Kharagpur for 12 years. I know how difficulty we used to have even to organize an international conference. So I feel any location that you choose for this township should be 1 hour away from a good airport. This is the first and foremost. Second is bringing the students before you talk about even what should be the criteria in terms of their performance. Who should be even admitted also is very important. I think it is time we slowly start coming out of mechanisms of JEE kind of thing and start looking at other methodologies of admitting students. For example, India, our Honorable Prime Minister keeps on reminding us 2 points. One is Atmanirbharta, second is Viksit Bharat. If we really want to achieve these two, India needs really builders. India is known more for what we call it as a service-oriented country. It is important that India should become a product-oriented and technology-oriented country. So, for example, this year we are experimenting with a new way of admitting some students through something called Builders Quota. Okay, we would like to ask the students after they finish qualifying in the JEE Advanced, which at the moment still is an important thing, and ask them what have you built in your school from 8th grade to 12th grade. Have you competed in national level competitions? Okay, where you have showcased your building capabilities, and bring such people and ask them in the first semester itself. Now focus on what your ideas are. Give them opportunity to even take a semester break if needed, so that they focus on that and build things. This year, the 600 BTech students who joined IIT Hyderabad, I was able to connect to 100 faculty and tell them, I want you to convert hostels into workshops or garages, okay, where you start building. And I'm seeing tremendous interest of students in this. So our criteria of their selection and the criteria for to give a degree should focus more on their hands-on building capabilities. India really needs builders. So this is something I would like to emphasize on. More importantly, also, reaching out to large number of people is also important. While the campuses can have limitation in terms of how many you can have in classrooms, okay, but there is a way, thanks to COVID, we were able to go out. At IIT Hyderabad, we have started something called OAT, Open to All Teaching. So mechanisms of this kind of things exist, where we should be able to reach out our classroom teaching to a large number of outsiders, be able to build that ecosystem also strongly. This is the second. The third and the most important also, I feel, is giving a lot of opportunity to innovations to happen on the campus. Okay, giving financial support to students. And now that the industries are going to be on these townships, giving an experience to these students using the R&D facilities of industry. I would like to see that it is not that we should be near to a manufacturing site of industries. What is important is industry R&D should be on the township. Okay, we should have something like Stanford where industries come and put their R&D setups. If we can have industry R&D setups on the township, the students can get used to it. The students can have semester-long internships there possible. And as a result, they will be able to come out with a knowledge of how to make products much more easily. So this is something which is important. And at the same time, it is also important to have a lot of importance to the right brain activity. For example, engineering is all too much of a left brain activity. I strongly believe innovations can come when your mind is intuitive. Okay, so give a more focus on that. For example, we have even started at IIT Hyderabad a Center for Creative Arts, where students take about 10% of their undergraduate course from creative arts, which I saw is helping a lot on our students getting into more and more innovation activity and entrepreneurship activity. I think these are some of the things that we need to look at. So our evaluation criteria should be slightly different from what our universities have been so far doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now let me go to Sri Vivek Lal. Drawing on your experience as chairman of MNNIT Allahabad, as well as in the corporate sector, what key performance indicators should anchor the university townships, and what institutional monitoring mechanisms should be established to ensure strong learning outcomes, industry linkages, quality placements, and high research productivity?
Thank you very much for your question, and it's an honor and pleasure to be here. Thank you to the Ministry of Education for giving me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts. I'm a visiting fellow at Stanford as well as at Cambridge, and so some of these thoughts are based on what I've seen in the global context. So in terms of KPIs, I think the first topic I'd like to address is, learning outcomes. I think within learning outcomes, there are several aspects. One is student satisfaction scores. That's critical. Course completion rates is another aspect. What are their average scores in GPAs would be a third aspect. And then, of course, the employability rates, the alumni employability rates. So those four aspects, I think, are important as one is looking at learning outcomes. The second aspect I'd like to touch on is industry linkages. I think the number of industry partnerships is critical. Not only quality, but quantity as well, to be more diversified in different sectors, etc. The second aspect within industry linkages would be collaboration research projects and how many of those can be generated. And alongside that aspect is the whole internship and placement rates that come as a result of some of these projects. And finally, the ability to update the curriculum for industry relevant aspects as technology, has a very short timeline in terms of updates. And so the curriculum has to follow that and be nimble to that. The third broad aspect is, of course, the placements itself and quality placements, which includes obviously compensation packages, the employer feedback of how these students are doing, as well as the ability of the alumni to engage in a network. Finally, the broad aspect to consider is research productivity. So the quality of the research publications and also the quantity, both 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 matter in my experience. And the citation impact of the publications, that's important. Of course, research funding in an increasingly competitive environment is very critical. And that also is a key performance indicator of research productivity. And finally, as has been mentioned by some of the speakers, the entrepreneurship outcomes and the innovation outcomes, that's also measurable. So in terms of measuring some of this, how do you monitor some of this? And I think the key aspects there is a regular progress review needs to be undertaken. I think another aspect is industry advisory boards are very critical to set them up and have that be a part of the monitoring mechanism. Alumni engagement, I think those exist, but it has to be enforced. Research committees, that also is an important aspect. And then a quality assurance cell may be set up for this to monitor, because what cannot be measured will not get done most often. So it has to be measured in terms of, and data analytics tools and AI can be used for some of that monitoring. So those are my initial thoughts.
Thank you. Now let me go to the second round of questions. Dr. Panagaria, how should the development authorities for these townships be structured, and what blend of funding mechanisms and monetization strategies would ensure long-term financial sustainability without compromising academic objectives? Dr. Panagre? Maybe let's go to the next speaker and then maybe come back.
Sorry. Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself.
Okay, sure. Go ahead, please.
Sorry about that. So first, on the design, first of all, the project should be really steered by a high-powered board chaired by the Chief Minister. I think it's very important that this is a empowered board because you are building both the university and the township, and without really having the heavyweights in the board, the progress would not be at the kind of pace that it needs to be. So that's my township itself should also be more compact and should be mixed zone use. Because, again, we have had this history of building even the campuses on hundreds and hundreds of acres of land, but they then become very spread out, and even the movement within the university becomes a challenge. Whereas, I'm at a professor at Columbia University, and these are tall buildings we have. There are some which are spread out, but we also have a lot of very tall buildings, and that creates enough space for the university to run. Likewise, the township itself actually should be built in a compact sort of form. In terms of the funding, clearly, if the business activity is already present, so if we are on the periphery of a town, of a major town, and business activity is there, then that becomes then the at least in the long run, the sustaining source of economy of the township. So that is one way. University itself should be charging sufficient tuition fees. Now, India's incomes have risen, and we see already there are a lot of private universities where students are actually paying tuition fees. The faculty should bring in research grants, endowments. Those are the sources of funding for the universities. But townships will have to be in the long run kind of sustained by the business activity. If it is correctly designed, particularly if there is a knowledge-based kind of industries around the university within the township, then a lot of the funding for the universities could also come. And of course, industry will benefit big time from the universities as well. I mean, this is the Stanford model that was alluded to earlier. So those are my thoughts on the design.
Thank you. Now, Shrimati Usha Padi, what role should states play to ensure that university townships are fully integrated into the growth strategy for Viksit Bharat and directly contribute to local jobs and enterprise development?
Well, it has come out very clear that the governance actually matters. Where the location has to be there, how the state would be interacting with such infrastructure. So state's role becomes very, very critical and important. And we have also heard that university town will not be just an education hub. They may be interacting with various industries, ancillary industries, MSMEs, skill development centers for their innovation, economic growth, and maybe they will also be economic engine for the urban transformation itself. So considering that this state role becomes very important, whether it is about the planning stage where we will make sure that the strategic land allocation happens when the cluster comes up, it is also that the other industries will also come up along with this. Now, if you see, we do it in a very isolated manner. When we have a MSME park, we don't have any specific space or earmarked fund for the land for skill development center there. So which Odisha has started doing now, and we earmark some specific areas for the skill development center. But of course, the university thing also can come up in the corridor, so we can think of that. And the strategic land allocation, earmarking these corridors along as a transit-oriented development, providing the mobility support to these areas is very, very important. As we just spoke about integrating with the local economy beyond the cities region. So again, I am taking cue from the budget announcement, where city economic region plans have already been announced. And Odisha is doing one in Bhubaneswar, Cuttack, Puri, Paradip as a region, and another is Jharsuguda, Sambalpur, and Bargarh region. If you see, IIM Sambalpur, which is there located in Sambalpur, has involved in the local textile and handlooms, where it is again a win-win situation. So similar to that, there will be a strategic land allocation and corridor which will be working, linking skills with the economic opportunities against skill. Every state has a skill mission. Odisha has a Skilled in Odisha, where we can bring a lot of integration and convergence, where the universities also get benefited and the local communities and youth also get benefited out of it. And state can also play in bringing the sufficient finances, which we just talked about, how the township itself can be sustainable. Again, continuing with the city economic plan, there was also announcement of the urban challenge fund, which again allows the states to leverage Government of India's fund and from the bankable institutions and also from the state budget. So together we can create a structure for PPP, because a lot of investment can be attracted once we make the plan clear and the fundamentals have been put in place. So a lot of PPP financing can also be leveraged, where state can play extremely important role to make that sustainability through urban financing. And local urban bodies, which are again very important stakeholders, they can be provided with the capacity and involvement so that they will be working along with the academy, not against with each other. So that is again a state's role which will come into picture. And as you are aware, higher education again with the state departments and the urban together. So we will be able to bring a lot of collaboration between academia, research, industries, this MSME and skill development, and some of the market-ready solutions which are required. And many times state itself is a big customer at the as a use cases, we also require a lot of involvement of the research and academia to help some of our problems. So there, in Odisha for the climate resistant house building, so we are working with IIT Bhubaneswar. So similar to that, there have been a lot of use cases where state can collaborate with the academia to do a lot of involvement. And last but not least, involvement of women folk in urban setup who can be a contributor to the local economy. So getting the women's hostel, again, it is again a budget announcement, investing in the urban mobility for bringing the women for the workplace, providing a safety and security to all the women coming, even street lights, the night traveling, all those things where it matters. State can really play a very important role in enabling the university township can become a very vibrant community to help the growth of the region and also become an economically development engine for the state. Thank you. I think, Professor, you are muted.
Thank you. So, Professor Murthy, to make these townships attractive to top faculty, researchers, and global collaborators, what institutional culture and structural facilities must be built from the very beginning?
Very good. Thank you very much for this and very, very important question that we have. First and foremost, I started when I answered the previous question, the location. Location itself is the most important so that faculty are attracted. Gone are those days where spouses don't work very much, but now almost every spouse works. So you should be in a place where spouses also get a reasonably good employment. So this has to be, so location has to do not only with the accessibility of the township for international collaborations. If you want to organize international conference, people should be able to reach out to the township very quickly. More importantly, and faculty to be attracted there, one more important thing is there whether the spouses are well taken care so that they can focus on research. So more importantly, this having industry on the campus, industry R&D on the campus will definitely attract a lot of faculty. This has not been there in most of the older universities, and that is a major attraction for this particular new concept of university townships, I would say. And the second and most important, provided it is done well, is research facility sharing, which also has not been there because most of the universities are isolated. Between the universities, there is not much of a sharing that happens. Here, the research facilities can be set up as joint research facilities for all the universities or institutions which are going to be on the township. So central research facility kind of a thing where everybody shares the thing. That would be able to, for example, we have done some experiment in a consortium model, bringing facilities with everybody sharing it, contributing to it. They become partners in that center and contribute financially to it and also use that. So that will attract a large number of faculty. The next and most important is also startup support. So faculty, quite a large number of them nowadays are jumping into their own startups, giving a good seed grant for the faculty and startup support for them will definitely attract. And ensure that there is more and more time spent in industry R&D by the faculty. And for example, their leave rules and things like that should be allowed to have more and more time spent in the industry as almost like an on-duty leave, so that which we have been doing at IIT Hyderabad, and I've seen a significant result of that. Right now, about 25% of our funding is coming from industry. It is because faculty spend a lot of time with the industry. So these are certain important points I think would help attracting brilliant faculty.
Thank you. Shri Vivek Lal, in your view, what would be a realistic implementation timeline for establishing the first university township and achieving full operationalization of the townships?
Excellent question. And I think the three pillars for that will determine the timeline. One would be funding, of course. Second would be the partnerships. And third would be the regulatory approvals required. And I think based on those three pillars, typical timelines that I have seen for something like this, in the first phase would be kind of a planning setup phase would approximately, and I'm talking about a little aggressive timelines here, would be 6 months. The second phase would be infrastructure development, approximately 12 months. I would say the third phase would be the launch and initial operations, which would be yet another 6 months. The next phase would be scaling and expansion. That again can be about 2 years from a planning perspective, and then fully operational, of course, and having let's say five university townships would be in a 5-year type time frame. That would be realistic, but still something that can be achieved. Again, assuming the funding, partnerships, and regulatory approvals are all simultaneously worked in this timeline.
Thank you. Now let's go to some of the eminent people for their interventions. I now request Professor Jagdish Kumar, former chairman UGC, to make his intervention.
Thank you, Professor Rangarajan. My dear co-panelists and all those who have joined across the country, my namaskars to you. Let me provide a brief perspective of the university townships from NEP 2020 standpoint. As you know, India is currently focused on skilling innovative processes and robust quality systems to achieve self-reliance and also global competitiveness. The budget speech also highlighted how the external environment can disrupt supply chains and how the new technologies can reshape production. So in that setting, India is now working on developing engineers, technicians, designers, and researchers who understand the real world constraints. So the establishment of the university townships can in fact help speed up that objective. Right from the beginning, the university townships can be designed to align with the inclusion goals of the NEP 2020. Townships can expand access for students from the state universities and especially the rural districts, because that is where we have nearly 94% of the students in higher education. And these students can gain exposure through credit-based short programs, bridge courses, and subsidized lab access. NEP 2020's reform direction clearly emphasizes flexibility and curriculum frameworks, apprenticeship embedded degree programs, professor of practice scheme. With industry partners operating nearby, universities and firms can co-design the training programs and the assessment. And also in the training and apprenticeship programs, it is important to give primacy to Indian language medium of instruction to make these university townships more inclusive. Through the university townships, we have now the opportunity to work together to amplify the reform logic of NEP 2020. The budget's proposal for the 5 corridor-linked university townships has come at the right time. Through this model, India can now move from access-led expansion to quality-led outcomes. In the process, we can turn education into a direct enabler of manufacturing strength, innovation capacity, and a resilient supply chain. Exactly, this is the capability stack that can help India advance toward Viksit Bharat 2047. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I request Professor Yogesh Singh, Chairman AICTE, to make his remarks.
Namaskar, good morning. This is a very good idea for the establishment of university townships, which can become the India's next generation innovation districts, where university, startups, investors, industry, and research parks collaborate in close proximity. This is a new architectural proposal for India's higher education ecosystem. So the place we select here, the key is the location. It has to be a happening place. It has to be a priority of the government for industries and infrastructure. We can't and should not develop everything. There should be something, and then in and around that, we should develop in the already existing industries. So now time has come from institution-centric to ecosystem-centric, and because Honorable Prime Minister had rightly said, our economy is also now going towards innovation-driven economy. So for innovation ecosystem to work, universities must be physically integrated with the industry, and this distance is very important here. It has to be within 20 kilometers proximity. So there are few verticals: university, industry, residential zone, research park, and startup incubators. Research park should have joint laboratories funded by the universities. Both verticals should support each other, and there should be a central authority for coordination amongst the different verticals. This is really required whenever we are planning the university townships and areas. Yes, there are many possibilities. The best north, we may go for the Gautam Buddha Nagar, rightly said, Greater Noida. South is maybe Hubli, Dharwad, Karnataka. West, Dholera, Gujarat. East, Anjul, Talcher Industrial Corridor in Odisha. Northeast, Jagi Road Industrial Node, Assam. Because it has to be government priority. So, for example, I give an example of Dholera, where government has decided to develop this as an emerging semiconductor city. So industrial ecosystem will be developed for semiconductor manufacturing, electronics manufacturing, aerospace, clusters, renewable energy and industries. So universities should also work on the similar theme for semiconductors, chip design, advanced electronics, IoTs, AI, nanotechnology, and many other things. Similarly, for the other also Greater Noida, the logistic hub, freight corridor. So the same infrastructure should be developed. So it has to be thematic. It has to be focused to get results at a faster pace. Funding pattern is also very important. There should be two phases. Phase one for next 20 years funding. Globally successful university ecosystem functions through a multi-layered funding architecture. So first 20 years, he said the public investment should be 50%, central and state government, private capital 20%, land monetization is also very important, 20%, and a special purpose vehicle be created. Stakeholders will be government, center, state, industry partners, and university leadership. And these special purpose vehicle will develop the land, infrastructure, and also financing, but the long-term sustainability model is
PCF 2 में आ जाना पार्ट 2 से एल और के की साइड
We seem to have lost the speaker.
They may be inspirational for us, Silicon Valley, Stanford University and Stanford Research Park for the Cambridge University cluster. And this township should have at least, we should plan for 75,000 to 1 lakh students per township. And university research institution should be around 10 to 20. And there should be a central authority. This is very important. Otherwise, that although they may have a proximity, but they will not work. They will work in isolation. What is happening in many mega towns in our country? So that central authority will coordinate and prepare a right kind of ecosystem so that all are allowed to enter into their spaces, and it should be thematic and focused. I'm very hopeful that some good townships will come. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite Ms. Harveer Kaur Sandhu, volunteer of My Bharat, to make her remarks.
Thank you, Director Sir. Good morning, everyone. I'm a My Bharat volunteer. First of all, I would like to thank the Ministry of Education, which gave me a chance to join this insightful discussion on 5 university townships among this assembly of such distinguished intellectuals and leaders, including Honorable Prime Minister himself. I believe that setting up university township in 5 states through challenge modes is a transformative step for the Yuva Shakti of India, because it primarily focuses on not just increasing the access of higher education, but also aligning the higher education with industry and economy. Currently, the higher education system of India is a dispersed system, wherein the colleges, universities, skill centers, and research institutions, they are scattered all across the India with separate infrastructure, which leads to duplication of assets. And since they are dispersed all across India, it means that the students, after they graduate, they have to forcefully migrate far away from their campuses to avail careers. And it also means that the students have uneven access to labs and testing facilities. Setting up university townships will solve this problem by aligning and expanding the higher education institutions near the industrial corridors. It will provide industry-oriented and a sector-related curriculum, which will fulfill the skill supply gap. And it will provide the employment opportunities for the students right after the campus, near the campus. This means that the tier 1 to tier 2 city students are the first generation learners, and the women, they will have to not think think about relocation cost, mobility and safety concerns, and they will be empowered by a new industry-oriented curriculum, and they can get employment right after the campus. And since the university, colleges, research institutions, and skill centers, they will share the same geographic zone and the same infrastructure, it means that they can focus their economic resources not on infrastructure, but on academic excellence, and it will create a multidisciplinary ecosystem. I think so. This needs a collaborative effort between central government and the state government, public sector, private industry, and academia. And this will certainly create an inclusive, modern, and sustainable education ecosystem. As it will provide aspiration to and change the aspiration of students to ambition, leading to Sabka Sath, Sabka Vikas, and Sabka Vishwas, and creating such an inclusive interaction between industry and institutions will catalyze the vision of a Viksit Bharat by 2047. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me now draw this interaction to a close. We have had excellent comments by all the panelists. I thank all of them, and also by all the people who intervened in the debate after the panelists. So I'll be giving my summary remarks later in the day. So now let me close the meeting and then invite Professor Shuchi Sinha, moderator for the second breakout session on girls' hostel in every district for STEM institutions, to take over. Thank you.
Thank you.
Professor Sinha is joining.
Thank you, Professor Govindan Rangarajan, and all the distinguished panelists. We now invite Professor Suchi Sinha, Associate Professor, IIT Delhi, to moderate the discussion on girls' hostel in every district for STEM institutions. Professor Suchi Sinha, ma'am, over to you.
Thank you so very much, and thank you for the opportunity to discuss something so important. First and foremost, I'd actually request, if all of my panelists are online and if the cameras are on, I'd like to introduce the panelists. We have Professor Ujjwala Chakradev, Vice Chancellor, SNDT, Mumbai. Dr. Neerja Bhatla, Padma Shri, former Professor AIMS. Dr. Joseph Sharmila, Principal Secretary, Higher Education, Kerala. And Ms. Radhika Jha, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Women and Child Development. Thank you so much for joining the webinar. Let me first set a very, very quick context to what this breakout session is all about. This webinar and this breakout session is about the girls' hostel in every district for STEM institutions. As a context, we understand that the National Education Policy 2020 underscores the need to enhance women's participation in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Given this is a national priority, a structural barrier that is often encountered is the absence of safe, affordable, and proximate residential facilities. STEM programs typically require very extended academic hours due to lab work, research engagements, and many other tasks at hand. The Union Budget 2026-27 proposes establishing one girls' hostel in every district, financed through the Viability Gap Funding, capital assistance. The fundamental idea, or the objectives, if I may say, is to increase women's enrollment ratios and overall participation in higher education. This kind of an enrollment, we are hoping, and with this intervention, will ensure affordable, proximal spaces which are safe, where parents and the girl students themselves feel comfortable being part of, and hopefully a much more vibrant and active involvement from the girls community. In this session, if I may, here is a brief outline of how we may want to run this session. I'll request every panel member to speak for about 2 minutes on what is your initial reaction to or opinion of this initiative. So maybe if I could request Ms. Radhika Jha to please start with her view. Thank you.
Namaste and greetings to everyone, to Secretary Sir and to all the esteemed panelists. Firstly, as Dr. Sinha was saying, we were very, very delighted when we heard this announcement in the Ministry of Women and Child. In fact, our secretary was very happy because we overall sort of coordinate works on women and child welfare issues. So we were very happy that this announcement was made. This, of course, will lead to a lot of overall benefit in terms of the outcomes we look at for women, whether it is STEM education, their overall productivity, their contribution in research, etc. For us in the Ministry of Women and Child, we only do working women's hostels. So this, of course, is going to be a particularly different domain. So I think it is very, very heartening to have this kind of a budget announcement. I don't think so any other country in the world maybe has, a facility or a provision like this. Having said that, we in the ministry are very happy to support any collaboration. If there is any group which is formed, we would be very happy to be a part of that. And if there is any ask from us, we are actively going to support that. In my understanding, the one thing which we must keep in mind is, and I was hearing the earlier webinar also, that how it is, should it just be a hostel or should it also have provisions of, making it more vibrant by way of it being an incubation kind of a support also, support for, maybe research, so just not like a space to live for girls who are pursuing STEM, but also maybe support them during the evening hours with a little library or a incubation or a discussion platform. So those were my initial thoughts. We'll of course hear the other members and we'll close in on what more we feel about this. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Radhika ji. I'll request if Professor Ujjwala would like to share some thoughts on this initiative.
Namaskar. Thank you, Suchiji, and very good morning to all my panelists as well as viewers who all are here, and especially Shri Vinit Joshi ji, Secretary, Ministry of Education, for this opportunity to speak about my views on this subject. Hostels, especially for girls, is a very, very peculiar subject, I would say, and I've been associated with this particular subject for my entire career, maybe which spans about 40 years, I would say. But I was especially very happy when this announcement was made, and in the post-budget conference, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji said that there is no need for our students to go out for the higher education. We will provide them the spaces, we will provide them the new courses. So STEM courses, as was rightly mentioned earlier also, have a very long hour stays on the campuses. So for these long hours, to reduce their commuting time, which many a times it is more than 3 hours, which I understand. So for reducing this and keeping the ambience of learning available to students for the longer periods of the day, we need hostels for them. And the particular need of this hostel at every learning space for STEM particularly is necessary, because that would make them safe, that would give them comfortable ambience to make themselves available for learning. These spaces need to be not only safe, but hygienic. And with hygiene, I would say they should also be accessible to almost all the students. So these are the three most important aspects which I would say should be first and foremost fulfilled. And then beyond that, this will, the number of girls going for STEM education is very high. It's an encouraging fact. Almost more than 42%, I would say, 43.4%. Yet the dropouts are also equally more. So when the dropouts are more, we need to retain them, and these hostel facilities probably will help this lessen these dropouts. Because what we see that women represent only 27% in the STEM workforce and only 18.6 for working scientists, showing a gap between the education and professional participations. So that would mean that they are dropping out also from their education, and that's the reason that we need to give them. These are my first initial thoughts actually, but then there are many things which I would definitely like to discuss on the basis of the criteria and the pointers, how the designs of these hostels should be. So I'll talk when my turn comes next. Thank you so much again.
Thank you so very much. And now if I may request Dr. Joseph to please share your thoughts.
Good morning everyone. At the very outset, let me thank the Ministry of Education for having made me a part of this panel, made me a panelist in this panel, which discusses a very important topic of girls' hostels in every district for STEM education. The moderator and the other speakers have already highlighted the importance of this particular topic. And we know that in our country, we have 43% of girls pursuing higher education in STEM. And I was just looking at some statistics. So compared with the global average, the Indian average of 43% far exceeds the global average of 35%. 35% of women students in STEM education. In UK, it is 31%. In Germany, it is 27%. In France, it is 32%. Women are joining higher education, are joining programs for in science and technology, in institutions of national importance, in state universities, in central universities, in mainstream colleges. But the point that is being debated in this panel is, setting up the infrastructure and the enabling environment which would encourage more girls to join higher education, to join a program in science for their higher education degree. So one reason which many point out is that perhaps the facility for safe boarding and lodging for students pursuing a career, pursuing a higher education in science and technology may not be available. And that is why our Honorable Finance Minister made this important announcement that government would provide VGEF, viability gap funding, for setting up girls' hostels for STEM education in every district. So when I look at the statistics in my state as well, we have, I come from Kerala, I'm Principal Secretary Higher Education as well as Women and Child Development Department in Government of Kerala. So when we look at the statistics of girl students pursuing higher education, we find that girls outnumber boys in every aspect of higher education, in every sector of higher education. In medical field, it is more than 80%, more than 90%. In agriculture, in pure arts and science, it is more than 60 to 70%. In technical education, engineering, BTech, it is more than 50%. It is only in polytechnics and technical high schools where, girls, the proportion of girls is less than that of boys, because we have 26% of girls in technical high schools and polytechnics. In engineering colleges, it is close to 50%. General arts and science, medicine, agriculture, veterinary science, where we have more girls. We have been observing this phenomenon that we have more girls, but our hostels cater to more boys. Because when medical colleges were established, when agricultural universities were established, more hostels were built for boy students than for girl students. So at the state government level also, we are now putting in projects putting in budgetary allocations for establishing hostels, more hostels for girls, or converting some of the boys' hostels to girls' hostels. Because in places like, say, an Ayurveda medical college, 95% students are girls. And you have more hostels, more brick and mortar structures to accommodate boys. So we salute this announcement that every district, every institution should have a girls' hostel. And now we have to look at where the girls' hostels should come up. In major universities, yes, universities have land, universities have facilities and funding support for establishing specific hostels for girl students, for postgraduate students, and for research scholars. But in districts where we don't have an university, where we just have colleges, so we need to identify land which is nearer to an arts and science college, or nearer to an important college of that district. And then along with the hostel, do we have safe commuting facilities? So how do we structure in that as well the forward linkages that we need to have, along with the basic accommodation that we provide for girl students? So if lady research scholars have to stay back in the evenings, have to stay back till late in the night to finish important laboratory work or to complete important research projects, would there be a safe commute between the research lab, between the university and the hostel? Again, in the hostel, would we try to put in some facilities, some creche facilities for, say, researchers who are in their early or late 20s, who would already have started a family and who would need a creche support facility to enable their children to be in a safe environment when they are able to pursue their research careers or research activities. So that is another point which would go alongside this. So I believe this budgetary announcement would go a long way in plugging that leaky pipeline syndrome, which we discuss in science and in STEM parlors, where the number of science graduates going into a proper research career in science is less. So how do we plug that gap? So how would a girls' hostel in a STEM project in a university, in a district, how would that support government initiatives in plugging the leaky pipeline syndrome and in facilitating or encouraging active students who are interested in science to pursue their career? So the state governments would also work in close collaboration with the central government in taking this budget announcement forward and in translating this budget announcement into projects at the field level. These are my initial comments. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. We've definitely segued into some implementation points and fantastic ones, but I'll request Dr. Nirja to share the initial response or reaction to this announcement, and then we'll move to round two on the implementation. Dr. Nirja? Dr. Nirja, would you, if you're able to hear us, Dr. Nirja, if you're online and able to hear us? Okay. If I'm not able to hear from Dr. Nirja at this moment, we will request her to come in a little later. If I may now request, since I do see Dr. Nirja online. Yes, Dr. Nirja, are you on mute? If you'd like to, please. Okay. Okay. So what I'll do is maybe we will have to request Dr. Nirja to come in a little later again. Actually, now this was a moment where we could segue into the implementation challenges, or rather even thought processes, not only the challenges. as you rightly mentioned, coming from a STEM institution myself and being a faculty, one of the things we often notice is, as you rightly said, Dr. Joseph, that the men's hostels tend to be far too many, and they tend to also be in more primary location, sort of goes towards where they have better access to sports facilities, more access to cafeterias, and so on and so forth. And of course, I mean, institutes like ours are very, very proactive in terms of making mobility happen for women students who may be located physically a little away. But as we are planning these new girls' hostels, it's important we take into consideration several of these points of concern very early on. So maybe in this second round, if I may request the panelists to throw a bit of light on considerations that we need to take on board as the implementation for such a fantastic initiative begins. So could I now request Professor Ujjwala to, shed any light on some of these considerations that we could think about?
Thank you, Dr. Suchi. This is, as an architect, this is a wonderful opportunity for me to speak about the designs and the priorities for the design of hostels, forthcoming hostels. We'll have many of such hostels around us now because of this facility provided by the government through this budget. I'll first talk about the things which will improve because of this, and then few pointers about the design as well. As was the statistics was very well mentioned earlier, that's why I'll not repeat that, but marginalized groups of SC, ST, OBC minorities have shown strong gains in GR, but district level disparities persist equally in the rural and the peri-urban areas. This is one point which I thought of making. And then second is the higher female GER in STEM will remove the accommodation barriers and will sustainably increase the enrollment in technical streams. Then retention will increase definitely, which I had mentioned earlier. Progression in PG and PhD by women will transition into postgraduate and research pathways. There the dropouts will lessen down, and the workforce equality, greater participation in STEM careers, research and innovation sectors, contributing to our Viksit Bharat vision. How these hostels should be. Here I would like to mention that because of the unforeseen or unfriendly incidences happening in there, which I have very closely witnessed as a warden, as an in charge, and also as an inspection committees for such cases which have happened earlier in such hostels. The hostels my recommendation are very strong in this point. Hostel must be campus adjacent or well connected, not just at district headquarters. Then second is the staff deployed in the girls' hostel may be sensitized on the aspects of sensitivity handling of adolescent residents. There should be a formal mechanism in the hostel for residents to voice their say. This can be through regular interactions of superintendent or assistant superintendent with the residents or any other mechanism. Staff deployed in the girls' hostel, including the contractual or outsourced staff, should have adequate female representation in the staff, as well as there should be a regular safety, security audits of the hostel, of the building as well, especially of the girls' hostel and all other hostels also. There should be an appropriate alarm mechanism in rooms of residents for any emergency situation, maybe near the bed also. There should be IT-based access control mechanism for girls' hostel and biometric or card-based or any other better system which can be evolved. UGC has already given clear issues in October 2022 on safety of students on and off campuses of higher education institutions. These may be implemented rigorously. and these could be revisited again and again. There was a very important point which I had missed, but my earlier panelist has mentioned about the creche, because to girl students involved in research are at the are of the higher age, so they need to have the creche for their children, so that they cannot drop out from this for this reason from their studies. So these are few of my recommendations here I would like to submit, and can come back again if you wish to talk about anything else further. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Some fantastic design points, and we'll come to several of those discussions later too. Yes. So maybe now I'll request if is Dr. Nirja, if you're able to now unmute and please share your thoughts, if it's possible.
Ma'am, ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are.
I'm
Yes,
Professor Sangeeta Shukla, Vice Chancellor, Chaudhary Charan Singh University, Meerut. So, I mean,
yes, please. Your voice is breaking.
If you can take me, because after that we have a meeting over there, no?
Sorry, yes, okay. You'd like to speak as well? Yes, please go ahead. And I will, in the meantime, figure out how do we get in touch with Dr. Nirja. Yes, please. Please go ahead.
I'm Sangeeta Shukla, Vice Chancellor, Chaudhary Charan Singh University, Meerut. So I would like to say that India is doing pretty well in terms of female representation in STEM education. And if we talk about globally now, women making around 43% of STEM graduates. And this is the highest percentage globally. And this percentage can be raised maybe with another 10 to 20% if there is a great welcome step for the hostel. We can encourage more girls to pursue STEM fields if we have hostels, good accommodation for them. And this hostel definitely plays a very significant role in encouraging girls to pursue their studies in safe and supportive environment. We have not many guidelines and many technologies there where we can create a safe environment for these students. And so I seriously salute this, thought for helping the women in the environment. See, so we need to have safe hostels. They offer secure environment, addressing safety concerns, and the girls in the rural areas can be more attracted towards research, higher studies, PhD projects, and we have very equipped library everywhere. So if we have hostel, the girls will be more close to their studies, research and journals, etc. And these hostels can also provide tutorials and resources like what I said about library, labs and workshops especially. They'll be very helpful for the girls coming from underprivileged background. And mentorship can also be done if we have good hostels which facilitate mentorship programs connecting girls with the other STEM professionals as role models. So this is such a welcome step, and I sincerely wish like there should be more hostels for the girls, and girls definitely go for higher studies more sincerely. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much for those fantastic points. If I may come back to Radhika ji, to you now, on some of your thoughts on implementation, considerations, etc., that we could keep in mind as we proceed with this initiative.
Sure. Thank you so much, Dr. Sinha. There were 5 points which I had thought of, and I would just briefly put them on board because this is an important discussion happening on implementation. First, I would like to suggest that the number 500, I'm sure already Ministry and Secretary Sir are thinking about it. The number of 500 could be flexible because a lot of places you may have more girls who would want. So I'm sure it has to be flexible where there are more students, more girls, rather than just making it, like a fixed number, because it would depend on the intake of girls there. Second, I also thought if we were to decide on districts, could we also do clusters? Supposing there are 3 universities in the same district, there is an IIT and there is an IIM and there is another central university. So should we have this hostel located in a particular institute and also make it flexible for others as well to join? So what happens is, supposing it is in Delhi University, and even some people from, maybe IIT Delhi or some other place could also be a part of this. This, in my understanding, could be a thought which would make discussions more rich, inclusive, and cross-learning would happen more. Rather than just have a 500 institute, hostel in one particular institute, why not? We could make it open for others, so that then we also have people from other streams staying together, because we are only going to maybe do one hostel per district. So my idea was, if we could do clusters, have more cross-learning therein, it could be considered. Third, I was wanting to suggest, if in the hostel we could also have one bedroom kind of a plus kitchenette set, because for women, we are talking of crash facilities, of course, but a lot of times if they are doing research and they are of a particular age, then maybe they have a little family. So why not have a one-room kitchenette kind of a thing for research scholars? Fourth, of course, the mechanism of deciding fees for these hostels, because we may have people who are able to afford and we may have people who are maybe not able to afford. So some mechanism, maybe, I'm sure the ministry is already thinking about it. And fifth, I also thought that if there are teachers, who are supposing teaching in particular of these institutes, and they want to stay there, so if they are also allocated this hostel on some reduced fees, it would also give a little mentorship concept in the same space, and we would not have dropouts. We would have more enriched discussions as well. So primarily these 5 things were what I thought while we would discuss about implementation, and particularly to have cluster and make it open for all girls for cross learning was my thought. If at all, everyone else sort of thinks it is worthwhile. So that's all, Dr. Sinha. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Some very, very useful and helpful ideas. I'm sure we're all making notes. There is a 2-track implementation possibility that was being considered as we read the concept note around this intervention. Of course, track A is where there are existing facilities and there is expansion of those facilities. Track B is where the greenfield approach is taken, and we do understand the costs and benefits of those two. And I could hear several interesting ideas which could go for track A or track B. A quick thought is that, let's say if we were to go for, a lot of discussion that we had was on the greenfield approach, the track B. If we were to very briefly think about track A, where existing infrastructure is being expanded, are there any immediate thoughts?
Ma'am Sinha, please on your video.
Yes, my video is on actually at my end. I can see it on. If you want, I can just stop it and start again. Okay. Is it visible now?
No.
No. Oh, that's strange, because it was visible all of this while. Okay.
Just now, yeah. You were not
Is it
visible.
visible now?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I will request someone from my office to just help me out here while so in the interest of time, maybe while I fix this video.
Yes, ma'am. Please carry on. Yes.
Yes. So in the interest of time, if I may, while I fix this video, if I may request actually a panelist to quickly mull over what you think about the track A, where if we were to go for expansion of the existing infrastructure, some of those greenfield ideas we suggested right now may not be fully possible. Any quick thoughts? What should we consider as we go for track A? Professor Ujjwala, would you like to take it on first?
Sure. That's challenging, of course, because it's very easy to have a design freshly made, because then we can choose the location, then we can make things possible. However, when it is to be renewed, something has to be renovated and then add certain things, then it becomes difficult to put all the fresh ideas into it. However, certain points can definitely be worked out. One is when we are talking about the entire campus, choosing an appropriate building or a location for the fresh is possible. But for the existing one, relocating or considering the location is not a point to be considered. However, the internal planning and as per the age of the building can be worked out, and certain facilities can be definitely added into this, which were mentioned by my earlier panelists, that there has to be a one-room kitchenette for the researchers, but I would say more than that, for every participant, a kitchenette or a small pantry could be provided to each and every, at each and every floor at least. For every floor, there has to be a pantry. For every floor, there has to be a proper wash area. The way we have it in our foreign countries, where there is a basement and then you pay and then you can get your clothes washed. Similarly, by paying, of course, because washing machines can be kept in that entire area, and the students, some attendant is there, and then somebody pays and then takes it up. Third, very important point is the library. Library will have to be there in these 10 hostels. Fourth is the facilities to utilize these, to use computers, and so the one complete lab with high-end computers, if provided, that will be beneficial. But along with that, if there is a possibility of a maker space, so that the softwares which are appropriately added up to this, so these maker spaces will enable them to carry their projects which were there and which they are which they have undertaken to work late nights. And especially when it is an engineering, civil engineering or architecture, then the studios where the students keep on working and the physical working of the is also at times required. Fourth is the flexibility in the administration, but that I will come to later because that doesn't work with the renovation. With maker spaces, the conducive environment, I would say, ambience, because learning happens when you have a conducive environment around you, and only this architecture has that power with it. The architecture, if it is appropriately designed, the point which I was missing out, and then I'll come to this, is the appropriate Wi-Fi networking. If that's something which students keep on asking, and that's one of the very, very important aspects, where the entire campus is given Wi-Fi, but then at a good cost and good food, which comes in administration. By providing Wi-Fi comes in administration as well as in the design of the entire unit. So there has to be one confidence, the way we are sitting right now and chatting and connecting to the world. So these are few basic things which are right now required. At the same time, I must mention, because it is about women's hostels, the sanitary dispensing machines, sanitary pads, and the hygiene related to that, and discarding or those pads also. So this is something which is very, very important in the, and there are very good techniques and cheap ones, but hygienic ways in which we can maintain this facility available for these girls' hostels. Rather, I would say not only for the girls' hostel, but every public washrooms or the toilets need to have this kind of a facility, which would mean a little more of a investment. By the way.
Thank you so much. A little more investment, but a very worthy and a very, very important one. Thank you so much for pointing this out. I do see Dr. Nija is online, and I would love it if we can hear some views from her. Dr. Nija, would you like to share your thoughts on this initiative and its implementation challenges and opportunities?
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, very much. So good to see you.
That's so delightful. My apologies for the difficulties. And once I logged out, I was having difficulty getting in again. But anyway, here I am. And good afternoon to the dignitaries, the Honorable Secretary, the various senior people whose talks we heard, and to my distinguished panelists. So I think it has been a very exhilarating thing for us to hear about this initiative. And a lot has been said already by the moderator, Dr. Shuchi, by my fellow panelists, and even the basics of women's needs been highlighted by Professor Ujjwala. But I would like to just share my experience coming from AIIMS, which has been a little bit of a unique situation because we have a mix of medical students, doctors, nursing students, nurses, as well as we have our scientists who come from the basic disciplines, the preclinical, the paraclinical, and a very vibrant intermix. So I think this is a very, very good thought because in a sense, what we have had at AIIMS has been like a township in itself, while being located in the heart of the city, of course. But I completely endorse the views that have been said about making sure that they are located not too far from connectivity. But I think it's a great idea to have space. Space is important, buildings are important. They foster a sense of, a self sort of worth in the person. It exhilarates you when you are in a good workplace. It makes you think beyond as to what you can actually achieve. And the same goes for the residential areas that you are in. And while they are STEM students, the importance of art and culture and horticulture and the need to connect with nature should not be lost sight of, because I think those things really help the scientific temper also, by helping you to relax in a place which connects you with nature, that connects you with good art, actually enables the scientific thinking process also. So I think it should be made sure that all these elements are woven in, that there should be a situation where we are not, I mean, it's great to have safety, and enough has been said about that. And men's safety is also important, but women's safety is of another level. And that has to, of course, be ensured. And it's great to have the facilities that you don't have to worry about basics like cooking and cleaning, and they are provided. At the same time, having a facility which allows you to do certain amount of cooking on your own, which provides you in a not too far location the ability to source what you need, having a basic tuck shop, having these things is also very important as we develop the hostel facilities. And definitely they allow not just that we should be able to provide it close to the workplace, but it's just you cannot sort of put it down in words, the kind of benefits to living in the same place and having the opportunity to engage after hours, to have discussions in a meaningful way, and to open your minds to so many different things. So I think the university environment is very important for work, of course, and we've heard about that. But I think it also enables you to learn about other things, engage in after hours with speakers from other disciplines, dimensions, and improve the entire sort of experience of the education, the research, and everything else that goes with it. So I think we've heard about the Wi-Fi, the need to be in connectivity. We've heard about the problems of catering to the sanitary napkins, but also recognizing that some days there are women cannot go into work. They can actually continue to remain connected if there is good sourcing of Wi-Fi, and work also from the hostel in some cases. So I think it's become a very fluid world. There is no clear divide between working hours and rest and relaxation anymore. And that whole aim should be to provide that quick and easy transition. And I would say also, having been also for some years the hostel superintendent, that there should be some thought to visiting families. When parents want to come and visit, where do they stay, especially in an area which is far removed? So some kind of availability of rooms which parents or other visitors of, you can decide how you run that, but some availability should be there where they can also be allowed to come and stay on important if there is some requirement.
Sure.
So thank you very much for asking me to join this wonderful meeting. and I will be available if there are any questions.
Thank you so very much, Professor Nirja. Those are again fantastic points. We have our interveners also who are awaiting, to share some of their thoughts. If I may request at this moment, Professor Devendra Jalihal, Director IIT Guwahati, if you have some points to make. We have lots of interveners, and I'll try and accommodate everybody in this.
Okay. Thank you so much for having me on this panel. I've heard several comments made. First of all, this is happening the day after the International Women's Day, so I have to congratulate all the panelists who are here today. This topic follows the International Women's Day yesterday. So I will specifically talk about. I think there's a lot of echo. I think somebody has to mute their mic, please.
Can we mute everybody? Could you please mute? And also, if there is no other device, maybe next. Yeah, I think now it should be okay.
Yeah, okay. So I'll specifically talk about the IIT admissions as part of this TEM. Other people have mentioned several other things. So what has happened in IIT undergraduate admission is, even though in 12th class, the number of girl students is, about 50%, I think that number is very good. And the number of people who are high achievers in the 12th class also is very good. But the people who make it through the JEE advanced exam for IIT admission, that number falls steeply, right? It was hovering around 10 to 12% until 2018. And in 2018, because of the efforts set up by a panel headed by Professor Timothy Gonsalves, the then director of IIT Mandi, they introduced supernumerary admission for the girls, right? With that, the numbers started going up, but again, it sort of has plateaued at around 20%, right? So how do we now make this go up, right? And especially now that girls hostel idea has come up. So unfortunately, the admissions to IIT requires intense 2 years coaching, even though we as directors are trying to see how we can bring it down, the importance of coaching. But today, the reality is the coaching is an important component of the exam process. And there are coaching centers in Hyderabad, in Kota, and so on, right? So these students go and live in those places for 2 years. And it's not possible for parents of girl students to send them there, right? That's one reason that has happened. So, if we could establish safe working places, safe staying places for 12th class, 10th class, 11th class girls to go and stay in these places, I think it will really help, right? Today, parents don't want to send girl students to these coaching centers. So I hope as part of this discussion, right, take into account what is happening with IIT admissions and how do we increase, right? So my request would be to have special hostels for girls, safe hostels for girls in these coaching centers. So that way we can increase the number of girls who are coming in into the IIT program. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so much. The interveners, if I may request, we have 7 more interveners left. If we could do 1 minute each so that we can all stick to time. Anybody else who would like to come in at this moment as an intervener?
This is
Okay, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I am Professor Poonam Tandon, Vice Chancellor Deen Dayal Upadhyay, Gorakhpur University, located in Gorakhpur, which is a rural urban city. So I will little bit talk about the condition which is relevant to the rural urban city as well. First of all, I would like to thank the Ministry of Higher Education and central government for this initiative, the Honorable Chair, distinguished panelists, and the participant. I would like to briefly intervene to highlight an important and visionary step in the Union Budget 2026-27 towards strengthening women's participation in education and the workforce, which is very, very important. the Government of India has proposed the establishment of one girls' hostel in each district, particularly to support female students pursuing STEM education and higher studies. This initiative aims to ensure safe, affordable accommodation for young women who migrate from smaller towns, villages, and rural areas to pursue scientific and technical education. This is a transformative step because access of safe accommodation is often one of the biggest barriers for the girls entering the STEM fields. If we briefly talk about the data that we have, there are about 43% total STEM enrollment in the India, one of the highest share globally. In engineering, 28 to 30%, but the transition to the workforce remains much lower. For the technology workforce, 35% in India, but only 7 to 8% reach senior leadership positions. And when we talk about the survey of Niti Aayog, the survey shows the safe accommodation and mobility are among the top barriers preventing women from moving to cities for education as well as for employment. If we talk about the state universities like us, which are in the city like rural urban cities in Gorakhpur, there are now the number of women is continuously increasing. We have more than 65 female students in our campus, and it is much larger when we talk about the STEM education, maybe more than 80% girls in STEM courses. And again, they are coming from rural area, village areas. Every day they are traveling for 2 to 3 hours because we don't have enough accommodation for them in university as well as in the city. City do not have culture of PGs like bigger cities like Lucknow or Delhi. So it is really very challenging for them to study. Then the work is the next step. So we need like bigger hostels in cities like us for female. As you already discussed, the universities did not have culture of female hostels because earlier the number of female students was very less in comparison to, could you please, the number of female students, I think was much less earlier in our universities, and there was not need of hostels as well. So the most of the hostels are the boys hostels. Only we have about 10 hostels, only 2 girls hostels are there. And now we need more and more girls hostels. And now we have good number of faculty in guest faculty and faculty, engineering faculty, and the good number of faculty members, young faculty as well as female. We have around 50% female faculty in our campus, and they need accommodation for their stay. So it is very good idea to have hostels. You have already talked about many things like daycare center and one room suite, because women like to cook themselves. There should be a small place so that they can cook, they can live with their children. There should be some Wi-Fi, good Wi-Fi access. Now many times they work from their room. They would like to work from their room. And good good cyber library, maybe the access to one nation and one subscription as well, which is very good, important, which is a very good initiative of the higher education department and ministry as well. So with these facilities, I think the number of girls in STEM education will definitely improve, especially in the smaller cities, tier 3 cities.
Thank you so much, Poonamji. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much.
I'm Professor Uma from Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalaya in Tirupati.
May I only request if you can keep it for a minute, because I do want everybody to get a chance.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
I have only 2 bullets to share, so I'll just take a minute, and thank you for the opportunity. Now I'm just reflecting on.
May I say something, Professor Naik from Revensa, please?
Can we just do it one by one if it's possible? Then we'll just take 2 minutes, 2 bullet points, and then we're coming to you. Professor Uma, please.
The first point I'd like to share is the background note when it is talking about the objectives. It is making a mention of increase in women's gross enrollment ratio with a focus push towards STEM. But on the other hand, we are saying that the overall gross enrollment ratio of women is on the increase. So I suggest that we look at who are these students who are contributing to the increased gross enrollment ratio. For a state like Andhra Pradesh, it is mostly students coming from the STEM. So my observation is we are indeed focusing on STEM, but there is also need to focus on the other branches like the social sciences, humanities, languages, etc., so that we contribute to the overall gross enrollment ratio of women. Then the second point that I would like to mention is at what level are we talking about in terms of introducing the hostels for girl students? For a state like Andhra Pradesh, where we have done a study to look at the gender parity index in higher education funded by the British Council, it emerged very clearly that the huge dropout rate is at the +2 level because of lack of hostel accommodation. So we need to be very clear in terms of where are we looking at in terms of establishing the hostels. Generally, when we say higher education, we talk about undergraduate and professional courses only, but +2 I think is very, very important. That is the that is the stage where students branch out into sciences or social sciences or whatever it is. See, private colleges have adequate accommodation, but it is the government colleges which need accommodation and really need to take into consideration. So in terms of implementation, I feel a cluster approach will be very useful, wherein you have a hostel catering to number of colleges in and around, rather than limiting it to a particular college per se, so that students have the flexibility. And the last point that I would like to say is the SOPs for the hostels in terms of implementation, the standard operating procedures, not very rigid women hostels, but there is an amount of flexibility, allowing students to learn. As a mention was just made about by the previous speaker, students would also like to go and attend coaching centers and take additional coaching apart from what they're learning in the college, in order to make into better institutions, etc. So some amount of flexibility with mentoring available and counseling, and a hostel as a total place to stay, not just for education, taking care of safety, good food, counseling, mentoring, and health facilities.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so much. Could I now request Professor Sanjay Nayak, but restricted to 1 minute, please?
Thank you, Professor Sinha. My sincere thanks and gratitude to the Honorable Ministry of Education for giving an opportunity to Ravenshaw University, the Heritage University of Odisha, to talk something about the hostel facility for the girls. As we have appreciate the announcement on the budget on the girls' STEM hostel project for the gender equity, scientific advancement, and national development in terms of STEM. I'll only cover those points which I believe not yet covered. The first one is as per the clarion call of our Honorable Prime Minister, there should be a green infrastructure. When I say green infrastructure for the hostel, it's a sustainable campus hostel design consisting of solar, power generation, rainwater harvesting, waste management system, particularly for recycling of plastics or use of compostable plastics or removal of single-use plastics. And finally, the green landscaping. The second point which I will talk is wellness and community facilities. For the women, it's a very important point. Health clinic, female hygiene. A lot of my friends have talked about sanitary napkins. Government of India has introduced under Subidha scheme of Jana Ausudhi, Department of Pharma, for biodegradable, compostable sanitary napkins which can be easily disposable. This is a unique concept which has come from the Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizer. So that is one thing which has to be there in the hostel for easy disposal mechanism. They must have adequate gym, yoga hall, recreation room, dining hall with adequate capacity, cafeteria, and last but not the least, the differently abled students must have adequate facilities in the hostel, or similar to Ravenshaw, we have an exclusive hostel for visually impaired girls. So this is another thing which I thought I'll share. The next point is, which I will be like to talk, the safety and security infrastructure. In the girls' hostels, the safety and security infrastructure is very important. Biometric access control, 24/7 security personnel and women security personnel. We in Ravenshaw, we have all the security personnel in the girls' hostels are women. CCTV monitoring, emergency response systems, women wardens and counselors, and fire safety. The fifth one is the implementation timeline. We must look at the project approval, design, tender, equipment instance, all should be in a time-bound manner. The project location is also an equally important point. It should be close proximity to the laboratory. They don't have to walk all the way. Public transport connectivity, access to libraries and research centers. These are the things which I thought I'll share. As far as the social impact, yes, the 43% is there, but I'm sure with adequate hostel facilities.
Yes, thank you so very much for those wonderful points. We're not able to hear you now, Professor Nayak. So we're not able to hear you now, Professor Nayak. So in the interest of time, if I'm...
Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so much. Now we have two interveners from My Bharat volunteers. So can I just one of you, if you could please come forward for your question, please.
Sure, ma'am. Shall I thank you, Dr. Sinha, and thank you to Ministry of Education for providing space for youth intervention alongside these distinguished academicians. From a student perspective, an area that could require further deliberation would be who exactly manages and governs these girls' hostels. Within Track A and Track B hostels, as suggested, there would be private and government stakeholders. So firstly, clarity to the public on who would be managing these institutions could go a great way in building trust. And this would have to be supplemented by adequate measures for not only monitoring, as has been already suggested by the esteemed panelists, but also accountability in the future. And considering that we have distinguished academicians here, an area that would benefit from further deliberation would be how faculty can further work towards building trust of parents and students within these institutions, which could be through regular periodic engagement with the students or with the boards governing these specific residential facilities. I believe these aspects, when further deliberated, could go a great way when operationalizing this policy announcement. That would be my contribution for further points of deliberation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much for keeping this so concise. And any other intervener who may want to come in very quickly? We only have a minute left.
Yes, this is Professor Manoj Kumar Srivastav from Bastar University. The Bastar is a region which is situated in southern part of Chhattisgarh, and just recently it is free from Naxalism with the help of the central government and the state government. And this is mostly a tribal dominated population area. More than 76% population is tribal populations. And we have 53 STEM colleges, and the STEM girls who are pursuing the academic programs in STEM subjects, it is 36%. The most of the places we have seen that the hostel facilities are available from the government of Chhattisgarh, and that hostel facilities are maintained by the Department of Tribal, and the facilities which are available. The problem that we are facing that we have a low accommodation capacity in these hostels, and the colleges in each districts are geographically dispersed. So distance barrier is a big problem between the hostels. It ranges 20 to 30 kilometers, and the hostel facilities which are available, they are available in the districts. So that is a big problem. So we recommend and we want that every college should be given funds and permission to construct and build their own hostels in their colleges, or the government, or we should select a cluster of colleges so that a hostel facility be available, so that the college girls then work longer hours in the laboratories and the libraries, and easily come down to the hostels, nearby hostels. So that is our recommendation. We understand. Thank you.
So very much. Thank you so much. I do understand, Dr. Sharmila, you wanted to come in very quickly for the last 1 minute.
Yeah.
Please share your thoughts.
Thank you very much. So I just thought, putting everything in perspective, along with the women's hostels that we have for STEM education, we need to arrange the policy activities or the policy guidelines under the categories of forward linkages and backward linkages. Backward linkages, how do you link them to the colleges? How do you support the girl students with more scholarships and grants? Government of India and the various state governments do provide various scholarships and grants. DST has WISE scheme and other schemes. DPT has schemes. State Science and Technology departments and higher education departments provide scholarships and grants. We have projects like STARS, which give special scholarships for women students pursuing higher education in science and technology. So along with this, the forward linkages, the connect with the labs, the connect with research parks, the connect with maker spaces, as some speakers were mentioning, the connect with nearby techno parks or IT parks, where during holidays or some other periods also, the participants, the lady students can, do high-end research also. And again, they connect with other science and research labs of, say, CSIR or institutions of national importance. So how does the hostel become a fulcrum which connects the student, connects the researcher with his or her institute and university, and with a center of excellence, a center of national importance. So, that environment also needs to be created, along with the brick and mortar structure, along with all the other security features and the supportive environment that we have been speaking about. So forward linkages, backward linkages, as with supportive scholarships and grants would go a long way in encouraging more young women to join the science and technology education, and to take it forward through higher end research, and to build up a career in science and technology. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. We have overshot, or at least, gone over our time now that I see it. Thank you so very much. I know maybe one or two more interveners are left. The other ministries are waiting for their session. So if there's nothing else compelling to say, any other intervener who hasn't spoken, who wants to say for a half a minute, quick half a minute.
डॉक्टर किशोर चावड़ा, वीर नंबर 7 डिवीजन श्री सूरत। जो हमारे
Yes.
जो भी पैनलिस्ट है, जो भी बताए वो सब सही है। सिर्फ मैं ही कहता हूँ कि छात्रालय के अंदर ये एआई आधारित जितनी भी है वो भी सभी टेक्नोलॉजी प्रयोगशाला में रखी जाए, और इसके साथ साथ जितने भी डेटा सेंटर है, जितना भी रिसर्च है, लाइब्रेरी है, काउंसलिंग सेंटर है और मेंटरशिप है, सभी चीज, और हॉस्पिटल का कोई भी है, इस तरह से सबको रखा जाए। और मेरे सभी पैनलिस्ट ने जो कहे वो सभी करेंगे। थैंक यू।
Thank you so very much. One more volunteer is here from My Bharat. Could you please come in as the last speaker for our session? Quickly, please. Intervener from My Bharat, volunteer, you haven't spoken as yet. One more of you. I think it's Pushpa, right? You haven't spoken. Okay. If that's okay, then we are going to close in that case. Thank you so very much. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Suchi Sinha, and all the distinguished panelists for that insightful discussion. I now invite Ms. Manmeet Kaur Nanda, Additional Secretary, Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, to moderate the discussion on Divyang Kaushal Yojana. Manmeet, ma'am, over to you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
I request the speakers and the intervener of the previous sessions, you can log out or you can mute yourself. Thank you.
Manmeet, ma'am, we'll request you to kindly check the audio. We're not getting the audio from the DPWD side. Could you please check the audio output from your side? We're getting your visual, not the audio, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Am I? Yeah, okay. Am I audible now? I'm sure there's an
Echoing, ma'am.
echo there.
Yeah, it's echoing, ma'am.
It says unmute yourself.
You have to unmute.
Am I audible now?
Testing.
Is it better?
Yes, we can hear
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Yes, yes.
Okay, great. I firstly apologies for all this mix-up. A very warm welcome to all our panelists and our interveners, and especially our audiences who have so patiently sat through the entire discussions. We are honored to be joined by our Honorable Minister of Social Justice and Social Justice and Empowerment, Mr. Birinder Singh. We also are joined by our Secretary, Ma'am, Ms. Vidyavati. Madam Richa Shankar, our DDG, and her entire skill team are here, waiting eagerly to listen to all our panelists and our stakeholders. Like our Honorable Prime Minister said, stakeholders की सोच बहुत अहम है. तो सभी को अभिनंदन और स्वागत. We are, as a department, extremely excited with the budget announcement because we feel that persons with disabilities face significant barriers in assessing skill development, employment, and sustainable livelihood opportunities. These challenges are even worse in rural districts due to limited access, lack of awareness, and inadequate availability of suitable courses, topped up with a very weak linkage with local employment and livelihood. While mainstreaming skilling initiatives have existed, their outcomes for our PWDs may be uneven, owing to a limited disability-specific adaptation, lack of reasonable accommodation, insufficient focus on long-term vocational engagements for persons with high support needs. With this introduction, I'm very happy to invite all our panelists and interveners. A quick round of introduction. We will start with Ms. Meera Shenoy from Youth for Jobs, followed by, we will love to hear Mr. Vineet Saraiwala from Atypical Advantage. Then on, we will move on to Aradhana ji, who is a big employer for persons with disabilities representing Lemon Tree Hotels. We will also be joined by Lieutenant Colonel Vikram Singh Bhati from the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. After that, everybody who's been to Mitti Cafe would listen to what Alina Alam would like to say. We are then going to move on to Mr. Ravindra Singh, the CEO of the Skill Council for PWDs. And then we will move on and listen to Chaitanya from Unikeep and Mr. Nagesh from the Trust for Retailers and Retail Association of India. We are also joined by our two My Bharat volunteers, Padma Priya and Mrityunjay Chakravarti. So over to you, Meera ji. We'd love to listen to you, love to keep you informed that you have about 5 minutes to make your comments, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mantri ji, Secretary Ma'am, Manmeet Ma'am. Thanks first of all for circulating a good concept note as a pre-read. As the Honorable Prime Minister said, what I'm going to say today is what is happening now in Youth for Jobs right across the country and what we plan to do for the next 3 years. So on a macro level, we find that for successful market-linked skilling, 5 factors are important. One is you need to have a deep understanding of community and a passion, understanding of markets, including the MSME. You have to have people with disabilities as colleagues. We have 35% of our 320 colleagues. Use tech for measurement and use tech for scale and impact. For us, it's Swarajability. Second, while we work with 18 disabilities, youth who register on Swarajability largely are locomotor, speech and hearing impaired, low vision, visually impaired. The rest, we work in smaller numbers. For example, we have a team in NIPID, Hyderabad, which works with a government team to support the trainings with placements. Third, not only do you require different approach for different disabilities, but for the grassroots, women with disabilities and educated disabled, you need a different approach. Last but not the least, you need research, especially now with the way the job sectors are changing in sectorial studies with partners. For example, we recently did one with Zoom on geek jobs. We did one with Nagesh on the retail sector. If you look at it operationally, all our skilling centers we plan to function as inclusive skilling and livelihood hubs. What does that mean? Besides having a classroom and a computer lab, we will add an assistive tech experience zone, and this we've already done in Hyderabad. What we find is that when companies come in, they play around, they understand, and this actually gives them more confidence that when you buy this assistive tech, the workplace productivity actually happens for youth with disabilities. And of course, youth with disabilities also play with it and understand. The other which we're going to add, and again, we've done it in Hyderabad as a beginning, is the UDID pathway with government benefits to provide support in documentation and application processes with tracking. So this makes our training center a completely holistic center from the youth perspective. If you look at the training center infrastructure, I'm not going to talk about the given, but one by one, we are converting all our classrooms to digital classrooms to support training delivery and integrating assistive tech wherever necessary. The other is that 3 months back, we've started that all youth who come to our training centers, and all our training centers are residential now, they have the option, depending on the assessment and aspiration, to either move into the wage employment path or the enterprise. So if you move into the wage employment path, then you have industry aligned skill training, which is mostly done with the support of companies, with guest lectures and employer interactions, orientation courses across many sectors, mainly in the service sector, manufacturing, including new ones like pet grooming, which is becoming a very large industry now, soft skills and workplace readiness, digital literacy, financial literacy, understanding of basic AI tools is something which we've added. Volunteers do our mock interviews and job readiness extremely well. Job placement gets done mainly through Swarajability, our IT platform. And employer engagement is enhanced with a range of customized services. There's a drop-down menu where they opt for it, and youth with disabilities participate in it, interact with the companies to show their ability and disability. In many cases, we've requested the company to measure the impact, and this clearly shows wherever they have agreed to do so, that there's a business in hiring youth with disability. There's a post-placement support for 6 to 12 months, and third-party studies are done to critically look at your work so that you can put the changes and improve your trainings continuously. For those who go by the entrepreneurship pathway, we have business and financial skills, use of social media, and they use this so well. Enterprise is chosen depending on the local market assessment. If it's a textile hub, if it's a poultry, for example, exposure to successful entrepreneurs with disabilities, linkages to seed capital, and there we work with some of the banks and other private players, and mentoring and tracking by the local team at least for 1 year. And we find that the default rate is just 1%, and mostly it's for genuine causes. For educated youth, what really works well for us is the banking and financial academy, which we have. We also have the IT academy and the finishing school. And besides, we do these pop-up programs, for example, based on what the company's job profile is. Recently, we did one for engineers with disability, which worked well, graphic designers, tour guides for hospitality, and all these are basically pop-ups. Then gender with disability, the Honorable Prime Minister spoke about the importance of gender. And these intersectional issues are highly neglected and need a focus. So our learnings from working with about 1 lakh SHGs in partnership with the government and working in Gujarat clearly shows that women's attitude to women with disabilities prevent them from joining SHGs and getting entitlements. And exploitation is also very high. So we've developed now a gender with disability kit. What it has is, it has a community developed with the community, a behavioral change content, which will be developed, which will be delivered by the community resource persons, counseling, and the livelihood manuals we are tweaking to make sure that the gender perspective gets into that. Tech for impact is the role of Swarajability. This is a backbone of all our work. Swarajability is our AI-triggered livelihood platform. We have currently about 350,000 youth with disabilities registered on it, 160,000 job profiles, 3,352 companies. What it helps us is to do youth profiling, skill gap analysis, job matching, employer engagement. But more importantly, what we find nowadays is that what it helps us is to put new products which are important for the youth and for companies. For example, last month we released an accessible learning management system, and this companies who have hired youth with disabilities who want to train them can use it, and the youth, of course, can use it. The second, which we have just not yet launched, is a digital showcase of AT-AD, where we put about 600 AT-AD products on it. And this again is to expand the market of AT and AD, because on Swarajability, you have both companies and you have youth with disabilities on it, and both of them are the market for this. So this is our tech system, part of our tech system for change. But I think most important for Bharat, which I've kept for last, is our grassroots program, which is local jobs and local enterprise. 2.5 years back, we started this program where youth with disabilities are the change makers themselves in the community. They're called Divyang Mitra. And this has got it's a tremendous pull program, which is so fascinating to see. In fact, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra has asked us to work in 9 districts basis on this. So 2.5 learning, understanding the challenges, what we did was we developed the Y4J AI Easy app. Easy is an acronym for Employment Accessibility Skilling Youth. And this is for the grassroots. What it does is it digitizes and automates PWD data capture, MSME demand aggregation, job matching, and structured ongoing communication. So the outcome will be actually, it will transform the placement operations into a completely scalable, data-driven ecosystem for the last mile. And I think this actually, apps like this are the need for Bharat. Of course, it is an accessible one because our primary usage will be from the grassroots, our Divyang Mitra. They are very, very excited. We just showed them 2 days back the app, and now they'll play with it, use it, and we'll tweak it. What would the government support be useful for us? One is for the training centers. If there's infrastructure available, that would be great. Second is seed money for enterprises. Though we get it from others, I think the government has entitlements for that. If we can get it, that would be great. And the third is if skilling can be broadened to talent. For example, we do photography and we find the kind of motivation it gives the youth who are photographers. So if the skilling can be broadened to creative areas like what IIT Hyderabad Professor Murthy said, I think that would be really useful because a lot of our youth have special talent which currently doesn't get honed into the programs. So thank you so much for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you, Meera. That was indeed very, very educative, I must say. It is a great honor. We have been joined by the Honorable Minister for Social Justice and Empowerment, Mr. Virender Singh. सर आप कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे सर? Okay, thank you. So Mira, what I could see that nothing about us without us. That is why the importance of your community resource person. That is why a larger percentage of PWD employees to be there. And of course, attitudinal change, very, very important, both by the trainee, the trainee's family, the entrepreneurs, the industry who wants to have those PWDs employed there. And very, very important is to use of tech, how to reach the maximum number of people and for outreach. Thank you so much. We move on and we would like to now speak and hear Vineet Saraiwala from Atypical Advantage. Vineet, the floor is yours.
No, thank you, ma'am, for this opportunity. Thank you to the Honorable Minister. Ministry of Social Justice is doing an incredible work. In fact, last week, the Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated the first semiconductor plant of India in Micron in Sanand in Gujarat. And you'll be amazed that we have people with disabilities as technical associates working there. So again, if we could also integrate people with disabilities in new technology and new age areas, could be semiconductor, AI, chip making, because again, from the Sector Skill Council, we have only certain trades which there are people with disabilities are eligible, but people with disabilities can actually do technical roles. So if all the ITIs and the technical institutes in our country could focus on that. For example, we have a strong reservation for IITs and IIMs in our country, but those reservations itself don't get filled. So the idea is, again, there are many examples of people with disabilities doing finance, HR, technical stuff. The idea is to get more and more people with disabilities into the skilling landscape and probably open it up to more people with disabilities from a skilling landscape, which is not happening. And again, state governments and the union government can work towards probably a faster resolution there. The second piece, which earlier speakers have already mentioned about, is women in STEM. So if you look at people with disabilities, they are not coming up into STEM education. And there is something, we need to think about early education. And right now with technology and AI coming up, it's easily blind people and even all other disabilities can access science and mathematics. I personally have done that and I'm 100% blind. So it's not like, possible that they can't do this. So the focus has to be on STEM education. We have seen that again, a couple of state governments don't prioritize mathematics and science for people with disabilities across our special schools, where they are moved into arts and compulsorily. So I think that needs to be relooked in general. So I'm very hopeful that, science and mathematics would be actively pursued by people with disabilities. And again, looking at that reservation that needs to get filled up. Professor from IIT Guwahati actually mentioned on how the focus was on women, and the 10% women who get into IITs have now become 20%. If we can do something similar for people with disability, so that they also get the benefit of the reservation and enter technical trades, we need to again think on how we can make that change happen. The third thing is again closely focusing on some of the people with blindness actually writing their own exams on the computer. So definitely, we should push this hard, so that they are independent from the beginning itself by using technology. And same way for deaf people, I believe that they need to be taught very strong written English communication skills. We are doing a couple of programs to teach them English. Similarly, that is how we are working with close to 15 manufacturing plants where people with disabilities are working across different technical roles. So definitely that is possible. So if we try to look at early education, use technology there, then we move on to skilling, which is again getting some of the technical trades infra in place. Then we move on to colleges, and if we can move the reservation piece and focus on actively seeing how we can get more people with disabilities into the premium institutes, and then again, looking at jobs. Another piece which we obviously need to factor in is for the creative people with disabilities, could be performing arts and visual arts, because a lot of people with disabilities would like work from home opportunities, and gig work is, I think, one of the best ways. And we are actually experimenting with a lot of people with disabilities working from home and getting performing artists like singers, dancers, getting shows who are people with disability. Same way artworks, and same way some freelancing assignments, because for whatever reason they are not able to go out of the house. So this also needs to be factored in. But I think let's dream of widening this net, of looking at people with disabilities across all industry areas, all different roles. There was a point when women were not allowed to work in blast furnaces or defense or flying or air force. All of this has changed for women. Let's also change this for people with disabilities. Yeah, thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you, Vineet. Very positive comments from you. And I think you closed the circle very well. And you said that consider that your next chip is made by a PWD tech person in a factory floor. Indeed, is very, very encouraging. And you said that to reach that point, we need to ensure that STEM education has reservation for people with disabilities. It should also promote and encourage more and more students. And with that, we come to the issue of accessible education materials to be available, and to be ensuring that skilling does not get related to only a few areas, but we expand it to technology, to different trades, creative arts, and of course, look at aspects of skilling where people can be employed from home and freelancing. Thank you so much. A very different perspective indeed we got to hear. Let's move on to our next panelist, Ms. Aradhana Lal from Lemon Tree. Aradhana, over to you, please.
Thanks a lot, Manmeet, and I want to thank the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment for this opportunity. I've been listening in since 10 a.m. this morning, and I find everything so motivating and so deeply future focused. It's wonderful. अब मैं एक चीज करूंगी, मैं थोड़ा इंग्लिश में बात करूंगी, little bit in English, little bit in Hindi, just to keep this conversation accessible to all. So I take care of sustainability and ESG at Lemon Tree Hotels. हम लोग पिछले 19 साल से people with disability को hire कर रहे हैं. They are all in our main departments. आप उनको देख सकते हैं front office में, food and beverage service में, kitchen में, housekeeping में, engineering, HR, they are in every department, finance, everywhere. ये जो हमने एक इंक्लूसिव कल्चर बिल्ड किया है लेमन ट्री में, इसको हमें लगे हैं 19 साल, और जहां हम आज पहुंचे हैं करीबन 20%, 20% of our employees are either a person with disability or a person from an economically or socially marginalized background. अब आप सोचिए हम क्या बोल रहे हैं, 20% मतलब हर 100 में से 20, एक 1/5 basically. And this is a very unusual number. आप इंडस्ट्री में ऐसा नंबर होटल और टूरिज्म में तो देखेंगे ही नहीं. जरूर सारे कंपनीज अब हायरिंग कर रहे हैं, बट नंबर्स आर स्मॉलर. आप होटल और टूरिज्म के बाहर भी जाएंगे तो दूसरे इंडस्ट्रीज में भी इतना बड़ा नंबर नहीं देखेंगे. और इसका एक कारण है. कारण ये है that we have actually built it into our business model. हमारे डीएनए के अंदर है, हमारे कल्चर के अंदर ये है. और ये एक दिन की बात नहीं होती है, ये सालों साल लगते हैं इस कल्चर को बिल्ड करने के लिए. और बहुत जरूरी इस कल्चर को बनाने के लिए पार्टनर्स चाहिए. मेरे पहले जो 2 स्पीकर्स थे, मीरा जी और एटिपिकल एडवांटेज, आप दोनों ने हमको all along सिखाया है, समझाया है, पार्टनर किया है. And we've been able to understand how to skill people with disability, how to train them, and how to have them join our company. So it's really a fabulous situation. I want to tell you जो हमारे disabilities हैं हमारे company में, this includes deaf or speech and hearing impaired, people with physical handicap, it could be partial or it could be a wheelchair user, people with low vision, people who are acid survivors. Then we moved into the intellectual and developmental disability space. So we have people with Down syndrome, those who are slow learners or have mild MR, autism, specific learning disability and more. Now, हर बार जब हम एक डिसेबिलिटी लाते हैं, हमें उसके बारे में सीखना पड़ता है, समझना पड़ता है, और उनके लिए एक स्पेसिफिक टेलर मेड ट्रेनिंग रेडी करनी पड़ती है. ट्रेनिंग तो सेम है, हमारा हाउसकीपिंग डिपार्टमेंट या फूड एंड बेवरेज डिपार्टमेंट या फ्रंट ऑफिस डिपार्टमेंट, बट ट्रेनिंग करने का तरीका, का सिस्टम, का स्टाइल बदलना पड़ेगा डिपेंडिंग ऑन द डिसेबिलिटी. एंड दिस हैज बीन अ ग्रेट लर्निंग फॉर लेमन ट्री एंड ऑल ऑफ अस हियर. I want to share just one slide because we've actually developed a business model or a inclusion model, I would call it, जिसमें हमारे 7 pillars हैं. I hope it's a single slide that I'll talk through. It'll just take me 2-3 minutes. You're able to see a single slide right now?
Yes.
Super. So this is the advice that we give to other employers. जो हमारे एनजीओ पार्टनर्स हैं, ये इस जर्नी में हमारे साथ चलते हैं, बट ये मॉडल यूजफुल रहेगा फॉर अनदर इंक्लूसिव एम्प्लॉयर और somebody who's trying to become inclusive. There are 7 steps. सबसे पहले जो विजन है इंक्लूजन की और टू हायर पीपल विद डिसेबिलिटी, ये हमारे कंपनी के सबसे टॉप लेवल से आनी चाहिए. सो whichever company is considering inclusion, it should come from the chairman and managing director or the CEO or the president or the country head. It depends on your company. और इसको कैस्केड करना पड़ेगा कंपनी के अंदर टू ऑल दी हेड्स ऑफ द डिफरेंट ऑपरेशंस एंड फंक्शंस. ये सिर्फ एचआर का काम नहीं है, ये सिर्फ मेरा काम नहीं है. Everybody who's operating in the company, whether you are the operations team, the food and beverage team, the housekeeping team, finance team, sales team, marketing team, it doesn't matter. You have to understand this business model and the reason that we're doing it, and you have to believe in it. तभी ये पूरे कंपनी में अच्छी तरह स्प्रेड हो सकता है. The second aspect is that you need to have a dedicated resource. Any company who wants to go for inclusion, उनको एक resource fix करना पड़ेगा जिसके goals और जिसके KRAs, key result areas, inclusion के आस-पास बने हुए हैं. So that role is mine in our company. The third pillar is sensitization. जो हमारे 2 colleagues ने बोला, Youth for Jobs and Atypical Advantage, that they do a lot of awareness building and they do a lot of so I would call it training in some sense, which is sensitization of people without disability. That if you are going to bring people with disability into your organization, उनके साथ किस तरह काम करना है, किस तरह interact करना है और किस तरह सबसे जरूरी उनको ट्रेन करना है. बिकॉज इफ वी डोंट ट्रेन देम इन द वे दैट दे अंडरस्टैंड, वो कैसे अपना काम सीखेंगे? अगर वो काम नहीं सीखेंगे तो काम करेंगे कैसे? अगर वो काम नहीं करेंगे, उसके टीम मेंबर्स उनको रिजेक्ट कर देंगे और कस्टमर्स को भी मुश्किल होगी. मतलब एवरीथिंग कैन फेल इफ आवर ट्रेनिंग फेल्स. So very important that we get the training right. So sensitization is the first step in that process. The fourth pillar is around job mapping. Job mapping means हर एक रोल के लिए हम disability by disability check करते हैं with the help of the NGO partner कि can the person perform this task despite the disability. मतलब वो disability उस टास्क को निभाने में आड़े नहीं आएगा. Basically, that's what we want to see. So we will do it for deaf separately, physical handicap separately, autism separately, and so on. And we will do this for every role. So again, front office, housekeeping, food and beverage, and so on. So you literally have to make a map of disability by disability and role by role to see कौन सा suitable रहेगा. Naturally, person based भी होता है ये, because some people have a better skill at say something on a computer. Somebody has a better skill at cooking. All that we will take into account. But broadly speaking, for each disability, we need to know कि कौन सा role बहुत ज़्यादा suitable होगा. The fifth is obvious. मैंने कितनी बार NGO partner बोल दिया है, पार्टनरशिप के बिना ये काम नहीं हो सकता. Sixth is this, which is a very important one. जब भी किसी कंपनी को inclusive बनना है, don't try to say from tomorrow I'll hire 100 people, 200 people. It's too big a goal. पहले आप कुछ traineeships रन कीजिए, कुछ pilots रन कीजिए, समझिए उस disability को, problems को समझिए, and then monitor and review it. जब वो अच्छी तरह काम करेगा, then you go to step number 7, which is called scaling up. I just wanted to share this model. It makes it easier. If there are any other questions later, we can address it. And thank you for my time. It's just about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Aratna. And thank you for your patience and thank you for your perfect time management. So what I take away from you are, I couldn't match up to your speed, so I don't have 7 steps, but I manage 5 Ps. A company needs to have passion, for employing persons with disabilities, and that comes from the DNA, the culture of the organization, and the vision upward, up and top down. It requires perseverance, 19 years, like you said. It requires to look at possibilities of where all we can put them and what fits them best, to look at their potential, because they are people with diverse potential advantages, which we need to harness and then map it with the jobs and do a pilot before we see progress, like we have seen at Lemon Tree. And next time, जब हम Lemon Tree Hotel जाएं, जरूर याद रखिएगा कि शायद आपका वो कमरा किसी PWD ने तैयार किया हो और आपका वो बिल भी किसी PWD एम्प्लॉय बना रहा है और पूरी सक्षमता से. Thank you. We move on to our next speaker. I invite Lieutenant Colonel Vikram Singh Bhatti, Director, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, please. We will wait for Lieutenant Colonel to join back. I think he's still not there. We'll move on to our next speaker. Let's hear Alina Alam from Mitti Cafe. Alina, can you hear me?
Yes, very much.
Great. Over to you.
Fantastic. Firstly, thank you very much to Honorable Minister, sir, for the incredible work that you've been rendering over the years. And Secretary ma'am, thank you for the leadership that you've garnered to the industry, and to all other panelists here who've been doing incredible work in the field of disability inclusion and our allies in the true sense. I'll just quickly start by sharing my screen, if that's okay.
Please go ahead.
Yes. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Fantastic, fantastic. So I'll quickly start. So I started Mitti Cafe while in college with the dream of showing the world the magic of abilities. मैंने उस सपने के साथ शुरुआत की थी जिसमें दुनिया लोगों की काबिलियत और सिर्फ काबिलियत पर गौर करे. हमारा पहला जो कैफे था वो एक छोटा सा टेबल और एक छतरी था. आई स्टार्टेड मिट्टी विद जीरो स्टार्टअप कैपिटल, 1 रुपया नहीं था, मल्टीपल रिजेक्शंस. मुझे कैपेक्स एंड ऑपेक्स क्या है वो भी नहीं पता था. सो व्हेन वी डिडंट हैव रिसोर्सेज, आज जो हमारे ये जो इनक्रेडिबल जो योजना जब हम रेट्रोस्पेक्ट कर रहे थे, आई थिंक द फोकस ऑफ द योजना इज द कम्युनिटी. तो जब हमारे पास कुछ नहीं था, आई वेंट फ्रॉम डोर टू डोर, हाउस टू हाउस, शॉप टू शॉप, घर घर गए, दुकान दुकान गए, ये बोल के कि मिट्टी कैफे सिर्फ एक किसी इंसान का नहीं है, वो पूरे कम्युनिटी का है. तो पैसे तो नहीं मांगे थे, बट राइट फ्रॉम द स्पून, सेकंड हैंड ओवन, सेकंड हैंड फ्रिज, टिश्यू पेपर्स वर ऑल डोनेटेड बाय पीपल आई डिडंट नो. कम्युनिटी ने हमें पहला कैफे शुरुआत करने में पूरी सहायता की. जो हमारा पहला कैफे था वो एक छोटा सा टेबल और एक छतरी था. हमारा जो पहली एम्प्लॉय थी इंटरव्यू, बिकॉज उसकी जो फैमिली कुड नॉट अफोर्ड अ व्हील चेयर. आज वही लड़की अपने व्हील चेयर पर बैठ के 10 और लोगों को संभालती है. शी इज द मैनेजर फॉर नॉट जस्ट वन, शी इज द मैनेजर फॉर 5 ऑफ आवर मिट्टी कैफेज. वो सिंगल हैंडेडली ये लड़की संभालती है. क्लास 5 ड्रॉप आउट है, हाथ के बल चलकर आई थी. एज आई टॉक टू यू, वो छोटे से टेबल और एक छतरी से आज मिट्टी कैफे विश्व का लार्जेस्ट चेन ऑफ कैफेज है. जिन्हें जो चलाते हैं वो हमारे साथी दिव्यांगजन साथी हैं, जिनको आइदर फिजिकल, इंटेलेक्चुअल या साइकेट्रिक डिसेबिलिटीज है. और मिट्टी कैफे का 2 बहुत सिंपल उद्देश्य है. एक है कि मनी शुड एंटर द अकाउंट्स ऑफ आवर टीम मेंबर्स विद डिसेबिलिटी सस्टेनेबली, वो होना चाहिए. लेकिन उससे भी बड़ा उद्देश्य है, बिकॉज हमें पता है आज हम शायद 70 से ऊपर कैफेज है, कल 100 हो जाएंगे, 1000 लोगों को एम्प्लॉय करेंगे, 50,000 को ट्रेन करेंगे, लेकिन उससे हम लोग वो नीडल को नहीं मूव कर रहे हैं. बिकॉज ओवर 7 करोड़ पीपल हैव डिसेबिलिटीज इन इंडिया एंड ओवर 1 बिलियन पीपल विद डिसेबिलिटीज एग्जिस्ट अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड. लेकिन दिक्कत ये नहीं है कि लोगों को डिसेबिलिटी है, दिक्कत ये है लोगों की सोच की डिसेबिलिटी को, जो हमें बदलना है. सो विद ईच एंड एवरी मील और बेवरेज दैट आवर टीम मेंबर्स सर्व, हमारे टीम मेंबर्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज आज हर एक कैफे में, वो कॉर्पोरेट्स के अंदर, कॉलेजेस के अंदर, अस्पतालों के अंदर, एयरपोर्ट्स के अंदर, राष्ट्रपति भवन के अंदर, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के अंदर, हाई कोर्ट्स के अंदर, जो आज मिट्टी कैफे प्रेजेंट है, हमारे टीम मेंबर्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज जो हमारे चेंज मेकर्स हैं, उन्होंने 2 करोड़ टाइम्स से भी ज़्यादा सर्व किया है, 2 करोड़ टाइम से भी ज़्यादा उन्होंने जागरूकता क्रिएट किया है अबाउट द कॉज ऑफ इंक्लूजन, जहाँ पर पावर उनके हाथ में है। हमारी मिट्टी कैफ़े में ये बोलते हुए हमें गर्व हो रहा है कि अपार्ट फ्रॉम मिट्टी कैफ़ेज़ दैट वी रन, हमारा एक बहुत इनक्रेडिबल इनिशिएटिव है मिट्टी करुणा मील्स, जहाँ पर ऐसे लोग जिन्हें लगता है कि वो मिट्टी कैफ़े नहीं आ सकते, हमारे दिव्यांगजन साथी, उन लोग हर हफ्ते उन लोग के पास जाते हैं ये कंसेप्शन बदलने कि मिट्टी कैफ़े बिलोंग्स टू एवरीवन। सो हमारी टीम मेंबर्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ ने आज तक 80 लाख से भी ज़्यादा मील्स सर्व किया है, thereby changing the paradigm that persons with disabilities given the right kind of support can not just support themselves but उन लोग पूरे नेशन को, वर्ल्ड को सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं। मिट्टी कैफ़ेज़ एयरपोर्ट्स में है, ये हमारे मुंबई एयरपोर्ट में है, मल्टीपल अदर कैफ़ेज़ जो हमारे हैं, एंड उसके अलावा मिट्टी कैफ़े सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ इंडिया में भी है। मिट्टी कैफ़े राष्ट्रपति भवन में है, जहाँ ये पिक्चर अगर आप देखेंगे यू कैन सी द ऑनरेबल प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया इनॉग्रेटेड मिट्टी कैफ़े एट द राष्ट्रपति भवन। लेकिन ये पिक्चर में आपको हम ये भी बताना चाहते हैं कि कॉर्नर राइट में अगर आप देखें तो हमारी प्रिय जो राष्ट्रपति मैम है, वो उनका जन्मदिन था जिस दिन उन्होंने ये स्थान किया कि वो मिट्टी कैफ़े का उद्घाटन करेंगी। एंड नॉट ओनली, ये जो 2 डबल डेकर केक आप जो सामने देख रहे हैं, दिस इज बीन मेड बाय आवर टीम मेंबर्स विद इंटेलेक्चुअल डिसेबिलिटीज एंड देयर मदर्स, जो उन्होंने बनाया था राष्ट्रपति मैम को सरप्राइज करने के लिए। नॉट ओनली डिड द ऑनरेबल प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया come and cut the cake, she asked for 40 spoons to feed every one of our team members with disabilities. Such is the power of leadership. एक simple सा act of kindness के जरिए उन्होंने millions of लोगों को बता दिया what is possible, you know, what inclusion is in doing. We've also had the Honorable Defense Minister of India inaugurating one of our mitti cafes. We've had the Honorable Prime Minister of India, जब नवी मुंबई एयरपोर्ट का inauguration हुआ था, वो मिट्टी कैफे आए। While आप Honorable Prime Minister of India को यहाँ देख सकते हैं, एक जो लड़की हमारे यहाँ जो वर्क करती है, उनको इंटेलेक्चुअल डिसेबिलिटी है, उनका नाम है प्राची। वो नॉन वर्बल है क्योंकि सारी डिसेबिलिटीज विजिबल नहीं होते हैं, देयर आर हिडन डिसेबिलिटीज आल्सो। सो प्राची नॉन वर्बल है। उनकी जो माँ है वो सिंगल मदर है, उनके जो हस्बैंड ने उन्हें छोड़ दिया था जब प्राची वाज बॉर्न बिकॉज शी हैड अ डिसेबिलिटी, तो उन्होंने अकेले उसको रेज किया है। सालों साल लग गए फॉर हर टू मेक हर डॉटर से कि आपका नाम क्या है, एंड उनकी बेटी बोलेगी मेरा नाम प्राची है, कभी कभार नहीं भी बोलेगी बिकॉज शी इज नॉन वर्बल। तो जब प्रधानमंत्री आए, प्रधानमंत्री ने पहले प्राची से ही शुरू किया। उन्होंने पूछा आपका नाम क्या है, 30 सेकेंड्स प्राची ने कुछ बोला ही नहीं, प्रधानमंत्री भी उधर रुके रहे, everyone, all the ministers were standing there, everybody gave Prachi that moment to say, मुझे लग रहा था शायद प्राची इस बार नहीं बोल पाए, which is fine, and जब हम बोलने गए प्रधानमंत्री जी को कि वो नॉन वर्बल है, वो शायद नहीं बोल सकती, तब प्राची ने बोला मैं प्राची हूँ। उसकी मम्मी ने मुझे फ़ोन किया उसके बाद और वो बोली कि उनके कोई रिश्तेदार या उनके जितने भी कम्युनिटी में से कोई उनको इनवाइट नहीं करता था बिकॉज उनको शर्म आता था क्योंकि प्राची उनकी बेटी है। उन्होंने ये भी बोला कि आज मेरी बेटी नॉन वर्बल है तो कि सबको लगता है कि वो मतलब उनसे मतलब वो शायद अगर हम कुछ बोले तो दिल से सुन भी नहीं पाएगी। तो आज उन्होंने मुझे बोला कि ठीक है कोई बात नहीं, वाइल पूरे दुनिया ने प्राची से बात नहीं किया, लेकिन आज प्रधानमंत्री जी प्राची से बात किए। एंड आई थिंक लीडरशिप लेसन्स लाइक दीज जो डेमोन्स्ट्रेटेबल है, रियली प्रेजेंट अ वे फॉर द वर्ल्ड टू सी, जो हम लोग का कम्युनिटी का पावर है, बिकॉज वी फील दैट द कम्युनिटी हैज़ द पावर टू बिकम अ चेंज मेकर। आप एवरी टाइम यू वॉक इन टू अ मिट्टी कैफे एंड यू वॉक आउट, यू आर अ चेंज्ड पर्सन बिकॉज आपका डिसेबिलिटी, जो सोच का डिसेबिलिटी है वो बदल रहा है। यू आर एबल टू क्रिएट अपॉर्चुनिटीज फॉर मोर पीपल विद डिसेबिलिटीज इन दैट फ्रंट। ये भी बोलना मेरे लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हमारा जो मिट्टी कैफे ये कैफे नहीं है, इट इज़ अ मूवमेंट। हम लोग हर एक जगह जहाँ जाते हैं, वेदर इट इज़ एन एयरपोर्ट, वेदर इट्स अ कॉर्पोरेट, इन्फोसिस, विप्रो, एक्सेंचर, वेल्स फार्गो, जहाँ पर भी हम हैं, कॉलेजेस में जाते हैं, अस्पतालों में मिट्टी कैफे खोलते हैं। मिट्टी कैफे खोलना तो एक जरिया है, वी जस्ट गो टू स्टार्ट इट, लेकिन हमारा एक्चुअल उद्देश्य है कि हर एक जगह जहाँ पर हम लोग मिट्टी कैफे खोलेंगे, हमारा चीट कोड ये है कि अपार्ट फ्रॉम अस जितने भी वेंडर्स होंगे हमारे आजू बाजू, वो एक KFC हुआ, हट्टी काफी हुआ, जो भी हुआ, दे विल ऑल्सो स्टार्ट हायरिंग पीपल विद डिसेबिलिटीज। हम लोग हर एयरपोर्ट में जहाँ पर गए हैं, दे हैव हायर्ड एडिशनल पीपल विद डिसेबिलिटीज। हम लोग हर कॉर्पोरेट में गए हैं, दे हैव हायर्ड एडिशनल पीपल विद डिसेबिलिटीज। While I say this, हम मिट्टी कैफे अभी बहुत सारे डिफेंस एरियाज में भी शुरू कर रहे हैं, इनसाइड आर्मी स्पेसेस, इनसाइड नेवी स्पेसेस। ये हमारे एयरफोर्स मिट्टी कैफे एयरफोर्स जालाहल्ली के अंदर हमने शुरुआत की, जहाँ पर आशा स्कूल्स प्रेजेंट है ऑफ आर्मी नेवी एंड एयरफोर्स पर्सनल, उनके बच्चों के लिए। सो व्हेन दे ग्रो अप, उनको ये मतलब उनको ये टेंशन रहता है दैट व्हाट डू दे डू, एंड दैट्स व्हेन मिट्टी कैफे कम्स इन, व्हिच इज बीन रन बाय देयर चिल्ड्रन who then become adults and army veterans and Air Force veterans. Lastly, I think while हमारी शुरुआत हुई थी एक कीर्ति के साथ, the vision is to reach out to the billionth कीर्ति across the world, जिसके लिए economic independence and dignity reality नहीं है। मैंने योजना मैंने बजट देखा, योजना के बारे में पढ़ा, और बस यही बोलना चाहते हैं कि सब कुछ बहुत बढ़िया लिखा हुआ है, लेकिन इम्प्लीमेंटेशन लेवल में ही बहुत बार चूक खा जाते हैं। लेकिन दैट विल नॉट हैपन व्हेन वी गिव द पावर टू द पीपल, टू द कम्युनिटी टू चूज। जब हम लोग इंक्लूजन बोलते हैं ना, वो एक्ट्स ऑफ काइंडनेसेस में अगर हम लोग सिंप्लीफाई कर दे, देन द वर्ल्ड विल नो देयर पावर टू ब्रिंग अबाउट अ डिफरेंस। अगर हम कोई कॉर्पोरेट को बोल रहे हैं योजना, ये डायरेक्ट कर रहे हैं कि आपको ये बिजनेस देना है टू पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज, रूरल एरियाज से, SAG से आप बाय करें, बट व्हाई नॉट इंसेंटिवाइज देम? क्यों हम लोग उनसे एक फेवर मांगे? लेट अस क्रिएट एन अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर देम कि अगर आप पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज को एंगेज करते हो, अगर आप बिजनेस देते हो, तो आपके लिए ये फायदा है। आई थिंक आई विल एंड विद दिस एंड थैंक यू सो मच। लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू लिसनिंग टू एवरीवन एल्स। लेट्स स्टॉप शेयरिंग माय स्क्रीन।
थैंक यू अलीना, इट्स सो इंस्पिरेशनल। और आपने सही बोला कि मिट्टी कैफे एक कॉफी शॉप नहीं है, एक सोच है, एक मूवमेंट है। और मिट्टी की जो खुशबू आप फैला रही हैं, वो असल में डिग्निटी और इंक्लूजन की खुशबू है। सो इट्स हैप्पी टू नो व्हाट यू हैव डन, हाउ विद लिटिल एक्ट ऑफ काइंडनेस, सिंपैथी एंड राइट अपॉर्चुनिटी, हम कैसे जब एक सही मौका देते हैं तो पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी ना केवल काम कर सकते हैं, लेकिन आगे बढ़कर दूसरों को भी सहायता दे सकते हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच। We move on to our next speaker. I now call upon Mr. Ravinder Singh, the CEO of the Skill Council for PWDs.
Thank you, Manmeet ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody. Hearing Aradhana ji, Meera ji, Alina and Vineet, the passion, the commitment is so infectious, and the work that they are doing forms the basis of the council being formed and working towards the skilling initiatives. While diversity and inclusion is core to Sabka Sath, Sabka Vikas, finding jobs for Divyang is only diversity. Enabling them to excel in the job, contribute meaningfully to the mainstream economy, and lead our life of dignity is core to the creation of Atmanirbhar Divyang, and that actually is inclusion. The ways and methodologies that have been created by each of the stakeholders in identifying job roles, creating processes and methodologies for skilling people is what the council works towards aligning on a common platform. Skill development is a joint responsibility of government and industry. While government formulates policies and lays down the guidelines, it is the industry's role to help identify the job roles where the employment can be found for persons with different kinds of disabilities, nurture them, help them grow in those jobs. So giving employment and also supporting the skilling initiatives of the government through their CSR and through on-the-job trainings, which form a very critical part of building the proficiency in the workforce, is the key role of the industry. While India has made notable strides in promoting skill development amongst various underserved groups, inclusion of persons with disability in mainstream skilling and employment still remains uneven and inadequate. As Alina ji was mentioning, there are over 7 crore differently abled population in the country. It's a very conservative number. The number can be much, much larger than that. And 70% of this diaspora is in the rural areas. Many of us are not able to reach out to them. With that as a focus, Skill Council for Persons with Disability for the first time is initiating a pan-India skill gap study. This has been done with the support of Ministry of Social Justice as well as Ministry of Skill Development. We have been able to find co-funding from the industry now, which is a very, very good initiative by the industry itself. Dr. Reddy's Foundation is supporting this. What we are working on is that we go out and understand across the geographies. We go to the rural areas, we go to urban districts, rural districts, districts which are aspirational, with districts which are left-wing affected. Understand the aspiration of the diaspora there. Understand the challenges that they are facing, identify the opportunities, and then create a roadmap as to how do we address the skilling initiative for people there so that they're able to find employment locally through wage employment as well as self-employment. While working on these skilling initiatives, we have created job roles and qualifications across 27 industry sectors. Some of the sectors which are still pending is more safety and security sensitive, but I'm sure we'll be able to break through there also. And large number of industries are becoming pilots in terms of initiative. We started with Lemon Tree as one of the first hotels in the hospitality sector hiring differently able individuals. Today, it's the norm for most of the large hotel chains that you're looking at, the large Horeca institutions that you're looking at. Same thing is when you go into the retail sector, you look at IT sector. AVGC is a focus area for the council that we are going to work on. Food and beverage services, not only in the large establishment, but across the gig economy that is there, is also where the council is working on. So with that, I'd like to hand over the mic back to ma'am. My 3 minutes are up. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ravinder ji, for your very crisp comments. Indeed, skilling for PWDs need to move beyond conventional industry and should be outcome oriented, and a lot of sharp industry linked skilling training. I think that is what the need of the hour is. With these comments, we move on to our next speaker. I would now like to invite Chaitanya from Uniki to give his comments, please.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thanks for the opportunity, madam. Mantri ji, namaste. Uniki as an organization looks at the entire life cycle of a deaf person, identifies all the accessibility challenges that they have, and tries to provide solutions through sign language. Now, my understanding of this webinar is specific to this new scheme that has been rolled out, and how do we execute it, and what do we do in the next 5 years to make it have a large scale impact. But even before we try and share our recommendations of how to execute and what to do, I think we need to ask the question of why we need to do this, right? In primarily making skilling and livelihood opportunities accessible for the deaf community or persons with disabilities. In my understanding, in this scheme, there are 4 stakeholders involved. One is the department itself. 2 are the companies who are hiring persons with disabilities. 3, candidates who get skilled and placed into various organizations or pick up freelance jobs. And 4th, the implementation partners who actually connect the scheme and execute it on ground. So if we start answering the why for all these 4 stakeholders, my understanding is the department needs to be confident that this scheme is actually going and reaching the final beneficiaries the way it is intended to and is sustainable in terms of impact. 2, for the hiring companies, they need to see business sense in hiring persons with disabilities and in terms of attrition or cost of hiring or long-term sustainability, rather than look at it as a CSR initiative to just accommodate a few persons with disabilities. For the candidates, right, obviously financial independence is the primary reason why they want to join any of these skilling programs, but it also needs to be linked to what they aspire to be and not limit them to roles where there are just 5 roles and force fit them into all these roles. So we have to link aspirations as well as financial independence. And finally, for the implementation partners, the teams like Uniki or anybody who is executing this needs to have the flexibility and transparency to be able to change the processes and systems to create as much as possible scalable, sustainable impact. Now, if we address these four whys and try and do this in a measurable, trackable, transparent, and flexible manner, I'm confident that this scheme that currently has, has been designed will create a long-term sustainable impact for persons with disabilities to participate in the economy and contribute to the GDP over the next 5 years. Thank you very much.
I think very important points made there. And Chaitanya ji, what I understand is each one of us have a very important role to play in this entire ecosystem of skilling. The government being the policy enabler, setting the framework down for everyone. Social enterprises like Uniki to be the innovation engine, the designing of educational experiencing, building around providing skilling, not just around the learner, not just around the system, but around organizations that can transfer that learning into on-the-job experiences and entrepreneurial opportunities. Corporates, which will be the demand creators, and partnering in mapping jobs which are ideal for persons with disabilities and empowering them. Peer mentors would help in bringing together that attitudinal change and moving the community together. And the family and the communities we should not forget, because they are the true enablers at the grassroots level. और मैं सबको शायद बताना चाहती हूँ, मैं कई बार आपकी कंपनी के बारे में रिसर्च किया और मुझे समझ नहीं आया कि यूनिकी का मतलब क्या है. बट आई थिंक यूनिकी को तेलुगु में आई एग्जिस्ट बोलते हैं, मैं हूँ. एंड आई थिंक ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात है. PWDs हर बार यही बोलना चाहते हैं कि हम हैं और कुछ भी ना करें हमारे बिना और हमारे साथ लेकर ही करिएगा. So thank you very much, Chaitanya ji. We move on. Lastly, to Mr. B.S. Nagesh from Trust for Retailers and Retail Associates of India. Over to you, Nagesh. Nagesh ji, if you're not there, we'll come back to you. Then we move on to our two My Bharat volunteers. Oh, you're there. You'll need to unmute yourself. Great. We can hear you.
Can you hear me now? Namaskar, and thank you for this opportunity. I represent Train, which works on multiple areas. और हम रिटेल इंडस्ट्री के लिए स्पेसिफिकली काम करते हैं बिकॉज मेरा खुद का करियर सारा जो है रिटेल इंडस्ट्री में रहा है. So 2011 में I met Meera Shenoy and I was inspired by her work, and that's where we started this vertical called Punk, जहाँ की हम skill and get livelihood for persons with disability. हमारा प्रोग्राम स्किलिंग नहीं है बिकॉज मैं ये मानता हूँ कि स्किलिंग से आगे नहीं बढ़ते हैं बच्चे. Our program is livelihood creation, and therefore in the last 14 years, in the first year we skilled and provided livelihood for 22 children. In the last 14 years, we have skilled 40,000 such youth, and we have provided jobs to 70% of them. Is it a good number, great number? हाँ, लोग क्लैप करते हैं, but जब हम लोग बैठ के सोच रहे थे कि अगले 5-7 साल में हम क्या कर सकते हैं, तो it came to our mind कि can we target to say, can we impact 1 million persons with disabilities over the next 7 to 8 years time? नहीं लगता है, क्योंकि हम लोग सब अपना अपना सोच रहे हैं. We are thinking of what I can do, what she can do, what he can do. I mean, to me, the big requirement of today's meeting is, what is the role of systemic change and institutionalization that can be done? I think it's the government's role. Do any of us have that money to do that? No. So the first thing I want to discuss is what is the reality. Second, I want to discuss what is the certainty. And the third, I want to discuss what is the opportunity. The reality is a very large number of PWDs come from the lower strata income of our community. Somebody mentioned about rural. Yes, उनके माँ बाप laborers हैं और maids हैं, drivers हैं, बहुत से लोग जो है वो rural से migrate करके आते हैं. तो they don't even know कि उनके बच्चों के लिए कुछ opportunity है. तो क्या मैं campaign कर सकता हूँ, क्या मीरा जी campaign कर सकते हैं, या अलीना कर सकती है? नहीं, पर गवर्नमेंट एक campaign चला सकता है जिसमें कि वो बताए कि ऐसे PWDs के लिए हमारे देश में जॉब है, और उस जॉब के लिए 50 NGOs हैं, 100 NGOs हैं, जिनसे आप मुलाकात करो, create a portal and bring them on. I think that is a systemic change that you can bring in. The second, again, an issue, a reality is that NGOs are very small by nature. अभी जितने भी हम लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं 10 करोड़ 20 करोड़ 30 करोड़ फंडिंग का काम करते हैं, बट इन अ कंट्री लाइक दिस वेयर यू आर टॉकिंग ऑफ ऑफिशियल फिगर ऑफ 26 मिलियन, अभी हमारे को दोस्तों ने बोला कि 70 मिलियन है. I mean, this will take us years. Our dream of 2047 will not happen. So what do we do to really make this happen? Help NGOs build capability and capacity. आज no NGO has the funding to build capability and capacity because donors जो है उनको 5% या 7% देते हैं एडमिन फीस, उससे आप कैपेसिटी या कैपेबिलिटी नहीं बिल्ड कर सकते हो. तो दिस इज द रियलिटी. जब हमने शुरू किया था उस टाइम केवल 3 रिटेल कंपनीज थी जो PWDs को जॉब देती थी. आज 500 corporates are there and maybe 1,000 small retailers who are actually giving them jobs. But India has got 56 million, 5.5 crore बच्चे हमारे रिटेल में काम करते हैं. India has got 12 million retailers और रिटेल एक लोकल जॉब है. जब हम ये माइग्रेटरी जॉब क्रिएट करते हैं, किसी को हम हुबली से बैंगलोर लेके आते हैं, 15,000 की सैलरी देते हैं, तो 2,000 3,000 4,000 तो उनका किराए में चला जाता है. पर वही अगर हम उनको हुबली में 10,000 की सैलरी दिलाते हैं तो उनका जीवन बहुत ही अच्छा हो जाता है. सो लोकल जॉब्स क्रिएट करने के लिए आज रिटेल, हॉस्पिटैलिटी, सर्विस इंडस्ट्री से बेटर कोई नहीं है. पर और हमको पता है 85 to 90% of our country is all MSMEs. So in a situation like this, okay, certainty is retail will last forever. अगर फिजिकल से गया तो ऑनलाइन हुआ, ऑनलाइन से गया तो ई कॉमर्स हुआ, ई कॉमर्स से गया तो क्विक कॉमर्स हुआ. तो रिटेल इज, एंड ये एक लोकल जॉब प्रोवाइड करता है, चाहे वो जॉब हो या चाहे एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप हो. सो माय बिग आस्क आर बेसिकली 3 from the government and the Ministry of Social Justice is create a campaign to build awareness कि बच्चों आपके लिए जॉब्स है. हमारे देश में रिटेलर्स हैं, कॉर्पोरेट्स हैं जो आपको जॉब दिलाएंगे और कोई भी सिंपैथी की वजह से जॉब नहीं दे रहा है. ये मैं आपको अपने स्टैटिस्टिक्स और डेटा से कंफर्म कर सकता हूँ. हमारे जो PWDs काम करते हैं रिटेल में, उनकी प्रोडक्टिविटी 130% ज़्यादा है, उनकी रिटेंशन 150% ज़्यादा है. बट द क्वेश्चन इज how do we create this awareness, and that should be the primary government job that we should be doing it. The third is अभी 25-50 NGO मिलके काम नहीं कर सकते हैं. तो हमारे देश में हमने इनोवेशन हब शुरू किया है, स्टार्टअप सिस्टम इकोसिस्टम किया है. मैं चाहूंगा कि अंडर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सोशल जस्टिस एक या तो स्टार्टअप या ब्रिंग अप या रन अप, आप जो भी सोचो, ऐसा एक कोई सिस्टम उठाओ जहां हम 100, 200, 300 NGOs को एक साथ लेके आओ. प्लीज गिव अस द टास्क, एक सपोर्ट सिस्टम बनाओ एंड देन यू सी हाउ वी कैन गो. अदरवाइज हर साल में हम 20% बढ़ रहे हैं. लास्ट ईयर हमने 8,000 बच्चों को जॉब दिलाया, इस साल शायद 10,000 कर देंगे. वो मुझे 1 मिलियन दिख रहा है, नहीं दिख रहा है. बिकॉज अगर मुझे 1 मिलियन जॉब क्रिएट करना है तो उसके लिए मुझे 1,000 करोड़ रुपए का फंडिंग चाहिए, वो कोई देने को शायद तैयार नहीं है. तो सिस्टमिक चेंज एंड इंस्टीट्यूशनल चेंज इज द नीड ऑफ द आवर, and that's where the Ministry of Social Justice and people like us can get together and work towards making a big difference to this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nagesh ji. That was so brilliantly put. तो हमें समझ आ गया कि हमें आपकी सहायता कैसे करनी है. We need to start a campaign that tells the whole world out there and the PWDs that you are productive, and we need to tell the corporate sector, the MSMEs, कि आप इनको इस्तेमाल करें. ये वर्कफोर्स हैं जिनकी स्किलिंग रिक्वायरमेंट शायद अलग हो, लेकिन उनकी प्रोडक्टिविटी बहुत बहुत ज्यादा है. एंड ऑफ कोर्स हम स्टार्टअप इंडिया चलाएं या ना चलाएं मुझे नहीं पता, एक रन अप इंडिया जरूर करेंगे. अ कोलिशन ऑफ विलिंग पार्टनर्स who will come together and ensure that we provide that ecosystem where all PWDs can be skilled, nurtured and placed well in their local terrains, in their local communities and in the big tier cities. So thank you so much for such compelling thoughts. I move on to our 2 interveners. We have our My Bharat volunteers. Can we first go with Padma Priya, please?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Am I audible clearly? Padma Priya it is. Sorry.
Yes, please go on, Padma.
Okay. Namaste and good afternoon, respected minister and esteemed panelists. So across India today, we are witnessing inspiring examples of inclusion. Very recently, from the success of the candidates with disabilities in the Union Public Service Commission, for example, and to inclusive workplaces like Miti Cafe, where persons with disabilities are empowered with dignified employment. It is evident that when opportunity meets accessibility, extraordinary potential emerges. So as young citizens of the country, many of us strongly believe that true development must be inclusive, where every individual, irrespective of their ability, has the opportunity to learn, work, and contribute to the nation's progress. So coming to the Divyang Kaushal Yojana, which already plays an important role in promoting inclusive skill development, building on this strong foundation, a few approaches could be further enhance the efficiency, accessibility, and long-term impact of the program. So from my perspective, the first point would be considering the heterogeneous spectrum of disabilities, the program can increasingly incorporate personalized skill training modules tailored to different needs, particularly to the neurodivergent individuals such as people with autistic spectrums. Adaptive learning modules customized according to their own approaches and specialized instructors can be made so that skill development programs can be more responsive and divergent and according to their capabilities. Second, integrating artificial intelligence, especially in remote work opportunities. For example, this can expand inclusive employment pathways also, such as integration allows persons with disabilities, especially neurodivergent individuals, to flexible and skill-based work in areas such as digital services, freelancing, and data-based work, that they can work from their houses itself, which their parents feel safe also, and they do feel safe, and they can get a handsome amount of money from their own workspaces. So that creates a sustainable livelihood environment. Third, building a gender-sensitive training ecosystem remains important because in many parts of India, still training centers under many yojanas can incorporate transparent grievance redressal mechanism. As like any other office spaces which we have internal complaint redressal cell, these training mechanisms should also include complaint and redressal cells within their office spaces so that especially gender participation and confidence among women with disabilities often multiple in the layers of this. Finally, in a rapidly evolving technological environment, we can see Windows 10, 11, 12 all developing. Even Apple iPhone 16, 16 Pro, 17 is developing within 1.5 years. So continuous skill upgradation becomes essential. With every major technological advancement, updated training modules and periodical refresher program should be given like every 3 to 5 years so that these people will not be felt left out in the process. So they can help ensure beneficiaries remain aligned with the technological process and they are not left behind in the changing job market. So from the perspective of a youth like me, such inclusive and forward-looking initiatives play a vital role in shaping society where equality, opportunity, and efficiency move together. So that strengthening pathways will contribute meaningfully to India's broader vision of building a Viksit Bharat 2047. I hope I didn't exceed 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Padma. We move on to our last intervener, Mrityunjay Chakravarti.
First of all, thank you, ma'am.
Are you online, Mrityunjay?
Yeah, hello. Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, thank you, ma'am, for the opportunity. It's commendable that the scheme focuses on regional industry alignment, identifying potential employers early, and prioritizing accessibility. However, for it to truly deliver, I see two gaps that we must address. First, an estimated less than 40% PWDs have actually enrolled in the UDID database, which is essential to avail the benefits of the scheme. So they are excluded from the scheme before it even begins. So an essentially we need a parallel and UDID enrollment drive. And second, the PM Daksh portal is the very backbone of the scheme. However, many families in India lack basic digital literacy. So a basic digital literacy module in the beginning of training or even a digital literacy awareness campaign is essential for the efficient implementation of the scheme. I would like to share 3 suggestions. Number 1, formally integrating the My Bharat volunteers into the implementation framework. They can identify the unregistered PWDs and assist in the UDID enrollment, further organizing digital literacy awareness campaigns. Number 2, the PM Daksh portal can integrate an AI-powered matching tool that can map each PWD to the right course and employer based on their specific ability and functional capacity. And finally, we can train the PWDs as certified accessibility auditors. They can be trained to certify whether apps, buildings, and workplaces are truly accessible or not and compliant under the Right to PWD Act. In my humble opinion, it's a high-value role. Nobody else can feel better. So, as a conclusion, when I read this scheme, I personally felt it's not just a scheme or a mere paperwork, but a statement that every Indian, regardless of their ability, deserves a dignified livelihood and a place in our nation's growth story. That's all from my side. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And we come to an end to the webinar. I want to thank every participant, panelist, intervener, audience for all their help. Over to you now, Ministry of Education. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you very much, Manmeet ma'am, and your distinguished panel for an engaging session on inspiring potential of persons with disabilities and making better opportunities available for them. Also, thank you, Honorable Minister Dr. Virendra Kumar, for joining us in this session. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we are now heading for a break. I request all the participants to please connect again at 4:15 p.m. today. We will learn about the outcomes of the breakout sessions when we return after the break. A gentle reminder, we again assemble at 4:15 p.m. later today to learn about the outcomes of the breakout sessions when we return after the break. Thank you very much.
तो इसके पीछे भी बैठेंगे तो इसके पीछे फ्लैग वगैरह वो तो लगते है ना। हेलो अतुल भाई, हाँ वो भिजवा रहे हैं अमन से बात
कुछ लगाओ।
हेलो आतिफ,
इसका फोटो खींचो। हरीश, फोटो
तो सर
आवाज करना है।
आवाज आ रही है,
आवाज आवाज आ रही है। जूम आउट करना एक बार।
हाँ, PB2 का कॉन्फ्रेंस हॉल बहुत गंदा है। There's nothing.
दिख रहा हूँ मैं।
पता नहीं।
हाँ दिख रहे हो।
कुछ बैकड्रॉप के लिए कुछ है ही नहीं।
ऊपर करना, थोड़ा ऊपर करना। कैमरा ऊपर।
क्या करें?
हाँ कैमरा ऊपर, हाँ और ऊपर।
तो you will only have to hold it. ठीक है ना?
एक कैमरे पे सेट रखो, फर्स्ट वाले कैमरे पे बस सेट रखो उसको।
आपको
एक कैमरे पे रखो। जूम आउट करो, इतना टेबल पे जूम नहीं करना है, थोड़ा सा जूम आउट करो। हाँ ऊपर करो कैमरा।
पीछे कर्टन है।
कैमरा ऊपर करना है भाई, नीचे नहीं, ऊपर। शुभम का चेहरा ही नहीं आ रहा है, ऊपर करो।
आपको कलेगा ने जो भेजा और दूसरा ये वाला भी भेजो। हरीश हरीश
तो तुम एक काम करो,
ये वाला भी भेजता हूँ, तो एग्जिस्टिंग वाला बैकड्रॉप और ये वाला बैकड्रॉप।
आतिफ इतने पे रहने दो, ऊपर नहीं हो रहा है कैमरा, इससे ऊपर नहीं हो रहा है।
अरे भाई
भैया बैठने पर दिखेगा तो बैठने पर तो दिख जाएगा।
हाँ ठीक है, हाँ ठीक है, अब इतना ऊपर नहीं ले लो भाई, बस 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 बस।
बैठने पे जितना दिखेगा ना उतना पे सही करेगा।
अरे अभी जो कह रहा हूँ वो करो बस।
ठीक है कर दो इसको, इनका चेहरा दिखना चाहिए।
हाँ थोड़ा बस बस रुक जाओ, इससे और नीचे, हाँ बस इतने पे रुको। ठीक है रुक जाओ, अभी रुक रहो।
स्टॉप करना पड़ेगा।
We are done.
ठीक है ना,
खड़े रहो।
हो गया। कैमरा वन
कैमरा ये
कैमरा वन मेल मैनुअली। पूरा दिख गया नहीं।
number you are calling is either switched off.
हेलो आतिफ, हम लोग ना इस मीटिंग को डिस्कनेक्ट कर रहे हैं अभी फिलहाल। हेलो आतिफ, कर दिया, मैं हटा रहा हूँ।
हाँ फर्स्ट में आ रही थी ये तो
हेलो हेलो एनआईसी
बोलिए, आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ आवाज आ रही है सर। मेरी ऑडियो क्लियर है? ऑडियो वीडियो
हाँ क्लियर क्लियर।
ओके सर। अभी एक यहाँ मीटिंग है, उसके बाद फिर हम दोबारा कनेक्ट होंगे।
ठीक है, धर्मेंद्र प्रधान सर यहाँ ज्वाइन करेंगे ना?
हाँ जी हाँ जी।
ठीक, नाम क्या आ रहा है?
हमारा नाम कैसे हो रहा है सर वहाँ पर अभी?
मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन।
और ब्रैकेट में के आ रहा होगा ना?
एल आ रहा है।
एल ओके। बाद में ना आप एक बार रीनेम कर दीजिएगा जब उसको।
तो आप अभी जब परमानेंट कनेक्ट हो जाओगे तब नाम हम उनका लिख देंगे, श्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान।
ओके ओके सर, थैंक यू।
ठीक
आपको मिल गया सिस्टम इनके लिए है अवेलेबल?
नहीं सर, ये इसमें
आ जाओ मेरे पास आ जाओ। आवाज आ रही?
फोन कर देगा तूने? करो।
सुनीता आवाज आ रही
मैं
है?
कर देता हूँ।
ठीक हो गया?
स्टार है ना अपना?
तुम बोलो।
Hello. Hello. Mic test. Hello. Mic test 1 2 3.
बोलिए सर, बोलिए। हेलो, नीति आयोग।
नीति आयोग आवाज आ रही है? हेलो नीति आयोग, आवाज आ रही है? तुम्हारी आवाज भाई, तुम्हारी आवाज नहीं है ना? चेक करो।
हेलो हेलो, मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
हमारे को क्यों नहीं करना में?
मेरी आवाज
किसको?
मेरी आवाज जा भी रही है और आपको आपकी आवाज मेरे को आ गई है।
इसका हमें क्यों करना में क्यों नहीं आ रही? जयंत आवाज आ रही है? जयंत, जयंत रिस्पॉन्ड।
सर नीति आयोग से आवाज आ रही है सर आपकी?
अच्छा नीति आयोग, थैंक यू। अच्छा यहाँ पे कौन सर आएंगे?
सर यहाँ पे नीति आयोग के ऑफिसर्स आएंगे, शायद सीईओ मैम ज्वाइन करेंगी, लेकिन जो मिनिस्टर साहब आएंगे एक अलग पीसी सिस्टम से सर को ज्वाइन करा दिया।
आज जुड़े हुए आपको दिख रहे होंगे, देखिए आपको दिख रहे होंगे मंत्री जी।
देख रहे हैं।
ठीक है, थैंक यू।
हाँ, मेन टेस्टिंग सर वहीं पे कर दीजिए सर।
अब एक बार बोलिए, वहाँ पे हम बोल रहे कोई रिप्लाई नहीं कर रहे हैं।
विकास रेस्पॉन्ड करो।
विकास अगर सुन रहे तो बोले।
फोन करो उसको।
जयंत, राहुल।
हाँ सर।
हाँ जयंत बोलो। जयंत आवाज आ रही है?
हेलो।
हाँ बोलिए।
हेलो, माइक टेस्ट 1 2 3।
आपका क्या नाम है?
एकाक्ष राजपूत।
आवाज ठीक आ रही है?
हाँ, आवाज सही आ रही है।
और वीडियो भी आ रहा है?
हाँ।
क्या दिखा हुआ है?
ये पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार थीम सबका साथ सबका विकास।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
हाँ।
राहुल।
राहुल सर हैं, बुला रहे हैं। राहुल
अच्छा,
सर।
तुम कौन बोल रहे हो? अपना नाम बताओ। हेलो।
हेलो अतुल हाँ भोपाल
मॉडरेटर
बोलो।
ज्वाइन कर लिया।
हेलो अमित जी मॉडरेटर ने ज्वाइन कर लिया है क्या कह रहे हो
मॉडरेटर ने ज्वाइन कर लिया है।
हो रहा है, इको हो रहा है।
सारे मॉडरेटर आ गए हेलो वन
हेलो अतुल, ये भोपाल।
एक बार मेरे ऑडियो चेक करना है 1 2 3 4 5 6 7
जो बोले
ऑडियो ओके है
भोपाल ऑडियो ओके है।
अभी इको आया था ना
एक सेकंड सुनो सर, यहाँ पे ना
हेलो भोपाल, कैन यू हियर मी?
लेआउट को दे रखा है
हेलो भोपाल।
नंबर ही तो नहीं मिल रहा था सर का अमित जी माइक कौन है आपका ये दो आए
मेरा हिसाब से
हेलो भोपाल।
हेलो
हेलो भोपाल, एम आई ऑडिबल?
ऑडियो सर सर हमारी ऑडियो क्लियर है ना
ऑडियो
हेलो
क्लियर है।
कोई इको तो नहीं है सर किसी तरह का इको तो नहीं है ना
नहीं, इको नहीं है। एक बार एंकर सर की एक बार वॉइस टेस्ट करा लीजिएगा प्लीज।
एंकर सर आप
Checking the audio. Good evening. Checking the audio again. I hope audio is all right. Good evening, everyone.
Good
Is the
evening,
audio
sir.
coming all right?
Yes, sir. It's
Audio
fine,
okay?
sir. Yes, sir.
Looking हम लोग कैमरे पे ऊपर, ऊपर कैमरा ऊपर है।
अच्छा, कैमरा कौन सा कैमरा में देखना है, सामने या सामने वाला?
ऊपर वाला।
ये जस्ट
कैमरा अपने आप नहीं पकड़ रहा क्या
ये तुम वेलकम दिखाने से कैमरा फ्रंट पे फोकस कर सकते हैं, इस वजह से दिया गया लगाया ना पोली का, उसमें ऑटो फोकस
लेट मी आस्क आंचल, लाइव है तो अभी लाइव स्ट्रीम करें क्या?
Namaskar and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Welcome back to this post-budget webinar. I'm Shubhendu Ghosh. The webinar is organized by Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, on the theme Sabka Sath, Sabka Vikas, Fulfilling Aspirations of People. We extend a warm welcome to Shri Dharmendra Pradhan, Honorable Minister for Education. We welcome Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce, Dr. Virendra Kumar, Honorable Minister of Social Justice and Empowerment, Shri Ashwani Vaishnav, Honorable Minister of Information and Broadcasting, Shri Rao Inderjeet Singh, Honorable Minister of State for Planning, and Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable Minister of Science and Technology. It is wonderful to have you all with us. Distinguished guest, earlier this morning, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi addressed the webinar presenting his ambitious vision covering diverse sectors, including education, health, Ayush, pharma, tourism, hospitality skills, and sports. Now, remember, this is the last of the webinars organized around the core themes of the Union Budget 2026-27. The objective is to translate the budget's strategic reforms into actionable, outcome-oriented framework through wide-ranging consultations with ministries, academia, industry, civil society, and implementation partners. मंत्रीगण, देवी और सज्जनों, 2026 के पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार श्रृंखला के अंतिम वेबिनार में एक बार फिर आप सभी का स्वागत है। ये वेबिनार शिक्षा मंत्रालय के उच्च शिक्षा विभाग द्वारा आयोजित किया गया है। इसका मूल मंत्र है सबका साथ, सबका विकास, जन आकांक्षाओं की पूर्ति करना। आज सुबह माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इस वेबिनार से वो जुड़े। उन्होंने शिक्षा, कौशल और विश्वविद्यालय टाउनशिप, दिव्यांगजन कौशल योजना, स्वास्थ्य, आयुष, फार्मा, पर्यटन, आतिथ्य कौशल और खेल संबंधी विषयों पर अपने विचार और विजन साझा किए। ये वेबिनार केंद्रीय बजट 2026-27 के तहत प्रमुख घोषणाओं के कार्यान्वयन के तरीकों पर विचार विमर्श करने के लिए प्रमुख स्टेक होल्डर्स को एक साथ लाया है। Later in the day, a number of parallel breakout sessions took place, led by Ministry of Education and Niti Aayog, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and Ministry of Tourism. Sessions led by Ministry of Education focused on flagship reforms, including Education to Employment and Enterprise Standing Committee, new areas such as AVGC Content Creator Labs, creation of university townships, girls' hostels for STEM institutions and education, the National Telescope Scheme, Divyang Kaushal Yojana, which collectively address the human capital formation, digital creativity, gender inclusion, frontier science, and disability inclusive growth. शिक्षा मंत्रालय के नेतृत्व में इन सत्रों में प्रमुख रिफॉर्म्स पर ध्यान केंद्रित किया गया, जिनमें शिक्षा से रोजगार और उद्यम संबंधी स्थायी समिति, AVGC Content Creator Lab, यूनिवर्सिटी टाउनशिप का निर्माण, स्टेम एजुकेशन के लिए लड़कियों के छात्रावास, राष्ट्रीय टेलीस्कोप योजना, दिव्यांग कौशल योजना शामिल है, जो सामूहिक रूप से ह्यूमन रिसोर्स का निर्माण करने का विजन रखते हैं, डिजिटल रचनात्मकता, क्रिएटिविटी, जेंडर समावेशन, इंक्लूजन, फ्रंटियर साइंस और दिव्यांग या विकलांगता समावेशी विकास को संबोधित करना। And ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Dr. Vineet Joshi, Secretary, Department of Higher Education, to present his remarks.
Thank you very much. Namaskar and a very good afternoon. I also welcome the Honorable Minister, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, Honorable Minister for Education, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Minister of Commerce, Dr. Virendra Kumar ji, Honorable Minister of Social Justice and Empowerment, Shri Ashwani Vaishnav ji, Honorable Minister of Information and Broadcasting, Shri Rao Inderjeet Singh ji, Honorable Minister of State for Planning, and Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, Honorable Minister of Science and Technology. I also welcome all the participants to this concluding session of the budget webinar. I would like to begin by expressing our sincere
We lost the audio.
his guidance provides a strong and unifying direction as we now move into the implementation focused concluding segment of today's program. Sir, we structured today's deliberation into 5 breakout sessions. The Union Budget announced 7 major initiatives under this theme. 3 of them have been consolidated to enable sharper discussions, stronger convergence between ministries, and more coherent implementation pathways. Together, these 5 sessions covered the full scope of the announcements and will allow us to translate Honorable Prime Minister's vision into clear time-bound action. I would now briefly give the overview of the breakout sessions. The session of Niti Aayog on high-powered education to employment and enterprise standing committee focused on positioning the service sector as a central driver of growth, employment, and exports, aligned with the 10% global services share by 2047. This committee is expected to examine global demand shifts, employment elasticity, AI-driven transitions, and regulatory fragmentation. This session helped us in defining a nationally prioritized set of high-potential service subsectors along with policy, regulatory, and talent pipeline architecture, which is needed to position the services sector as a core driver of growth, employment, and exports. It also helped us define how AI and emerging technologies could be systematically embedded across schooling, higher education, and skilling pathways, and how we can collectively move towards the 10% global services share target by 2047. The session led by Ministry of Information and Broadcasting was on Orange Economy, AVGC Content Creator Labs. It discussed operationalizing AVGC Creator Labs in 15,000 secondary schools and 500 colleges, ensuring standardization, faculty development, and strong industry partnerships. This session helped us in defining the national rollout strategy for the AVGC Creator Labs. The session led by DPIIT, which was on New National Institute of Design, articulated the strategic and structural blueprint for establishing a new NID in the Eastern region, strengthening India's design education ecosystem, and aligning it with national economic and cultural priorities. The session led by the Department of Divyang, which was on Divyang Kaushal Yojana. The 2 sessions which were led by the Department of Higher Education and Ministry of Education, which were on University Townships and Girls Hostel for STEM. The session on University Townships defined the structural blueprint for the first 5 University Townships, the challenge route methodology, corridor-aligned academic offerings, governance, and options of financing models required to create integrated academic industrial townships. The session on Girls Hostel for STEM helped us in discussing the district level planning norms, capacity models, VGF, PPP, and grant structures needed for universal hostel availability, thereby enhancing women participation in STEM by ensuring that women in STEM have safe, proximate, and affordable residential access. On Divyang Kaushal Yojana, the session defined an industry-linked, outcome-based skill framework that moves beyond supply-driven models. It helped us define disability-wise course baskets, employer partnership models, verification systems for placements, rural livelihood-linked pathways, and use of AI, thereby ensuring sustainable economic participation of Divyangjans. The session led by the Ministry of Science and Technology, which was on National Telescope Scheme for establishing 4 telescope infrastructure facilities, it discussed the phased execution plan for installation of 4 telescope infrastructure, including the technological roadmap, precision engineering partnerships, HR development strategy, science outreach plan, and the critical technologies that India must indigenize for world-class astronomical capacity, thereby strengthening India's indigenous capacity in advanced astronomy and precision engineering. We now have a better idea about a detailed roadmap along with envisaged challenges, clearly defined implementation pathways, and the institutional mechanisms required to operationalize each budget announcement. We further encourage all the participants to keep on engaging deeply so that today's insights can translate into concrete results. With collective efforts, we can convert the Honorable Prime Minister's vision into measurable national outcomes and accelerate our journey towards Viksit Bharat 2047. I would now request the session moderators, beginning with Professor Govind Rangarajan, Director of IISc, Bangalore, to let us know about their session deliberations in more details. Over to you, Professor Rangarajan.
Thank you. So let me summarize the discussion on the university townships. We had an excellent discussion with world-class experts participating. Everyone agreed that the idea of a university township is very important and timely. What we discussed were some of the mechanics. For example, location was something everybody thought was an important criteria for the success of this concept. One suggestion was to have it as a satellite town of a major city where one can use the basic infrastructure of the city like hospitals, schools, etc. It was also felt that it should be within 1 hour of an international airport and should have enough scope for jobs for spouses. It was also felt that land allocation should be strategic in nature, taking into account existing industrial corridors. And also they should be located in states that have a visionary state leadership, because here the state contribution is also very important in taking this forward. As far as design of the township is concerned, it was felt that it should be compact and have mixed zone use rather than spread out over a large area where you have difficulties, just going back and forth between different parts of this township. It also needs to have if it's a satellite city, to have the city's public transportation integrated with that township. And equally important, it should be a sustainable campus that is organically linked to the local communities and local urban bodies. It was felt that it is important that you integrate with the local community rather than be something which is like an ivory tower, which does not communicate with the local communities. It was also felt that the committee which oversees the design and operation of this township should be shared by the state chief minister. The hope is this access-led expansion will now give way to outcome-led expansion. Industry collaboration was another important component everybody touched upon. Having a research park, of course, is very important. Industry R&D labs should be located in these townships. That is very critical. Equally important, these R&D facilities should be shared with universities belonging to that cluster. This would alleviate uneven access to lab facilities that is currently there. And one should avoid duplication of infrastructure, of course. Then there should be a lot of startup funding in these townships. So they should be initially funded well, and then, of course, they go out on their own. And it was also felt to make this whole enterprise attractive, faculty members should be permitted to spend time in the industry so that there is a much closer integration between the industry and the academia. And when you come to financial sustainability, it was felt that tuition fees should be, substantial so as to cover the costs. They cannot be highly subsidized tuition fees. And it was also essential that industries provide sustainable funding for the township, for the operation of the township. And since you have land, it is also important to monetize the land resources effectively for financial sustainability. And one suggestion was that the government should provide 50% of the funds for the first 20 years to make the whole thing sustainable. And talking of students, it was felt that there need to be change when you talk of these university townships. You just don't admit students based on their marks in, say, JEE Advanced and so on. You need builders who can actually build products so that the country becomes a product nation. And therefore, the admission criteria should change accordingly here. And it should also be very inclusive. State university students should have access through credit transfers, online classes, etc. And then how do you measure success? Of course, it's important that, only if you quantify something, you can actually improve it. So as far as learning outcomes, there are standard things like student satisfaction, placement, etc. But one should also develop quantitative and qualitative measures of industry collaboration and then research productivity. And these should be monitored by industry advisory boards, research committees, and alumni. All these are important components in the monitoring process. And the timelines is that within 1.5 to 2 years, you can have the design and the infrastructure done. Then scaling and expansion over the next 2 years. But for all townships, 5 years was felt to be ambitious but reachable goal to establish all the 5 university townships. So with this, I will stop. But on the whole, everybody thought, that this was an excellent idea that has been expounded by our Honorable PM, and we should all work towards realizing this vision. Thank you.
Professor Govindan Rangarajan, thank you for your remarks, sir. Let's learn more about the outcomes of the breakout sessions that happened today. Let us welcome Dr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General, CII, expert from Niti Aayog. Dr. Banerjee.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Ministers, Secretary. Thank you for the introductions initially. Sir, I report back on the breakout session on high-powered education to employment and enterprise standing committee. It was really a very, very lively session, taking the advice from the Honorable Prime Minister's speech in the morning. And as guided by the Ministry of Education and Niti Aayog, we deliberated in detail to conclude with 5 priorities and action items. And the deliberations today highlighted several important themes on strengthening the budget announcement on high-powered education to employment to enterprise standing committee and enhancing the role of the services sector in India's growth story. The 5 priority items and action items. The first, if I can, is the centers of excellence as innovation hubs. This was with AI and tech intervention. The recommendation for one to establish AI and tech-enabled centers of excellence, each with a focus on sectors such as agri-tech, health tech, tourism, education, and digital services. Second, build these as private-public hubs, bringing together government, industry, and academia. And the third sub-point on that was to enable state governments, which were to develop regional centers of excellence clusters aligned with the local industry strength. The second major area was a skills-first education ecosystem. So we move towards a skills-driven learning pathways as a part of the of degree-centric education, integrate skills-based learning with aligned with the emerging technologies which we deliberated upon, and promote continuous learning through certifications and industry-led programs. Industry-led program was underlined. And the third piece in that, the skills-first education ecosystem, was integrating the skills, technical skills with creativity as well as problem solving and critical thinking. The third issue that came up was institutionalization of an industry-academia partnership. So bridging the gap between between learning and the employment, which was felt critical. So how do we increase industry participation in curriculum design in particular, and as well as institutional governance. Also expanding internships, industry immersion, and practical project exposure. And the third, of course, was on the education industry clusters to be encouraged, and also align educational institutions that are linking learning, research, and job creation. And also, of course, how the local industry should connect to the academic institution. That's going to be critical. The fourth part of the entire discussion was on scaling research, innovation, and also applied learning. So our country's competitiveness would largely depend on the stronger research and innovation ecosystems. We all felt that, and to encourage greater private sector investment in R&D and innovation platforms, which can be enhanced much. So develop innovation hubs, sandboxes, and project-based learning models, and also focus on applied research that drives enterprise creation as well as technology adoption. The fifth was creation of new jobs, which was very, very critical and important. With every revolution, industrial revolution, there will be new jobs emerging, and India can and shall align with emerging requirements of the industry. This was quite critical. There's always been a fear, but there will be new job opportunities always coming up with any advent of any technology. So I end with one important point, which is about coordinated policy and measurable outcomes. So this was really that the progress of will require alignment across governments as well as industry and state engagements. So strengthening policy coordination between center, states, and industry stakeholders. Second, track outcomes that would through clear indicators on employment, enterprise creation, and technology adoption. And how do we ensure implementation at scale through collaborative national and state level incentives? So once again, what is now required was collective action, building centers of excellence. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Chandrajit Banerjee. Now we welcome remarks from Shri Chaitanya Chinchalikar, VP and CTO, Whistling Woods International.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. The breakout session in the morning for deployment of content creation labs in schools and colleges, along with corresponding curriculum for the same, was excellent. We had 5 or 6 outcomes and suggestions. So one was that it will ensure completeness of education, especially in the age of AI, where human skills are needed for creative thinking, critical thinking, narrative thinking, design thinking. It will widen the spectrum for higher education and career pathways in media and entertainment through integration with the national education policy and emphasis on multidisciplinary learning, design thinking, and creative education. This will also help increase understanding of Bharatiya narrative traditions, folk art, and music, which will also enable a unique narrative storytelling style as well as a visual style to emerge out of India. What was recommended that we look at a phased implementation strategy, where we start off with pilot institutions and a kickstarting of teacher training, followed by expansion based on feedback and institutional readiness, and ensure national saturation and higher education linkage in phase 3. Industry collaboration and participation will be critical in providing mentorship, internships, real-world projects, and curriculum inputs, ensuring that the training remains aligned with evolving industry requirements. It was also noted that we need to ensure promotion of regional inclusion, that it should ensure participation from Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, enabling students across the country to access creative education and digital opportunities. The key takeaway and action points are as follows. One is identification of institutions to identify suitable secondary schools and HEIs at the pilot stage and then at the saturation stage. Second is curriculum development, and this was significantly stressed by everybody, that we have to make sure that the curriculum that is built is both in alignment with NEP principles and multidisciplinary learning frameworks, but it is also includes all the inputs that are needed to create robust education and foundational education in creative and performing arts. The third key takeaway was faculty capacity building. This needs, because this is the first time that this will end up happening in the government vertical, so we need to approach it in a very strong and robust manner to incorporate as many faculty as possible to take things forward. The fourth point was infrastructure and technology framework. since we are a techno-creative industry, we have to make sure that standardized high-quality infrastructure, including hardware, software tools, and digital platforms, is available across the country to ensure that the learning quality remains uniform or standardized and does not drop on account of lack of broadband connectivity or lack of computing access. The last is possibly the most important, which is awareness and outreach. Communication campaigns will need to be undertaken to inform students, parents, and educators about emerging career opportunities in the media and entertainment, AVGC, and creative economy sectors, and what are the higher education verticals that students who do study foundational education in creative and performing arts can take up. There were 3 or 4 concerns that were raised. One was the shortage of skilled faculty, which was kind of the topic that was highlighted the most. The second was the infrastructure requirements, so reliable electricity, broadband connectivity, and digital infrastructure. The third was career awareness and parental acceptance, without which none of these projects will really roll out in a successful manner. And we have to make sure that the parents and students do not lack awareness of this area. And the fourth is to make sure that we have industry link, that the industry is linked to both the curriculum development as well as industry mentorship to make sure that the students acquire skills that are needed today as well as tomorrow. So this was a brief summary of the breakout session for content creation labs in schools and colleges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shri Chaitanya Chenchelikar. We now welcome Shri Sridhar Mari, NID alumnus, AI startup founder and designer from Bengaluru, to share his thoughts with us.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. The honorable ministers and the executive leadership, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Just got a couple of slides here to sort of sum up on what we've discussed in the morning. So the topic that we've taken is design as a catalyst for national progress. And this, can you just, I'll just share my screen rather. Okay, so somebody's shifting the slides. Okay, so the panel was diverse and it included design practitioners, industry representatives, educators, and policy stakeholders. Next slide, please. So the fundamental key takeaway for this panel was design must evolve from being perceived as an aesthetic layer or a specialist discipline to being recognized as a strategic capability that can be embedded across governance, industry, education, and society, influencing everything that we design in this country, right? For example, whether we're building cities or we're designing cities or designing public services, everywhere there is actually design input that's required. And that's what is what we are suggesting as a key takeaway. Now, can you just go to the next slide, please? Yeah. There are 4 thematic dimensions that have emerged from this. One is, the number one is design as a national infrastructure to pave the way for economic development and industrial competitiveness. Here, what happens is we've studied other developed nations and how they have actually used design as a fundamental tenet for their national progress. Now, in the US, the industries that were driven by design have outperformed S&P 500 index by 219%, right? So that's the kind of impact that design can have. Similarly, in the UK, one of the studies has indicated that about 90 billion pounds were being added to UK's national economy every year based on the design interventions that they're taking. And that's influencing nearly 5% of the GDP for UK. Now, the gross value added, actually. So that is the kind of impact that we can envisage from design, and especially when you use design as a strategic tool to build the public infrastructure and make the industry competitive and so on. The second theme that has emerged is design as the cultural capital that's embedded that is embedded with Indian identity. Now, today we all talk about Japanese design and German design and Scandinavian design, but then there is enormous amount of strength in Indian design, but we don't really quantify it, or we don't even qualify it because it's so diverse and pluralistic, and we need to actually study it and bring it out as a national cultural capital for the progress of this nation. And we will double click on that in the next couple of slides. And the third one is the impact of AI automation and the future of creative work, because today AI is not just limiting itself to automating repetitive jobs, but it's also encroaching the realm of cognitive work and creative work, right? So that kind of automation is right here and it's happening, and it has a huge impact on job losses and so on, not just design but across the board. Now, how do we actually use this opportunity to create or even to think of the newer and emerging jobs that would sort of come up during this intervention or the impact of AI? That's the third thematic dimension that we discussed. And the fourth one is how do we build future design leaders and design entrepreneurs? Today, typically designers get trained, they come out of the institutes, and then they take up a job and and of course contribute to the economy. But there is a lot more that they can do, especially if you can actually help them become better design leaders with better entrepreneurial skills. So that's those are the four thematic dimensions. Now let's just quickly go into each one of those things and spend just a minute. Next slide, please. Now, when we say design as a national infrastructure, what we mean is that just the way we have innovated about digital infrastructure, the entire digital infrastructure that the government of India has envisaged and implemented is a story that is unparalleled in the world, right? So that kind of a story can be done with the design also as a national infrastructure, influencing the social equity, public services, governance, and so on. So that is that's what we mean by how design can become a strategic tool. Now the next one is how do we bring in design inputs in government decision making, especially when it comes to infrastructure and the policy programs, especially when it comes to healthcare or public transportation, or even the townships that we're talking about. There is a lot of design that can go in from day one. So instead of bringing in design as an afterthought at a later point of time, but how do we actually embed it right from the day one, from the beginning, is what would help in building great infrastructure. Now, if you look at the developed nations, the only thing that sort of stands out is their infrastructure. And our infrastructure has been lacking or lagging for quite a long time. And that's an opportunity for the West to actually come and tout the the poverty tourism, and so the images that they actually portray is all about what is not there rather than what is there. And infrastructure stands as a ground. And today, of course, we are making massive strides in infrastructure too. And whether it's airports or national highways, they're all extremely good and on par with global standards. Now, the same kind of a thing across the board, across all infrastructure related programs would be really helpful. Next slide, please. And when we're talking about design as a cultural capital, so NIDs, there are a bunch of NIDs, and then there's a new NID that's going to come up, and they need to become the living laboratories of Indian design, Indian culture, heritage, and civilizational knowledge. There is enormous amount of traditional knowledge that is embedded in our culture, in our crafts, in our traditions, and everything. So how do we actually codify it, bring it up, not just document it as archives in a library, but how do you actually take it out and then use it in day-to-day design activities is something that needs to be explored. And there has to be a national discourse on what is Indian design identity, what should be the Indian design ethos. For example, sustainability has been a crucial tenet for Indians in general from time immemorial. Now it's the West that comes back and says sustainability is a standard, you need to follow it, and so on. But then see, we're losing out what we had as clear strengths to something that has been actually adopted by the West, right? So that is something that we need to focus on. Then next slide, please. Here, again, the impact of emerging technology. I think we have to build mission critical design research labs focusing on AI, healthcare, sustainability, and culture systems. Now, there are so many new roles are going to be emerging in light of AI automation. Now, it's not going to be anymore a furniture designer, or a product designer, or an architect, or any of these things. And there are many new roles are going to come. We need to do research into it, and then probably train our people, our students right now within the institute, so that they are ready for the future. And of course, Design Policy 2.0, the document that was created earlier, needs to be redrafted in line with the emerging technologies and the new realities, and even in the new geopolitical situation. So these are some of the things that we had talked about. And the last one is the next slide, please. Yeah, and building future design leaders and entrepreneurs. So here, designers also need to be given some amount of understanding of economics and finance and manufacturing and market viability, so that we can help them become better design leaders and design entrepreneurs. And students should also be encouraged to tackle complex real-world problems rather than focusing on the next best toaster design, right? So they need to be aware of the kind of the problems that we face as a country, as a society, as a culture, and they need to start thinking about those aspects. And of course, embedding design awareness at the school level and professional education programs would also help in elevating the design thinking across the board. And finally, the desired impact. Next slide, please. The desired impact that we want to drive is design needs to move the needle from being an incremental innovation to transformative innovation in national development. And that's our submission. And we just need we need to do a lot more work, and probably we would meet offline and continue this discussion and bring back our thoughts and ideas into the policy making. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sridhar Mari. Let us now turn to Professor Suchi Sinha, Associate Professor, IIT Delhi, expert from Department of Higher Education. Dr. Sinha.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to moderate the session today morning. The session that I moderated was on girls' hostel in every district for STEM institutions. Several very inspiring women were part of the panel, and several interveners were also people who are experiencing educational institutions on a regular basis. So it was a very rich conversation. I must acknowledge that there was an overwhelming welcome of this initiative, of this announcement. There was an acknowledgement that accommodation and mobility barriers often constrain women aspirants from choosing and opting for STEM programs, and often they settle for courses which may be closer home just because of safety, affordability, and other reasons. The panel discussed several aspects of the girls' hostel in every district. There were helpful points which were made, both around strategic considerations as well as more operational considerations as this plan is implemented. I'll actually start with more operational issues and then finally close with some of the strategic considerations that were talked about. Operationally, there was an acknowledgement that a girls' hostel will need to understand and cater to girls with different demographic, dimensions. For example, women with caring responsibilities, women without caring responsibilities, and so forth. Some of the facilities which were considered and discussed were hygiene was considered to be a very important aspect in the girls' hostel, including discussions around provisions for sanitary napkins, their disposal, and other kind of hygiene considerations. There were discussions around safety and safety in terms of, say, alarm bells being very easily accessible. Somebody even said right near the bedside, in case there is an emergency, the women should feel the safety to be able to raise an alarm bell. There were considerations about and discussions around, of course, good food, hygienic food, nutritional, intake for the girls who are going to be staying in the hostels. There was discussion around Wi-Fi and ease of internet use, so that in case for late night work or any other time, that for global collaborations, if these women, the girls, want to collaborate, they should be able to have ease of access of the internet. Creche facilities were talked about, since again, like I said, there could be girls who may have caring responsibilities as they reside in these hostels. The next point that was discussed clearly was about the staff. The staff, preferably more female staff, and most importantly, sensitive staff. So staff sensitivity was talked about at length, where there was discussion that we must understand that in these girls' hostels, the languages used, the sensitivities about gender, all of that has to be kept in mind. The strategic points, and this is actually of great emphasis, and therefore I position it actually after the operational. A key concern, or rather a key consideration that was highlighted, is that even as we think about safe, affordable, accessible facilities, one should not envisage a girls' hostel tucked away in some corner just because we want to make it safe. It's very important that locationally these hostels are closer to where the institutes are and where so-called the research action or the curriculum action happens. This was emphasized time and again, because the idea was that these hostels should themselves become hot hubs where there's going to be exciting conversations, vibrancy, and a culture of empowerment, and not just tucked away in a different corner for a variety of reasons. Last, there was a conversation around, of course, there are two pathways possible. One is expansion of the current facilities that are already available and augmenting them, which may come with quicker output and a quicker setting up of the hostels. But age of the building needs to be thought about. Access zones and how they can be protected and made accessible yet restrictive in terms of making sure the unwanted people are not into the hostel. That was considered. And finally, the green field was of course discussed much more, but both options were considered. In conclusion, a very, very welcome step, and many other operational points which the panelists felt that they'll be happy to contribute to. In case so wish, they can share more. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Suchi Sinha. We now welcome remarks from Professor Annapurni Subramaniam, Director IIA, an expert from Ministry of Science and Technology. Professor Subramaniam.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. I am summarizing the breakout session titled Telescope Infrastructure Facilities. So this breakout session had about 5 panelists, and these panelists came from the various departments and academicians, researchers, and also industry. So in summary, the panelists felt that it's an extremely important step, and there was an overwhelming welcome to these projects from academia, industry, institutions, universities, etc. And we had several interveners who asked the questions And these questions covered these projects. So these projects basically include setting up of two major facilities. One is a 2-meter national large solar telescope, and the other is a 13.7-meter national large optical telescope. The third is an upgradation of the existing Himalayan Chandra telescope, and the fourth was the establishment of a planetarium, which is consisting of an LED dome. So the key discussion points included actually the timelines and monitoring process, as these projects have different timelines. And so what could be the parameters, indicators to monitor the progress? The other questions also included the major outcomes from these facilities, and such as the requirement of back-end instrumentation and collaboration to make cutting-edge instrumentation within the country. The telescope facilities are going to be established in high altitude remote areas, so how to make sure that the logistics and maintenance issues are taken care. Key learnings from global practices and how these projects position India in the international scenario, etc., were also discussed. The discussion points also included synergy of these projects with the existing multi-wavelength projects such as LIGO India, MACE, etc. And also how to bring industry connect in specific points of developing key technology within the country, and particularly in terms of a segmented telescope, which we are going to do for the first time. And how do we strengthen science communication in the country, and how can we have a network of planetariums or science communication centers to actually communicate what is being done in these projects, also about the excitement of science and discoveries made in these particular facilities. It also discussed how to ramp up human resources, capacity building in the country, as well as how do we empower and involve students and young researchers, etc., in the whole project. So the key challenges and risks identified were basically capacity building in the country, and development of a few key technologies, and also the knowledge retention and knowledge basically transfer, because these projects span over a very long timeline, and the required policy and regulation with respect to industry academia connect, and the development of centers, and new ideas and new R&D, basically technology developments. So the key recommendations which came were there are many institutions in the country which have started astronomy and astrophysics, and the aspirations in space science is looking extremely, very, very good. So it is important to involve institutions across the country, and also equitable access to people across the country. In terms of technology, one emerging point which came from the industry is that their involvement in critical science projects, technologically challenging science projects, basically are bringing in the ultra high precision mechanisms within the industry. And they also express that such participation is helping them to get these technology used in areas which actually will not be accessible to them. So this is a very, very important point. So the important points, like some of the critical technologies like ion beam polishing, or the alignment and phasing systems of the segmented telescopes, require new development, and it is important to be developed in the country and with industry and academia collaboration. And also important to bring synergies within the R&D and existing telescopes within the country. It also is recommended that it is important to use AI and digital twins, because these systems are remote, and digital twins really help in optimization of the performance, as well as finding out any maintenance issues, etc. So it is important to build digital twins of various subsystems early on, and also use them to improve the system as well as to get good maintenance. The capacity building in terms of AI and computing facilities are important. It is also important to have a good mechanism to have a knowledge capture and knowledge transfer. And this is particularly important in terms of these projects are highly technically and challenging projects which run across long years. So this is a very unique example of building such capacity within the country. And in terms of science communication, it is important to communicate science to the public and also pass on the excitement and the discoveries which are made over here, and also to show what kind of technology is developed and how one gets access to these kind of laboratories and things like that. And for that, a good connect between scientific institutions and planetaria are important, and this also helps to communicate science effectively and also interact with researchers themselves and also people who are directly involved with these kind of projects. So these were the entire summary, and thank you for the thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Professor Annapurni Subramaniam, thank you, ma'am. We now turn to remarks by Mrs. Manmeet K. Nanda, Additional Secretary, DPWD, expert from Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities. Ma'am, over to you.
Civil society organizations, youth volunteers who actually have their boots on the ground come and deliberate on manners. Am I audible, sir?
You are audible, ma'am. Yes, we can hear you.
So we had representatives from the government, from the private sector, corporate, civil society organizations, youth volunteers who have actual boots on ground, deliberate on how to strengthen the ecosystem for employment-linked skilling of Divyangjans. The panelists also shared best practices, innovative models, and policy suggestions. The deliberations were organized around 5 thematic pillars, the 5 Ps as we would like to summarize, each capturing a distinct dimension of challenge and opportunity. Passion. The webinar opened with the strong affirmation that there needs to be a broad consensus that technical skilling itself is not sufficient. What is needed is an inclusive workplace culture, leadership commitment from employers, staff sensitization as essential prerequisites before training and hiring PWDs. Therefore, passion, like the group agreed, must translate from intent into a sustained institutional action. The second P, perseverance. The participants were very candid and agreed that what needs to be addressed foremost is structural barriers. The need for having customized training challenges that continue to be tailored to specific disability types, age groups, because one generic does not fit all. There are weak linkages between skill training programs and actual employment outcomes, and training should be touching into those aspects so that they get converted into actual jobs. And the persistent underrepresentation of PWDs in STEM education and emerging technology sectors. The third P are possibilities. The discussion highlighted a range of expanding opportunities for the Divyangjan Kaushal Yojana that can strategically leverage the growing demand for talent in AI, semiconductor manufacturing, gig economy platforms, the rise of online and blended learning models, so that we can reach to the remotest PWD, deeper industry partnership for inclusive hiring, and an increased adoption of assistive technology. The fourth P is the potential, the need to strengthen the existing ecosystem by aligning the skill programs with actual market demand with sector-specific job roles, expanding digital literacy initiatives, promoting training of trainers program with cross-disability expertise, developing incubation support, financial inclusion mechanisms, and procurement preferences for PWD entrepreneurs. The fifth P, pilot. The webinar concluded with a set of concrete priority actions for early implementation, a need for a national awareness campaign focused on the untapped employment opportunities of the PWDs, the strengthened industry-linked skilling programs for on-the-job training components, expand accessible training infrastructure, scale up assistive technology support, introduce sector-focused skilling initiatives, increase rural outreach and participation of PWDs in all skilling development programs, encourage online blended training models. In conclusion, the Divyang Kaushal Yojana post-budget webinar underscored a shared national resolve among the government and the stakeholders to transform disability-inclusive skilling from intent to impact. Across these 5 pillars of passion, perseverance, possibilities, potential, and pilot, stakeholders converged on a clear imperative. Skilling must be demand-driven, accessible, and employment-linked. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Manmeet Nanda. And we thank all the moderators for their leadership and insights in the webinar today. And we now turn to honorable ministers for their remarks and guidance. May I first request Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, to share his thoughts with us.
Good evening. You may recall that one of the highlights of the Honorable Prime Minister's 76th Independence Day speech was the acknowledgement of the profound knowledge of ancient Indians, or the traditional Indian knowledge. India has a dominant presence in astronomy and astrophysics, as well as astrophysics research, and has contributed immensely in this field. We have demonstrated our capabilities through indigenous space missions like AstroSat, like Aditya L1, like ExpoSat. India has participated in major international projects like the Facility for Anti-Proton and Ion Research, or FAIR, 30-meter telescope, TMT, square kilometer array, SKA, LIGO India, etc., etc. The expertise and the experience which our scientists have developed through these global consortia projects helped us reshape our S&T landscape. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, this government has created several sophisticated research infrastructure facilities across the country, and the coming decades in astronomy and astrophysics will be driven by transformative discoveries enabled by large aperture telescopes and advanced instrumentation. India had established a 2-meter Himalayan Chandra telescope, the HCT, established in the year 2000 at Henley, Ladakh, which facilitates more than 250 researchers and is on the number of these researchers is on the increase. Cosmos 1 in Mysuru in Karnataka is another pioneering state-of-the-art LED dome planetarium, which is almost ready for operation. As you are aware, the Union Minister for Finance in the budget speech in 2026-27 has announced to set up 2 more telescope facilities, namely the National Large Scale Telescope and the National Large Optical Infrared Telescope, as well at the same time upgradation of the Himalayan Chandra telescope that I just now referred, and also developing of a new Cosmos 2 planetarium. In today's seminar, the experts in the fields of astrophysics and astronomy from different research and academic institutions, as well as from industry, we have been able to discuss different aspects of the proposals that include technology challenges, that include parameters of the indicators to monitor the progress, to monitor the strategies for human resource development, as well as also for capacity building, and also the plans to sustain the infrastructure and its utilization for larger public good. I believe the Indian industry, including the MSMEs, will be engaged across the value chain in precision up to mechanical components, telescope structures, mirror support systems, vacuum and cryogenic hardware, motion control, as well as power electronics, as also coatings, detractors, and observatory software, etc., etc. I also learned that the Indian Space Research Organization, named ISRO, is installing an observing facility at Henley as a part of its initiative to set up a network of facilities under the project NETRA. And NETRA stands for Network for Space Object Tracking and Analysis. And NETRA is aimed to detect and track space debris, which is a growing hazard now, as well as other hazards which could pose threats to India's satellites in the orbit. The proposed facilities will work in tandem so that the synchronization between the facilities maximizes the outcomes that we receive. These new and upgraded facilities may bridge the gap and may also help the researchers to gain access to telescopes at par with that of the other nations. And therefore, I'm sure the following recommendations from this webinar will make the implementation more effective and also guide the researchers to utilize the facilities for taking up high-end and path-breaking research in this field. And the recommendations are as follows. A, involve all the major institutions with astronomy in the making of the telescope and the back-end instruments. The second recommendation I make is the B1, the key technologies that need to be done in the country to be done with academia, industry, partnership. As you know, this government has been very supportive about a larger synergy between industry, research, academia, and industry. C, to establish a strong connect between scientific institutions and planetaria to communicate science effectively to the public, because unless we don't reach these shareholders, our purpose would be defeated if we are not able to bring in the ultimate aim or achieve the ultimate aim of bringing in ease of living in the life of a common man for whom all this SNT research is meant. D, selection of the partner for building large telescope to be based on QCBS model and integration. And the D and the E recommendation would be the integration of AI ecosystem and developing digital twins, which are essential for optimal performance and maintenance of infrastructure. And lastly, the recommendation would be the knowledge capture and knowledge retention, which are important in technologically challenging and long duration projects. And ultimately, I believe an extended collaboration among all the stakeholders, among all the collaborators across the lines is what is going to decide the ultimate outcomes of all these endeavors. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Jitendra Singh. May we now request Sri Rao Inderjeet Singh, Honorable Minister of State for Planning, to deliver his remarks.
Honorable Ministers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to the close of today's discussion, the deliberations have highlighted several important themes on strengthening the budget announcement on high-powered education to employment to enterprise standing committee and enhancing the role of the services sector in India's growth journey. One of the key points that has emerged from the discussion is the need to significantly improve the quality of higher education to drive job opportunities and position India as a global services hub. While the services sector continues to contribute majorly to economic growth, contributing over 50% of GVA, nearly 1/3 of employment, and a significant share of exports, there remains a persistent gap between education and workforce readiness. Addressing this will require stronger alignment between academia and industry, including greater industry participation in curriculum design, board of study, and academic councils and training systems. Participants also highlighted the importance of expanding structured internships and work integrated learning programs so that students gain meaningful industry exposure and practical skills during their academic journey. Another important theme of the discussion was the growing role of artificial intelligence and digital public infrastructure in shaping the future of services and employment. AI adoption has the potential to significantly enhance productivity, innovation, and global competitiveness. However, enabling this transition will require appropriate infrastructure, innovation sandboxes, and supportive ecosystems so that businesses, particularly MSMEs, can effectively adopt these technologies. The panels also emphasized the need to strengthen research and innovation ecosystems, including the establishment of centers of excellence in R&D with participation from the private sector. In addition, the importance of building flexible and future-ready learning systems, upskilling teachers at scale, particularly in emerging areas such as AI, machine learning, and deep technologies, was emphasized. The discussion also highlighted the importance of collaboration between policymakers, industry, and academia to bridge skill gaps and accelerate innovation. Strengthening of center-state coordination and promoting services clusters and innovation hubs in Tier 1 and Tier 2 cities can further expand employment opportunities and support regional economic growth. At the same time, stakeholders highlighted the need for credible and flexible regulatory institutions that can improve education quality, attract talent, and respond to evolving industry needs. Finally, the importance of clear and measurable indicators was emphasized to ensure accountability and to track progress. The insights shared during today's webinar provide valuable inputs for shaping policy directions, particularly in the context of the said committee. With that, I would like to thank all the distinguished panelists and participants for their valuable contributions to today's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Rao Inderjit Singh Ji. We now request Shri Ashwani Vaishnav, Honorable Minister for Information and Broadcasting, to share his thoughts with us.
नमस्कार। पहले तो मैं सबको धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा। बहुत ही बड़ी संख्या में करीब 1000 से अधिक पार्टिसिपेंट्स आज के पूरे वेबिनार में आए और बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण सुझाव आए। ऐसे सुझाव आए जिन सुझावों का डायरेक्टली उपयोग किया जा सकता है और जिनको पॉलिसी में इंटीग्रेट किया जा सकता है, ऐसे कई सुझाव आए। तो इसके लिए मैं सभी पैनलिस्ट को, सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स को, सबको मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा। आपके सुझावों से ही आगे देश की पॉलिसी का निर्माण होगा और देश के विकसित भारत के रास्ते में आपके सुझाव बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। मैं कुल मिला के 3 विषय यहाँ पे आपके सामने रखना चाहूँगा। पहला विषय है क्रिएटर्स इकोनॉमी, एक ऐसा सेक्टर बन के उभरा है जो कि पिछले 7-8 वर्षों में और विशेषकर डिजिटल इंडिया की जो पहुंच गांव-गांव में हुई है, ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में हुई है, उसका जो इम्पैक्ट हुआ है, उससे पूरी नई इकोनॉमी, क्रिएटर्स इकोनॉमी बन के उभरी है। इस क्रिएटर्स इकोनॉमी का फायदा कई तरह से हुआ है। सबसे बड़ा जो बेनिफिट हुआ है वो ये हुआ है कि हमारी संस्कृति, हमारा खान पान, हमारा लोकल जितना भी हमारी बहुत ही हाइपर लोकल चीजें हैं, उनको हम दुनिया के सामने पहुंचा पा रहे हैं। किसी भी छोटे से गांव में बिहार के लिट्टी चोखा से लेके राजस्थान के गट्टा करी को हर चीज को दुनिया के सामने पहुंचाने का एक मौका मिला है। उड़ीसा के छेना पोड़ा से लेके तमिलनाडु के एक स्पेशल, केरल के आड़ा पायसम को, सभी को दुनिया तक पहुंचाने का एक बहुत अच्छा मौका मिला है। और ये बहुत ही डेमोक्रेटिक व्यवस्था है, क्योंकि इसमें कोई भी व्यक्ति जो भी चाहे अपनी बात को कहना, वो कहने की क्षमता रखता है। एक बहुत बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म सबको मिला। इसके कई पॉजिटिव्स आए हैं समाज में, और कुछ नेगेटिव्स भी है, कुछ हार्म्स भी हैं, लेकिन ये क्रिएटर्स इकोनॉमी अपने आप में एक बड़ी इकोनॉमी बन के निकली। दूसरा विषय मैं रखना चाहूंगा, आज का जो एंटरटेनमेंट और मीडिया की दुनिया है, इस दुनिया में टेक्नोलॉजी का जो उपयोग है, ये एक प्राइमरी रोल बनता जा रहा है। आज से 20 साल पहले अगर देखें तो मीडिया एंटरटेनमेंट में टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग होता था एज अ एडिशनल चीज, कोई ऐड करो उसमें 30-40% होता था। आज 70-80% टेक्नोलॉजी है, 30-40% बाकी सब चीजें। इसमें हमारे देश के नौजवान विशेषकर और आने वाले युवक युवतियां वो कैसे लीड ले, इस चीज के बारे में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बहुत एक अच्छा विजन रखा। उस विजन को कन्वर्ट किया वेव्स के प्लेटफॉर्म से। वेव्स प्लेटफॉर्म एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बना जिसमें हमने मीडिया एंटरटेनमेंट की, जिसको आजकल कॉर्पोरेट की दुनिया में एवीजीसी सेक्टर बोलते हैं, एवीजीसी एक्सआर सेक्टर बोलते हैं, इसको एक टेक्नोलॉजी का प्लेटफॉर्म दिया। और बहुत सारे पॉलिसी मेकर्स, इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स, इन सबको एक मंच पे लाके कैसे इस सेक्टर को आगे ले जाना है, इस पे एक अच्छा मेथड बन गया है। और ये प्लेटफॉर्म आज अच्छा दुनिया भर में रिकॉग्नाइज्ड प्लेटफॉर्म बन गया है। वेव्स के समिट के बाद में फॉलोअप एक्शन जितना हुआ, इन दैट फॉलोअप एक्शन we have been able to showcase our creators works in the entire world। और अब तक करीब करीब 1000 करोड़ से अधिक बिजनेस मिल चुका है हमारे क्रिएटर्स को। आप इमेजिन कीजिए, इस वेव्स के प्लेटफॉर्म के बिना हमारे क्रिएटर्स को दुनिया में, दुनिया के मार्केट में कोई पहुंच नहीं होती थी। इस वेव्स के प्लेटफॉर्म और इसके सब्सिक्वेंट एक्शंस के कारण, जिसमें वेव्स बाजार है, वेव्स एक्स है, वेव्स इंक्यूबेटर है, वेव्स एक्सेलरेटर है, वेव्स फंडिंग का है, कई सारी चीजें हैं, और वेव्स का अपना एक ओटीटी भी है। तो इन सब के माध्यम से आज अपने देश के क्रिएटर्स को एक बहुत बड़ा ग्लोबल मार्केट मिलने लगा है। टोक्यो में, ओसाका में, मेलबर्न में, ओंटारियो में, टोरंटो में, हाल ही में जर्मनी में, यूके में, सब जगह हमारे क्रिएटर्स को अपनी प्रोडक्ट्स को, अपने कॉन्सेप्ट्स को, अपने प्रोडक्शन को, अपने कंटेंट को दिखाने का मौका मिला, और उससे बहुत अच्छे कॉमर्शियल बेनिफिट्स हुए। 1000 करोड़ से ज्यादा का बेनिफिट हमारे क्रिएटर्स को मिला। तीसरा विषय मैं सबके सामने रखना चाहूंगा, वो है हम इसको इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज कैसे करें। वेव समिट अपनी जगह आया, ये हर 2 साल में एक बार होगा, जिससे कि पॉलिसी मेकर्स, इंडस्ट्री सब जुड़ेंगे। अब इसको नेक्स्ट लेवल पे ले जाना है। तो नेक्स्ट लेवल पे ले जाने के लिए एक कल्पना की गई, इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ क्रिएटिव टेक्नोलॉजीज। जैसे आईआईटी सिस्टम है, आईआईएम सिस्टम है, IIIT सिस्टम है, एम्स के सिस्टम है, जिसमें आईसर के सिस्टम्स हैं। जो ये ऐसे इंस्टीट्यूशनल चेन्स हैं जो कि हमारे देश के युवाओं को एक बहुत अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म देती है, जहाँ से स्टूडेंट्स अच्छा पढ़ सके और एकदम रेलेवेंट फील्ड में वो अपने को एक्सपर्ट बना के मार्केट में, दुनिया में अपनी पहचान बना सके। इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ क्रिएटिव टेक्नोलॉजीज, इसको पूरी तरह से इंडस्ट्री ओरिएंटेड रखा गया। राइट फ्रॉम डे वन, each and everything in this institute was decided by the industry, for the industry and of the industry। पूरी तरह से कोई इसमें theoretical चीज नहीं रखी गई, 100% प्रैक्टिकल इंडस्ट्री के हिसाब से रखा गया। इसका पहला कैंपस मुंबई में बन रहा है। फिल्म सिटी में महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट ने अच्छी एक लैंड का पार्सल दिया है, 18 एकड़ के आसपास का वो पार्सल है, उसमें कंस्ट्रक्शन अभी बहुत जल्दी शुरू होगा। लेकिन जो टेम्परेरी कैंपस इसका बना, नेशनल फिल्म डेवलपमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन के 3 फ्लोर्स को खाली करके वहां पे बनाया गया। मैं आपके सामने ये रखना चाहता हूं कि इस टेम्परेरी कैंपस में जो फैसिलिटीज बनी, विशेषकर जो एब्सोल्युटली हाईटेक मॉडर्न लेबोरेटरीज, और एक्चुअली लैब क्या है, वहाँ पे कंटेंट ही क्रिएट होता है, those labs are today rated among the best in the world. Even those labs which have been created in the temporary campus of first IICT, they are rated among the best in the world, better than all labs in Europe, better than all labs in Asia, and comparable to some of the best in Hollywood. So that kind of potential is there in our country. अगर हम आपके आज जो सुझाव आए, उन सुझावों में भी ये बात आई, अगर हम इंडस्ट्री ओरिएंटेशन अपने इंस्टीट्यूट्स का कर सकें तो इसमें हम अपने स्टूडेंट्स के लिए बहुत अच्छी रेलेवेंट एजुकेशन दे सकते हैं, जो कि टेक्स्ट बुक से बाहर, टेक्स्ट बुक पढ़ना, अपनी एक थ्योरेटिकल बेस बनाना जरूरी है, लेकिन उस थ्योरेटिकल बेस के ऊपर कैसे हम प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज ला सकें, वो आईआईसीटी हुआ, गतिशक्ति विश्वविद्यालय हुआ, सेमीकंडक्टर का कोर्सेज हुआ, जिसमें 315 यूनिवर्सिटीज में आज स्टूडेंट्स सेमीकंडक्टर की प्रैक्टिकल ट्रेनिंग ले रहे हैं। They are designing chips, they are actually manufacturing chips, and their products are validated in the real world. टेलीकॉम में 100 यूनिवर्सिटीज में टेलीकॉम की लैब्स बनी, जिसमें एक्चुअल 5G लगा, और वो 5G एक्चुअल में स्टूडेंट्स उसको यूज कर रहे हैं और उसमें यूज केसेस नए बना रहे हैं, उसमें हर तरह के एक्सपेरिमेंट्स एक्चुअल रियल लाइफ एनवायरनमेंट में करते हैं। तो ये जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का विजन है, इंडस्ट्री ओरिएंटेशन एजुकेशन में लाना, और ये न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी का भी बहुत मुख्य एक अंग है। माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री जी हमारे साथ हैं आज, तो इस पूरे कॉन्सेप्ट के हमारे सामने आज कई एग्जांपल्स आ गए। अब इसको नेक्स्ट लेवल पे ले जाने का इस बजट में माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी ने घोषणा की 15,000 क्रिएटर लैब्स बनाने का, 15,000 क्रिएटर लैब। ये हमारे क्रिएट इन इंडिया मिशन का हिस्सा है, जिसका अभी कंप्लीट प्रपोजल चल रहा है, बन रहा है उसका। इस प्रपोजल में क्रिएट इन इंडिया मिशन में क्रिएटर्स इकोनॉमी को एक नया प्लेटफॉर्म दिया जाएगा, जिससे 1 करोड़ से अधिक क्रिएटर्स बेनिफिटेड होंगे। उनको टूल्स मिलेंगे, नए तरह की ट्रेनिंग मिलेगी, और प्रयास ये रहेगा कि देश के हर पंचायत में कम से कम कुछ क्रिएटर्स हैं बने ऐसे, जिनको हम ट्रेन कर पाए, जिनको हम नई टेक्नोलॉजी दे पाए, और जिनको हम एक तरीके से एक नया रोजगार का भी, इनकम का भी एक नया साधन दे पाए। ये सब प्रयास चल रहे हैं। साथ ही साथ अभी आपने देखा होगा कि दूरदर्शन में एक क्रिएटर्स कॉर्नर बना है, जिसमें क्रिएटर्स अपने कंटेंट को दे सकते हैं, और उस कंटेंट को दूरदर्शन एज अ प्लेटफॉर्म देता है, और उस प्लेटफॉर्म को लेकर उस प्लेटफॉर्म का यूज करके क्रिएटर्स फाइंड न्यू एवेन्यूज फॉर पब्लिशिंग देयर कंटेंट एंड टेकिंग इट टू द वर्ल्ड। तो कई ऐसे नए इनिशिएटिव्स अभी चल रहे हैं। मैं आप सबको बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि आपने अपने बहुमूल्य सुझाव दिए, और बहुत ही अच्छे सुझाव आए, सारे सुझाव नोट किए गए। अभी क्रिएट इन इंडिया मिशन फाइनल जब होता है, उसमें आपके सुझावों का पूरी तरह से उपयोग किया जाएगा, और साथ ही साथ आईआईसीटी को जब आगे बढ़ाते हैं, नए लेवल पे लेके जाते हैं, और प्रसार भारती के रिफॉर्म्स में भी आपके सुझावों का पूरी तरह से उपयोग किया जाएगा। बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
श्री अश्वनी वैष्णव, आपके संबोधन के लिए धन्यवाद। We now request Dr. Virendra Kumar, Honorable Minister of Social Justice and Empowerment, to please address the gathering.
नमस्कार, माननीय मेरे साथी मंत्रीगण और विभिन्न क्षेत्रों से आए हुए हमारे विशेषज्ञगण, लाभार्थी और आज मैं सुबह से जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा वेबिनार का शुभारंभ किया गया, उसका मार्गदर्शन हम सबको प्राप्त, के बाद फिर अलग अलग मंत्रालय के तो स्टेक होल्डर्स के विशेषज्ञों के जो विचार सुनने को मिले, उसमें कई बहुत अच्छे सुझाव आए, उसमें बहुत अच्छे जो पहल की गई उनके द्वारा उन पहलों के बारे में भी जानकारी रखी गई। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने हमेशा इस बात पर जोर दिया है कि किसी भी देश के वास्तविक विकास का मापदंड यह है कि वहां समाज के सबसे कमजोर वर्गों को कितने प्रभावी ढंग से सशक्त बनाया जाता है। और हमारा जो दिव्यांगजन कौशल योजना, इस बार के बजट में जो दिव्यांगजन कौशल योजना का अनाउंस हुआ, उसमें सरकार के प्रयासों के साथ जब मैंने देखा कि जब कम्युनिटी की भागीदारी जुड़ जाती है, समाज की जब भागीदारी जुड़ जाती है, तो वो कदम कई गुना आगे बढ़ जाते हैं। और इस वेबिनार के माध्यम से जब मैं सुन रहा था कि जब हरिता जी ने अपनी बात रखी कि दिव्यांगजन, उन्होंने कहा कि अभी भी शिक्षा, प्रशिक्षण और रोजगार के अवसरों तक पहुंच में कई प्रकार की बाधाओं का सामना कर रहे हैं। उन्होंने कौशल विकास कार्यक्रमों और रोजगार के अवसरों के बीच में कमजोर जुड़ाव पर भी चिंता व्यक्त की और यह भी उल्लेख किया कि विभिन्न क्षेत्रों और सेक्टरों में अवसर समान रूप से उपलब्ध नहीं है। वहीं जब हमारी अलीना आलम जी ने मिट्टी कैफे की बात की, तो मिट्टी कैफे की जब उनके बात प्रारंभ की गई तो उन्होंने कहा कि सपनों के साथ इसको शुरू किया था। अकेले उन्होंने प्रारंभ किया, एक छोटे से स्टाल से प्रारंभ किया और उनके द्वारा की गई वो पहल आज राष्ट्रपति भवन, एयरपोर्टों पर, हमारे एयरपोर्ट के स्थानों पर, अनेक स्थानों पर बहुत बड़ी संख्या में उस योजना के माध्यम से, मिट्टी कैफे के माध्यम से दिव्यांगजनों को आर्थिक और सामाजिक रूप से सशक्त बनाने की दिशा में एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण कदम साबित हुआ और इसी कारण से उनको राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर उनको सम्मानित भी किया गया। और इससे हमको एक, उन्होंने एक बात कही, ये केवल एक व्यक्ति के द्वारा प्रारंभ किया गया अभियान नहीं है, बल्कि ये कम्युनिटी की भागीदारी है। और कम्युनिटी की भागीदारी जब अच्छी भावना के साथ में जब इस तरह के प्रयासों में जुड़ जाती है, सरकार और समाज जब एक साथ आगे बढ़ जाते हैं, तो उसके सार्थक परिणाम बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में सामने आते हैं। और मिट्टी कैफे यह संदेश देता है कि दिव्यांगता कमजोरी नहीं है, बल्कि क्षमता का एक अलग स्वरूप है, जहां दिव्यांगजनों को अगर अवसर उपलब्ध कराए जाते हैं, उनको अपनी क्षमताओं का प्रदर्शन करने का उचित प्लेटफॉर्म मिलता है, तो वो अपनी क्षमताओं का प्रदर्शन करके न केवल अपने आप को सशक्त बनाते हैं, बल्कि समाज को सशक्त बनाते हुए जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का सोच है कि सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने में सभी के सामूहिक प्रयास, जब सभी के सामूहिक प्रयासों की बात आती है तो उसमें हमारे दिव्यांगजनों के भी सशक्तिकरण की बात आती है। मीना सेना जी ने जो बात कही कि दिव्यांग युवाओं के लिए कौशल प्रशिक्षण केंद्रों को आजीविका हब के रूप में विकसित करने की भूमिका को रेखांकित किया, यूथ फॉर जॉब्स, और इसमें तकनीकी आधारित प्रशिक्षण के महत्व पर उनके द्वारा जोर दिया गया और ये बताते हुए कि दिव्यांग युवा उभरती तकनीकों से जुड़ने पर बेहतर प्रदर्शन करते हैं, क्योंकि टेक्नोलॉजी को हमारा जो युवा होता है और जो हमारे दिव्यांगजन होते हैं वो टेक्नोलॉजी को बहुत बेहतर तरीके से समझते हैं। समग्र प्रशिक्षण केंद्र विकसित करने का भी प्रस्ताव रखा गया और उसमें सुलभ अवसंरचनाएं, सहायक तकनीकों से सुसज्जित कक्षाएं, ऐसी उन्होंने जो महत्वपूर्ण बातें कही गई, जिसमें डिजिटल साक्षरता, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, उपकरणों का परिचय, मॉक इंटरव्यू, कार्यस्थल के लिए तैयारी, ऐसी अनेक महत्वपूर्ण बातें उनके द्वारा रखी गई। वहीं विनीत सरायवाला जी ने उन्होंने बताया कि भारत की पहली सेमीकंडक्टर निर्माण पहलों में दिव्यांगजन तकनीकी सहयोग के रूप में भी योगदान दे चुके हैं। यानी दिव्यांगजनों को जब अवसर मिलता है तो वो हर स्थान पर अपनी क्षमता का प्रदर्शन करने में कहीं पीछे नहीं रहते हैं। उन्होंने इस बात पर भी जोर दिया कि दिव्यांगजन तकनीकी और स्टीम क्षेत्रों में पूरी तरह से सक्षम है। वहीं हमारे जब रविंद्र सिंह जी ने अपनी बात रखी तो रविंद्र सिंह जी ने एक बात महत्वपूर्ण से रखी गई थी, उनके द्वारा कहा गया था कि सरकार जो है वो सरकार दिव्यांगजनों के कल्याण के लिए, उनके वेलफेयर के लिए, उनके स्किल डेवलपमेंट के लिए नीतियां बनाती, योजना बनाती है, लेकिन इंडस्ट्रियां उनके क्रियान्वयन में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाती हैं, उद्योग जगत उसमें बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाते हैं। यही बात आती है जो हमारे विशेषज्ञों के द्वारा बात रखी गई कि उनके जीवन के अनुभव, जिस क्षेत्र में वो काम कर रहे हैं, उस कार्य के माध्यम से न केवल अपने व्यवसाय को उसको आधार को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, बल्कि अपनी सामुदायिक भागीदारी को भी जोड़ने में वो कहीं पीछे नहीं है। आराधना लाल जी ने जो लेमन ट्री होटल से हैं, उन्होंने जब अपनी बात रखी तो उन्होंने बहुत इस वेबिनार के माध्यम से दिव्यांगजनों के सशक्तिकरण के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बातें उनके द्वारा रखी गई। और उन्होंने बताया कि उनका जो संगठन है लगभग 2 दशकों से जो कार्यस्थल समावेशन के प्रति प्रतिबद्धता को रेखांकित कर रहा है, और उनके कई दिव्यांग कर्मचारी उनके कई विभागों में काम कर रहे हैं, जहां मानव संसाधन, फ्रंट डेस्क संचालन, हाउसकीपिंग, वित्त विभाग, IT, ऐसे महत्वपूर्ण उसमें जो है काउंटर पर बिल भी जो है ना वो काटने का काम उनके द्वारा किया जा रहा है। ये बताते हैं कि हमारे आज के जो हमारे स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, हमारे विशेषज्ञ हैं, अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में काम करने वाले जो हमारे प्रतिभागी हैं, आज की इसके वेबिनार के माध्यम से उनके द्वारा जो सुझाव प्राप्त हुए, उनमें जो महत्वपूर्ण थे कि राष्ट्रीय जागरूकता अभियान और उसमें दिव्यांगजनों के लिए रोजगार और कौशल के अवसरों के बारे में जागरूकता बढ़ाए जाने के लिए अभियान चलाने की उनके द्वारा बात कही गई। तो डिजिटल साक्षरता और UDID कार्ड के विस्तार के लिए कहा गया। ऑनलाइन एवं ब्लेंडेड लर्निंग के लिए उसके लिए कि ऑनलाइन और हाइब्रिड प्रशिक्षण मॉडल को बढ़ावा दिया जाए। क्रॉस डिसेबिलिटी अर्ली इंटरवेंशन ट्रेनिंग क्षमता है, उस ट्रेनर क्षमता को उसमें कौशल प्रशिक्षण पाठ्यक्रम में सुगम्यता सुनिश्चित की जाए। फिर क्षेत्र विशिष्ट कौशल विकास पर भी, अब क्षेत्र विशिष्ट हमारे बहुत सारे विशेषज्ञों ने कहा कि ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में जो हमारे दिव्यांगजन होते हैं उनको अलग तरह का स्किल ट्रेनिंग देने की आवश्यकता है। ऐसी शहरी क्षेत्रों के जो हमारे दिव्यांगजन होते हैं उनको अलग तरह का स्किल देने की आवश्यकता है। दोनों की अपनी अपनी पृष्ठभूमि अलग होती है, और इस कारण से उनको जो है ना अलग अलग तरह का प्रशिक्षण दे करके और वो आसानी से उस काम को कर सकेंगे। क्योंकि जो शहर का हमारा दिव्यांगजन है वो थोड़ा सा पढ़ा लिखा होगा, जो हमारा ग्रामीण क्षेत्र का दिव्यांगजन होता है वो गरीब परिवारों की पृष्ठभूमि से आता है, और इतना शिक्षा के प्रति जागरूकता नहीं होने के कारण, लेकिन उसको डिजिटल से जोड़े जाने का काम, उसको स्किल से जोड़े जाने का काम बड़ी आसानी से किया जा सकता है। कई हमारे विशेषज्ञों ने कहा कि दिव्यांगजनों के लिए स्टीम और शिक्षा, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, सेमीकंडक्टर जैसे क्षेत्रों में पहुंच बढ़ाई जाए। फिर दिव्यांगजन उद्यमता, जो इकोनॉमिक जो हमारा परिस्थिति तंत्र है, इनको इक्यूबेशन वित्त, मेंटरशिप, खरीद उपकरण के माध्यम से समर्थन प्रदान किया जाए। उद्योग क्षेत्रों में जिस तरह की आवश्यकता है, श्रम आधारित बाजार उन्मुखी जो आवश्यकता है, उन आवश्यकताओं के अनुरूप दिव्यांगजनों को प्रशिक्षण देकर उद्योग क्षेत्र में बड़ी मात्रा में हमारे दिव्यांगजनों के लिए जीवन में आगे बढ़ने के उनको अवसर उपलब्ध कराए जा सकते हैं। और यही बात माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा कही जाती है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं कि सबका साथ सबका विकास। तो सबका साथ सबका विकास में चाहे वो हमारे गांव में रहने वाला हमारा दिव्यांगजन हो, चाहे वो हमारा शहर में रहने वाला दिव्यांगजन हो, चाहे वो हमारे कस्बे में रहने वाला दिव्यांगजन हो, सबके लिए आज की चर्चा में महत्वपूर्ण से उभर के आया कि दिव्यांगजनों का सशक्तिकरण सामूहिक प्रयास के लिए आवश्यकता है। केवल सरकार के अकेले प्रयासों से ये काम नहीं हो सकता है। इस काम में सरकारी प्रयासों के साथ साथ विभिन्न मंत्रालयों का भी इसमें सहयोग चाहिए। राज्य सरकार और केंद्र शासित जो प्रदेश हैं, केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों का भी, फिर हमारे नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट और हमारे जो क्षेत्रीय संस्थान हैं उनका भी, NGO का, नागरिक समाज संगठन और उद्योग जगत के जो नेता हैं, सामाजिक उद्यम है, उनके साथ ही साथ माय भारत के संस्थक और युवा प्रतिभागी, इन सबके जो विचार और सुझाव इस पहल को और अधिक सशक्त बनाने में तथा देश में दिव्यांगजन समावेशी कौशल विकास के भविष्य को आकार देने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाएंगे। हमारा सामूहिक उद्देश्य बिल्कुल स्पष्ट होना चाहिए कि प्रत्येक दिव्यांग युवा को कौशल रोजगार के अवसर और अपने पूर्ण सामर्थ्य को साकार करने के लिए आवश्यक समर्थन प्राप्त हो। कौशल विकास, आर्थिक भागीदारी और श्रम की गरिमा को बढ़ावा देकर हम ऐसे समाज की ओर अग्रसर हो रहे हैं जहां दिव्यांगजनों को उनकी सीमाओं के लिए नहीं बल्कि उनकी क्षमताओं और राष्ट्र निर्माण में उनके योगदान के लिए पहचाना जाएगा। आइए हम सब मिलकर एक समावेशी, कुशल और सशक्त भारत के निर्माण के लिए आज का यह जो वेबिनार है, इस वेबिनार के माध्यम से जो विचार आए हैं, जो सुझाव आए हैं, निश्चित रूप से आने वाले समय में उसके लिए सभी का साथ लेते हुए इन सुझावों के माध्यम से मंत्रालय अपनी चलाई जाने वाली योजनाओं में उनमें से महत्वपूर्ण विचारों का, सुझावों का समावेश करते हुए अपने काम को और अधिक प्रभावी ढंग से करने का संकल्प इस वेबिनार के माध्यम से हम लेंगे। ऐसे ही और मुझे अपेक्षा है कि आप सबका भी इस काम में, दिव्यांगजनों के सशक्तिकरण में, उनके आर्थिक, सामाजिक, शैक्षणिक विकास में आपका भी आने वाले समय में हम सभी को ऐसा ही सामूहिक रूप से सहयोग मिले।
Dr. Virendra Kumar, आपका आभार. We now invite Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce, to deliver his remarks.
Thank you very much. Grateful to Shri Dharmendra Pradhanji for having given me this opportunity to join the post-budget webinar today. My colleagues, Dr. Virendra Kumarji, Ashwini Vaishnavji, Rao Inderjeet Singhji, Jitendra Singhji, all the secretaries who have joined the webinar, industry experts, captains of business, and to all participants, my warm greetings. India is entering a decisive decade of development. Our demographic dividend, the young aspirational Indian with an average age of 28.5 years, and the technological strength that 2.3 million STEM graduates bring to the table every year are today coming together to act as a force multiplier and grow the Indian economy, take the Indian growth story to the remotest parts of India, and expand our engagement with the rest of the world. Our desire to build a developed nation, a Viksit Bharat by 2047, will only come true when we treat design not merely as a cosmetic enhancement, but as a strategic national capability that connects technology with people and translates ideas into impactful systems, products, and experiences. India's greatest strength is its diversity. Every few kilometers, our culture, food, textiles, language, dialects change. This heritage is our greatest design capital. By integrating this diversity into contemporary design, we can create products and experiences that the world cannot easily replicate. Over the last decade, the National Institute of Design has evolved from a single premier institution into a national network and an institution of national importance. It has moved beyond aesthetic design to solving technical and social problems, strengthening its reputation as a leading design school. This year's budget takes the next step by announcing a new National Institute of Design in the eastern part of India. Our design industry is expanding rapidly, but we still face a shortage of trained Indian designers who can serve the needs of our growing economy and also contribute to global design discourse. The new NID in the East is our commitment to bridge this gap and democratize access to world-class design education. The Eastern region is a powerhouse of culture, crafts, textiles, and industry. But since it did not have a very strong design ecosystem, we could not really exploit its true potential. The new NID will connect traditional craft clusters, MSMEs, emerging industries with cutting-edge design education. It will also help artisans move up the value chain and support MSMEs in product diversification. Our vision goes beyond a single campus. Indian culture and civilizational knowledge must sit at the heart of design education, not as an optional add-on. Design is central to Atmanirbhar Bharat. And if we have to create a brand India a brand that India can be synonymous with quality, innovation. It can be recognized for new products, new technologies, especially in a world which is being reshaped by artificial intelligence, immersive media, and robotics, where technology without thoughtful design can actually deepen inequality and reduce usability. We all need to put our heads together and prepare the Indian mindset to adopt new technologies, exploit them for the benefit of 1.4 billion Indians, and ensure a better future for our young men and women. To the young designers and students, I say, you are not just preparing for a career, but you are preparing yourself to contribute to nation building. The choices you make in a product, a service, or through digital interface will shape how India is experienced by its own citizens or by the world. Going forward, our collective effort must translate vision into action. I propose a 5-point agenda for your kind consideration. 1, let us position the National Institutes of Design as knowledge hubs for Indian design. And through each of these campuses, take the message and importance of design or innovative designing to the people in different regions across the country. 2, let us deepen our industry, particularly the MSME and academic linkages. Maybe we could set up design clinics. We could have some live cluster projects. We'll have to make design very simple to engage with and involve the common man, our handicraft people, our artisans, our handloom weavers and traditional workers to see how design can start defining the India story. 3, we must create service and brand India design labs to improve the citizen experience in governance, tourism, and healthcare. 4, we need to build joint artificial intelligence and frontier technology design labs with technical institutes so that the linkages between students and industry can be expanded. And lastly, we must ensure that the new NID coming up in Eastern India is a model campus. It must promote public-private partnerships and also promote the not-for-profits who are working amongst our artisans, our handicraft and handloom players to help them take India to the rest of the world. Let this webinar produce a clear roadmap so that design becomes a central pillar of our journey towards a developed nation, a Viksit Bharat by 2047, and the new National Institute of Design emerges as a global symbol of innovation rooted in our rich traditions. Thank you very much, friends. My best wishes to all of you, and really grateful to the organizers of this webinar for putting together so many very interesting subjects that I saw on the agenda, and for giving me an opportunity to talk about our plans for the National Institute of Design. Thank you very much.
Shri Piyush Goyal, thank you, sir, for your remarks. I now turn to Shri Dharmendra Pradhan, Honorable Minister for Education, to deliver the closing remarks.
Namaskar, Mitra. पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार सीरीज की कंक्लूडिंग सेशन की 4th एंड कंक्लूडिंग सेशन की आज समापन सत्र में मेरे साथ उपस्थित मेरे वरिष्ठ सहयोगी आदरणीय पीयूष गोयल जी, वीरेंद्र कुमार जी, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, राव इंद्रजीत सिंह जी, डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह जी, सभी विभागों की आदरणीय सेक्रेटरीज, वरिष्ठ अधिकारी मित्रगण और डोमेन एक्सपर्ट्स और पॉलिसी मेकर्स, सभी अन्य साथीगण। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने आज सुबह उसका उद्घाटन किया। दिन भर आज सार्थक चर्चा हुई। मेरे पास जो जानकारी है, जो हमारे 7 विषयों में ऑल आर इंटरकनेक्टेड, 5 विभाग की 7 विषयों की जो विस्तार से सुझाव और चर्चा हुई, उसमें से लगभग 1.5 लाख पार्टिसिपेंट विभिन्न टेक्नोलॉजी प्लेटफॉर्म पे जुड़े। मैं सभी को बधाई देता हूं। इस प्रकार की भारत सरकार की, प्रधानमंत्री जी की जो विजन है, पार्टिसिपेटरी गवर्नेंस मॉडल डेवलप करना, उसमें हम लोग आज एक बहुत बड़ा महत्व कदम आगे बढ़े। सभी मेरे आदरणीय सहयोगियों ने और जो हमारे डोमेन एक्सपर्ट ने, जिन्होंने समअप किया इन 7 विषयों को, सबने फोकस तरीके से जो 7 विषय दिया गया था, एजुकेशन टू एम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड एंटरप्राइज, AVGC, NID, 5 यूनिवर्सिटी टाउनशिप, 500 STEM स्टूडेंट्स के लिए गर्ल्स हॉस्टल, दिव्यांग कौशल योजना और 4 टेलीस्कोपिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फैसिलिटी। मित्रों, हमारी सरकार की नीति रही है सबके साथ सबकी विकास, और हमारी NEP में हमारी सारे की जो एक मूल सूत्र है, राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति ने इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन और एक्सेसिबल एजुकेशन के बारे में जोर दिया गया है। इस बार की बजट एक एक बिंदु जिस पर आज हम लोगों ने विस्तार से चर्चा किया है, सब उस दिशा में एक एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। मैं 2-3 छोटे छोटे विषय को कह के मेरे बात को समाप्त करूंगा। जो विषय चर्चा हुई है उसको रिपीटेशन की आवश्यकता नहीं है। इस बार के बजट में ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी एक नई आशा देश की युवाओं में जन्म किया है, उत्पन्न किया है, जिसके बारे में विस्तार से मेरे मित्र अश्विनी वैष्णव जी ने कहा है। इसकी उनका विजन कहा है, उनकी विभाग की विजन कहा है। देश में डिजाइन थिंकिंग के लिए, क्रिएटिव इकोनॉमी के लिए, क्रिएटिव लैब के लिए स्कूली स्तर से बच्चों को एक इमेजिनेशन, इनोवेशन, हमारी देश की शिक्षा पद्धति अभी रट्टा वाला एजुकेशन है, मेमोराइजेशन है। मेमोराइजेशन से उसको डिजाइन थिंकर तक, क्रिटिकल थिंकर तक ले जाने में ये निर्णय ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी के माध्यम से एक पहल सिर्फ क्रिएटिव इकोनॉमी नहीं बनाएगी, एक इनोवेटर बनाएगी समाज को बड़े मात्रा में। इस बजट में उसकी रिफ्लेक्शन है। एक दिव्यांग कौशल योजना, इसके बारे में भी बजट में इस बार उल्लेख किया गया है। मैं कुछ समीक्षा पढ़ रहा था। विश्व की एक अच्छी खासी आबादी जाने अनजाने में आज की भारत की जो परिभाषा है दिव्यांगजन, उस कैटेगरी में आते हैं। किसी ने कल मेरे को समझाया, भारत की स्टूडेंट पॉपुलेशन की लगभग 10% दिव्यांगजन है। किसी ने कहा इसकी वेरिफिकेशन करने लायक स्टैटिस्टिक्स है। 7.5 करोड़ लोग दिव्यांगजन की कैटेगरी में आते हैं। उनके बारे में हमने 2016 में नीति बनाई, नई आइडेंटिटी बनाई, उसको बास्केट को बड़ा किया। लेकिन अभी समय आया है इसके बारे में मीनिंगफुल उनको एम्पावरमेंट करने के लिए, इसके बारे में इस बार बजट में कहा गया है दिव्यांग जन कौशल योजना। मैं भी देख रहा था, अल्बर्ट आइंस्टाइन क्वांटम फिजिक्स की विश्व की विद्वान थे, लेकिन उनको सिंपल अरिथमेटिक्स में, मैथमेटिकल कैलकुलेशन में गलती होती थी। वो एक सहायक रखे थे जो उनको मैथमेटिकल कैलकुलेशन में मदद करेगा। वो दिव्यांगजन थे। थॉमस एडिसन जो जनरल इलेक्ट्रिक की प्रमुख थे, जिन्होंने इलेक्ट्रिक बल्ब को दुनिया के सामने लाया, वो दिव्यांगजन थे। अलेक्जेंडर ग्राहम बेल जिन्होंने टेलीफोन को दुनिया को दिया, वो दिव्यांगजन थे। हेनरी फोर्ड जो मोटर कार की प्रमुख थे, वो दिव्यांगजन थे। राइट ब्रदर्स, स्टीव जॉब्स, बिल व्हिल और हेलेन ब्रोक जैसे ये सारे विश्व की बड़े बड़े आविष्कार जिन्होंने किया, ये सब दिव्यांगजन थे। मित्रों, इस बार भारत के बजट ने इसको स्पेसिफिक करके एक स्किल डेवलपमेंट प्लान बनाना, उनकी एम्पावरमेंट की सोचना, ये बहुत बड़ी एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। 4 टेलीस्कोपिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फैसिलिटी बनाई जाएगी। हमारी देश में स्पेस साइंस की दुनिया खुल रही है। सरकार की दायित्व से उसको धीरे धीरे प्राइवेट सेक्टर की ओर लिया जा रहा है, स्टार्टअप की दुनिया से जोड़ा जा रहा है। इसमें ये फोर्स टेलीस्कोप बहुत बड़ा मददगार होगी। सारा विषय बड़े विस्तार से चर्चा हुई है। अभी चुनौती, सुबह भी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा, ये इस एस्पिरेशन को, विकसित भारत के एस्पिरेशन को पूरा करने के लिए बजट में जो स्ट्रैटेजी सब बनाई गई है, इसकी सफलता तब होगी ये जगह जमीन पे उतरेगी। मैं मानता हूं आज इस प्रकार की पैनल ने इतने बड़े पैमाने पर सुझाव दिया है, चर्चा किया है, विषय को नीचे लेने की प्रयास किया है, उस दिशा में हमने एक 1 स्टेप अहेड लिया है। लेकिन मेरा अपेक्षा रहेगा ये सब विषय एजुकेशन, एम्प्लॉयमेंट, ट्रिपल ई से लेके टेलीस्कोपिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फैसिलिटी तक सारा विषय संलग्न है। आज देश में लड़कियां स्टेम एजुकेशन में आगे बढ़ रही हैं, उनकी रिसर्च भी आगे हो रहा है। ये सारे को आने वाले निर्दिष्ट समय में हमने कैसे अप्रैल अनवर इसको ऑन फील्ड उतारेंगे, इसमें से इस वेबिनार की सार्थकता है। मैं आप सबको फिर एक बार आभार प्रकट करता हूं भारत सरकार की ओर से इस वेबिनार में शामिल होने के लिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for summing up the scope and potential of this webinar. And before we close, let me invite Ms. Niti Chibbar, CEO, Niti Aayog, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Honorable Ministers, distinguished speakers, esteemed experts, and all the participants. As we come to the close of today's webinar, it is my privilege to extend a sincere vote of thanks to all those who have contributed to the success of this session. At the outset, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Honorable Ministers for sharing their valuable insights and perspectives. We are grateful to Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Honorable Minister of State for Planning, Honorable Minister of Information and Broadcasting, Honorable Minister of Social Justice and Empowerment, Honorable Minister of Commerce, and Honorable Minister of Education for their thoughtful remarks and for outlining the government's vision across these important initiatives. Today's discussions were enriched by the outcomes of 5 breakout sessions, which covered forward-looking themes like high-powered education to employment and enterprise standing committee, AVGC Content Creator Labs, the new National Institute of Design, University Townships, Girls' Hostels for STEM institutions, Divyang Kaushal Yojana, and the 4 telescopic infrastructure facilities for strengthening India's scientific capabilities. I extend my sincere appreciation to the experts and stakeholders who contributed their insights to these deliberations. I would also like to thank all the participating ministries and departments whose active engagement made today's discussions meaningful and productive. The insights emerging from today's deliberations will be valuable in taking forward the implementation of the announcements made in the Union budget and in advancing our shared vision of building a Viksit Bharat. Finally, I would also like to place on record my appreciation for NIC for providing the technical platform and ensuring seamless conduct of this webinar, and to all the organizing teams whose efforts made this event possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. And with that, we conclude this webinar. Thank you, Honorable Ministers, distinguished participants, for your time and engagement. Wish you all a pleasant evening ahead. Namaskar.